Crazy
Ooh.
time to start.
Get a
The
W card.
W card is insane.
I give Wolf permission to say the W word. It's just chill. It's chill. It's chill.
Wicca?
And the B card
that's
too
funny.
for Beaner.
Only white people
Oh,
can
nice,
say
nice,
Wicca,
nice,
I
nice.
feel like.
I
Whoa.
like the B card better.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Wolf's a Beaner. We all know it.
Oh.
Alright, I bought shit off this lady.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Hey, Edna.
That's insane.
Oh, sorry.
Amen. Okay.
Yeah.
Suspicious
I
poison.
am going live.
I am
And for the
live.
first time, I am going to attempt to stream the entire thing on Nexus.
Oh,
Oh,
good luck,
snap.
good luck, good luck, good luck.
I gotta mute that. So there's
This
no
guy.
echo.
Get a load of this guy.
Get a load of this guy. You're dumb.
You're dumb.
Oh. Oh.
I forgot to
I'm
unmute.
getting
I'm
some
an
lag.
idiot.
I'm getting some lag. We know.
Gonna
Okay.
potion of greater
you said
healing.
it.
Don't
I was just agreeing.
mind if I do.
You missed like the whole part about me saying bigot, and I felt like only white people could say.
Well,
What,
you
bigot?
can't say that.
I'm white, so yeah, I can.
Yeah, but you're
What?
deaf.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. You're a. Never mind.
Huh.
Of what?
Oh, I
Of
see.
what?
Nothing. Nothing. You're nothing. You're nothing at all.
She's a
nothing
giblet.
at all.
A giblet.
giblet.
Pave my path with corpses.
She's a giblet.
Chill runs up your spine.
Hey, babe, you don't have the B
Giblet.
pass though, or the W pass.
Why not?
I said so. End of
'Cause you're
discussion.
deaf.
That's part of it.
I guess I'm gonna do investigation. Oh my god, I need a 20.
You suck.
Okay. You know
you
what?
do?
I'm gonna roll
Okay.
again just for that.
She failed again. Wasted an inspiration.
Do it again.
I
I
won't.
dare
There's
ya.
a quiet sense of
She
calm.
did,
Do it.
oh my god, she's doing it again.
No, I'm
That's
not.
insane. Why would
Oh,
you do
okay.
that?
I sent
Okay, good.
y'all a stream invite.
Blah, blah,
Shared
blah, blah.
chat invite. Whatever the fuck it's
Oh
called.
yeah, I forgot
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah. I knew.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
knew what
she
you
knew,
meant.
She knew. She knew.
You knew.
The stream
you
invite.
Wow.
knew.
Get the audio.
Like Fry. Like
Share
Fry.
Okay.
chat is on.
Oh,
Leave share chat because F share
Thank you,
chat.
Paul.
I'm kidding.
Oh, wow, 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 wow.
thank you.
Oh,
for the
I'm
yeah.
trying to get
Hydrates.
that to work, but I don't know if I can get that to work.
Everybody
Yeah,
else
we'll
hydrate.
BDS.
We'll have
BDSM
to
harness.
see. Hey,
Is
Hey.
Moon playing Zenless Zone Zero? What the heck?
hello, Paul.
Yeah.
Paul Lunation.
Yeah, she is.
Get moist.
Get moist.
That's
With
crazy.
her lewd thingy.
Insane.
Get moist. Hello.
That's crazy.
Arr, moist.
Incredible.
One
I
with
said
the
R
C.
moist.
It's going good. How are you, Paul?
Arg.
I'm gonna start talking like a
moist.
pirate if I stay around this motherfucker.
Post on Discord real quick.
What else are we doing?
Oh, there's Auntie Edna.
Yeah. Oh, we can confront Kaga.
Oh, you're sick. What, the flu? That sucks. I'm sorry.
Ooh. You guys
See
want to confront
here.
Kaga and kill some shadow druids?
I haven't had the flu in a while. Actually, babe, I think the last time I had the flu was when I came to visit you for Valentine's Day. That sucked. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yep, I do. I took care of you. Of course I remember that. I haven't had to talk to one of my doctor friends to help us out.
Yeah.
Medication.
Here's
You
Will.
hooked us
Actually,
up.
I'm gonna pick Will up. I'm gonna put
I'm
Will
gonna
in the
pick
camp.
Will up.
I'm gonna pick him up, put him in the camp. He's just out here naked in front of the grove.
Sick of the flu. Yeah, I'd be sick
Look.
of it too. Hopefully you're at the end of it though. Drink lots of water, lots of Gatorade, whatever you have, electrolytes.
sleep. Lots of sleep.
Lots of sleep.
If I just throw Will on the ground, will he just stay here?
He should. Well, the boar stayed there, didn't he? Didn't
Yeah.
it?
Oh,
Are
I
you
broke his
putting
leg.
Will in camp?
Yeah, I broke his leg accidentally.
That's messed up.
That's
Oh,
funny.
Dude's dead and it broke his leg.
I just dropped him on the
That's
ground and it just went.
crazy. That's mental.
You guys mind if we confront Kaga and? Oh wait, did we get the node out of the tree?
Did we? I don't even remember.
I think we-
What war crimes are we committing? Not
maybe we didn't.
yet,
Oh
but-
yeah, Wolf did.
What? I haven't committed any war crimes. What did I do?
No, you picked up the
Exist.
node. Thanks, I stole it.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm on my
Wolf
way to
existed.
Kaga right now.
Buddy, guy pal, dude.
Buddy,
You're pissing me off.
dude.
Not today.
wonder
Arr,
if she's-
Paul, it's been a rough road dealing with
I
this
might have to
wolf
adjust
here.
her auto response.
Yeah,
wonder if
it's
it's
like
picking
she's
up.
always attacking your viewers.
Arr, Paul,
Well,
working
not
with
even
this
his
wolf
viewers,
is
mine.
Yours.
Yeah,
to be a
mine
little-
specifically.
I might
Literally
just turn
all
her
of
off for a
yours.
little bit until that's what she's supposed to do. You know, she attacks other people's viewers, but then she people that come over to my channel, she's like, "Oh my gosh, you're so nice."
That's so
I'm
funny.
kidding.
Oh
I'm
God,
just
it's
gonna turn her
nice.
off for a bit 'cause I need to adjust her attitude. She's got a bit of a tude.
Yeah, Paul, Wolf's bot and Rain were beefing yesterday.
That's pretty funny.
It was a good time.
Arr. What are we doing, lads?
I'm
Is
to
it a different
Kaga.
pose? Oh no, it's the same pose.
Arr, we're going to Kaga.
We're going to Kaga. Okay.
Yeah, we're
Bet.
gonna
Emerald Grove.
Call her out.
yeah, we're gonna fight these shadow
Wars.
druids, and then I'm gonna steal the idol, so you guys can leave.
Arr.
And I'll do it.
Shadow
and then I'll
wizard
give it to
money.
Maul.
Your
idol. Keeping you in check.
Since we didn't kill
you
the
in
goblin leaders, you know, this is how you do it
Arr, this is
to prevent
making me
World
uneasy.
War III in this fucking camp.
Bot Wars, yeah.
Arr,
Yeah, Ella
hello
needs to
there,
go-
midget.
Ella is still on like version 1 that I made however fucking long ago I did that. Like it was
So we are
forever
doing
ago.
war crimes? No, we're not. We're not doing war crimes yet.
There's nothing
Oh.
wrong with doing war crime. Oh, well,
Oh,
I guess I'm gonna commit a war crime against George.
What?
I know. What?
Well, we got kicked.
Oh,
Yeah, we
oh,
all
how'd y'all
got
get
kicked.
I don't
Error.
know how y'all got
Chrissy.
kicked.
Chrissy.
Error.
Oh,
Buy
it
him a
wasn't
new
me.
fucking computer.
Okay,
Oh.
I'm not gonna buy. Why did I click mod manager?
Buy him a new computer already.
I'm not buying him a new computer. What the heck?
That
Oh,
wasn't
no,
even
no,
on
we
me.
can
I don't
join.
know what happened. I was just walking around and I just see Dead White Fu has left the party. Then I hear you guys complaining.
Yeah, we all got kicked by you.
Yeah. You
Oh, yeah,
kicked
I'm
us.
a host, so that makes sense.
You
Host
hit.
advantage.
You
Yeah,
hit
you
us.
kicked
Advantage.
us. You kicked us.
I can neither confirm nor
abusive.
deny these allegations.
He's abusing us.
Yeah.
I can neither
You
confirm nor
can't-
deny these allegations.
You can't abuse us.
CYS. Help.
CYS.
See if I'm sure.
Breathe deep. And you
Oh, I accidentally hit the Windows key. Blech. Okay, there we go.
It's on my feet.
Oh, does
Need anything
Aron
else?
have any good dyes?
Of course.
Ron?
Please.
Oh yeah, check him out.
You done messed up, AA Ron.
Need.
Yellow, swamp green, light blue, red, and green. Trash.
Swamp Green will go good for George's Fiona cosplay.
Wow. I want to dye this fucking Dragonborn armor black, dude. It looks so good.
Gab just stole my underwear.
Yes, I did.
Arr.
What a
Yes,
point
I
that
I
is.
am
fucking did.
playing with a bunch of
I
women,
steal
and that
everyone's-
includes Wolf.
I steal everyone's underwear at this point.
Will prove to you that
Better
I
watch
am
out,
not
Chrissy.
a woman, George.
Those
check
blue
your
panties
DMs.
might be next.
Oh. What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh.
I'm here.
Hello.
I don't know what I'm doing all the way up here because I'm not a caster.
Arr.
Oh, you took your armor
Alright,
off.
It's okay. I'll put it back on for y'all. Sorry. You want me to talk to her?
Do it.
Okay.
Arr, this be a cruel mistress.
A deep elf.
I
In
think
harmony
Oh,
sacred
she likes
diving
me.
board
on
hits
this
good.
day.
Oh
It
god, she
should.
really likes me.
Or rather, a gift. Who better to understand a watchful broodmother than a beloved child of Lolth?
Okay.
Arr, time to
Okay, you
kill
can stop
these
the
midgets.
glazing now.
On the thief's behalf. A curious display of mercy.
Arr,
Of
these
course.
midgets are pissing me off.
I took back the idol of Sylvanus.
Yeah, I know the
What?
truth, bitch. Shut up. I don't need to hear all that. Trying to lick my butthole.
Hey, yo.
Oh. Why did it kick me out of the cutscene? What the heck?
I kicked that one out the
Arr.
cutscene. Well,
I'm
kicked
still
me
in
out,
the
but I don't know about
cutscene.
George.
And it's grandma
Arr.
with fucking double
Oh.
D's.
Ungar,
Talking, but
Real.
her mouth wasn't moving.
Ungar, you midgets.
Sorry, I'm looking at her titties.
meaning of this?
That's crazy.
Look at them.
My
Dude,
height
those-
failed.
Look at the one in the background.
In our business.
Oh, nice.
Why does everyone got big titties?
I can explain.
These
Arr,
halflings
'cause
got
they're
some big ass
No
titties.
need.
Listen,
It couldn't be
listen.
helped.
The smaller the height, the bigger the tits.
Smaller
That's
they are.
crazy.
Yeah, dude. All their height went to their tits. Yeah.
Insanity. Absolute insanity.
Cloakwood.
Koga.
Have you lost your mind?
That's not always true, though. The shorter they are, the bigger the tit. Because look at my ex-wife's sister.
That's crazy.
Look at me.
I guess. Get out of here.
See this place in ruin.
Gorga.
I'm gonna play a ditty.
Gorga. Kaka.
Whoa.
The choice is
Cock-a-doodle
My name's
doo.
Kaka.
Koga,
Kaka,
burn
aka
the
Poop.
tainted away. Start with a snitch. As
Who you
say,
calling a fucking
Alden.
snitch?
Arr,
Let's
do
see
not
if I
call my
can.
friend a snitch.
Let's see. I can still trade with her.
That's funny.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Let's see if we can get her to change sides here. I'm not gonna charm her though. I'm gonna save that for later.
Oh.
Oof.
Oof.
Well,
Well, I hope
maybe
Chris didn't use all of our inspirations.
we have one inspiration. Should I try to save Kaga once?
I'm down.
Okay, let's do it one more
Go
time.
for it.
And if this is it, then we're killing her. Oh my god, she's so lucky. I got a 20.
It's so lucky.
Nice.
You don't know what you say.
Arr.
He was about to die,
Shadow,
bitch.
We are purified.
We are the
Her
cruel
voice
mistress.
breaks and her lips tremble. She heard reason in your words.
Erasing in your words.
Uh-oh, we gotta try again.
I also need to fix the. I need to fix.
Oh, that was
my
so
god.
lucky.
Holy.
When the darkest hour fell, it was us that
Arr,
brought
Wolfie,
light.
calm down.
Sylvanus demands we illuminate shadow, not hide within it.
No need
Come on,
to
Kaga.
work.
Careful.
Your hair
Kaga.
looks like a brain.
The shadows
phone
don't
and-
forgive. I belong.
The
to the shadows no longer.
Get him, Kaga.
Phone is playing a gotcha.
I can't tell if like the sides is like her hair or she has really long sideburns. You know what I mean?
It's her hair, but like the top of it, it just makes her head look huge. Okay.
Incredible.
Wait, what?
What?
It's
Arcade.
whatever. You're not gonna hit me.
Arr! Arr! Open the door! I'm trying to sneak here. Who do we fight? The midgets?
Yeah, we're fighting the midgets
Yeah.
here.
Arr! On me way. For the booty.
A babe.
Crazy.
Try something.
Wow.
And have another one. Arr!
Try something else. Flick of the. Look at the flick of the wrist.
Look at the flick of the wrist.
Insane.
Damn!
Arr! Moonbeam.
Damn!
Rest in peace, platform.
R.I.P.
Not Steve the pirate.
My turn order is so
Arr, my
low.
feet are
It used to be
stuck.
so much higher. What the fuck?
It's because of your Dex gloves, dearest.
Oh,
Here.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Arr, I can't move.
Damn!
Good job there, Scaleback.
He go night night.
Arr, never mind.
Go night night,
I don't know.
bitch.
Why do I miss all of my hits? It's insane. I got 70-80% chances to hit.
keep telling you, early monk is low-key ass.
I don't know, because your Dex is high. I also missed, though, so.
Just wait till Act
Damn.
2. Middle of Act 2, Wolf, you're going to become a god. I'm not even joking.
I knew it was going to shapeshift.
Arr,
Damn.
these blasted beasts.
Oh my god! She's pegging him.
Hey, he's whipping your cock out. What did the last say?
Whoa, Christy is invisible but didn't kill him?
Arr.
That's interesting. So you go invisible if you kill their wild
Form.
shape?
Yeah, it counts as a life, technically.
Ah. Oh my god. Amazing. You guys can automatically crit now whenever you hit him if you're 3 meters away.
Incredible.
I can't move.
Oh.
That's okay.
Nice.
Beautiful.
All right, Kaga, have some sand.
Jesus.
I'm just kidding.
dead.
From
Hold up.
downtown. Alright,
Arr,
I'm
would
gonna
you
go
mind
steal
healing
the
me,
idol.
Kaga?
Oh wait, do I have to talk to Kaga?
You might.
Yeah.
Oh, an arrow for you.
Yeah, what happens now?
Arr, this is a spotlight.
Talith,
Arr,
the
I'm
fuck
burning.
you on about? Talith is a bot. She's my AI chat bot thing that I
Alright.
have. She's a little broken right now.
Bro calls
Alright.
it AI.
You
It's just
guys-
a broken bot.
Just to be safe,
LLM.
you guys can leave the groove in case I fuck
It's
up.
actually Chat GPT powered LLM,
Okay.
unironically.
But I'm
Oh,
gonna
so
go
you
steal
stole
this
it, got
bitch.
It uses an API.
And give it to Mole.
So
I
you
pay
stole it.
ChatG
Got it.
Spell
I pay
jam.
Chat GPT.
Already stole ChatGPT. Reported. I know Wolf is seething right now.
Let me know when you guys are safe.
This dude's the type of dude to
I'm good.
see password is too short and type too short.
George too short.
No, I would just type in Wolf's penis and it would say too short.
No, it wouldn't. For your information, give me a second. I gotta prove a point real quick. I'll be right
What?
back.
Ayo.
He's whipping his cock out.
Don't check your DMs.
Oh my god.
I just
Wait,
go on stream right
what
now
happened
and
to
leak
the
it.
darkness? Why is the darkness up there?
Arr, the
Are
darkness.
you fucking
Open
serious?
zipper.
The darkness.
There we
The
go.
darkness. The darkness. Arr. This be
See you
the
later.
cool mistress.
Have you started war?
Nope. They don't know it's gone because it's surrounded by darkness.
Yeah,
Alright,
but when
so
they
now-
notice it's gone, are they gonna lose their shit?
No,
Yes.
because we made Kaga stop being a bitch.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So now she won't start killing them. Make sense?
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But if you kill the goblin leaders first, then Mole does you get it fucked up. Okay, but I'm good now. I'm gonna go give it to Mole. I'm gonna get the ring.
Okay.
The ring of power.
Yay.
Frodo,
You go get the ring of power.
throw
The one
throw
ring.
the ring.
Hold it out. Hold
I
it
can't
out.
carry the ring,
Hold it
but I
out.
can carry
Goblin
you.
deep nuts.
Hey yo.
You gotta be careful of those mind goblins. They're a tricky bunch.
Yeah, they are.
Mind
They
goblin
really
is
are.
nuts.
Oh.
Cast it into the fire. He knows. He knows. I can't carry the ring, Mr. Frodo.
Too hot.
But I can carry you.
I'm gonna go up there.
Okay, now I go back to the camp and I go get the
This bitch
idol.
is pissing me off.
Pissing. He's pissing me off.
Gav.
Where is it?
Not enough
Yes.
space.
He's
Pissing.
pissing me off.
Too high.
Okay.
This is what I was looking for.
Mole, come here and take this stupid idol. You stupid little bitch.
This reminds me of a song.
Thanks for helping, guys.
You're welcome. No problem.
The idol's all yours, bitch. Yay!
Woo!
Yay! One of the strongest rings. Yay!
I've
Give me that.
never done that. I've actually never done that.
Either have
Look at
I.
the ring I get. Look how good that shit is.
It's actually a really good ring.
Armor class saving throw. Holy crap, that is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Nice.
Actually
Why the fuck she
fucking
has
wild.
it? I don't fucking know.
Who knows? I'm watching George get diddled by fire right now.
Oh, where are you guys at?
I am
Oh,
exploring.
I'm in the Grove, but he's out exploring.
Oh, he's at Joaquin's.
Ooh,
Joaquin.
Just
do
loot.
we want to fight the harpies?
We can
Okay.
try to
Yeah.
kill them. Yeah, yeah. Maybe we should long rest. I see that we're out of shorts.
Yeah, I'm down.
Eat my shorts.
I have plenty of shorts.
Shorts.
Jorts.
YouTube shorts.
Jorts.
So I can walk into the Grove and I won't be immediately attacked.
No, everyone loves
Somehow.
us.
Federal.
Love it.
The only
Yeah.
reason why they attack the tieflings is because of Kaga.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Now you guys know. I do recommend you gotta talk to Mole and get the quest before you do anything, because I fucked
Gotcha.
up like that before, where I like stole the idol and went to go talk to her, and she was like, "Hey, thanks for helping us," and then she doesn't give you the quest, and I'm just, okay, I guess I have the idol for no fucking reason.
I guess I'll go fuck myself.
Right? Yeah.
I'm on the way.
Fish.
That's a friendly looking
I'm in a bush.
Is...
She's in a bush.
That's
I'm in a
nice.
bush.
Wait, who?
If everyone else minds their business,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
we'll be fine. Attention. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Did we
I
already?
think I
Oh, we
fixed
didn't
it.
even talk to these assholes to get 15 XP. I'm such a dumbass. Yeah, I saved your daughter.
Nice.
Nice.
Thank you.
Stop, I was fine.
No, you weren't, bitch. She was gonna trip on a Lego.
Lego.
Lego, my ego.
Lego, my ego.
Nah, green.
I love
Just like
Chef.
you like it.
What the hell?
You guys remember that? Chef Boyardee?
I love,
I love
Chef.
Chef.
Are we gonna? Are we long resting first?
Yeah, whatever. Whenever you're ready. I'm just coming
Oh,
to get
shot that
this
fucking
chest over
can of
here.
ravioli and made it all the way to that girl's house.
No shot, dude. No
Also,
shot.
fuck that mom for just saying no. Like, bitch, could have gotten a can.
It's like 50 cents.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
15
tonight,
cents was
honey.
a lot back then.
You would know,
Well,
wouldn't
now
you?
pennies are no longer made.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Arr. Being born in the 1500s is a cruel work. These new slubberdagallions wouldn't understand. Arr, are we gonna long rest?
Yes, yes, yes.
Would you want like to end the day?
Would you like
I would like
last
to end the day.
rest?
I would like to end the day. Uh-oh.
Oh, Scratch.
Scratch wants to talk to somebody. Probably has a health
Arr.
potion or something.
I'll talk to the dog.
Oh, look, there's Will. Lovely Will. Here, actually, I'm going to pick him up and put him in a better
He's a
spot.
good boy. He's just a baby.
Did that baby.
Here you go.
Oh, what's up, Shart? Good girl.
Yes.
Why does his legs always do
What?
that? Oh my
Who?
god.
What happened?
We don't have
A
the
girl.
owlbear yet.
What
We
are those
didn't
pheromones? Why would they? Chasm.
I don't think can we still get the owlbears?
Of
We
course
killed
you sent
everyone
a
at the
girl
goblin
to
camp
hunt
and
me
didn't do the
down.
chicken chaser shit.
Well, of course he did.
I don't know. Maybe he'll
I'm
show up
hunting
in
a
camp.
poor
I
innocent
think
for
so, because
money.
I've
Isn't
gotten the
exactly
owlbear
going
and
to
I've
win
never
sympathy, is
chased
it?
the chicken or choked
Oh.
the chicken.
I'm here
But
to
you know,
save you from a
Oh, Christy, did you get
vampire. That's
die?
much more convincing.
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was
Oh,
the dead
yes.
as shit.
You don't know.
ain't no way
Cazador
this business
is a,
is talking to Shadowheart after I had
slave
already talked to her.
in Baldur's Gate.
No, she had a thing over her head. And I was
Captured
just
me a
talking to
long
her.
time ago.
Done.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to her.
Insisted I call
Uh-oh.
him.
My fault, gang.
He wants
I want
to
to
put
get to
his
know you
scaly
more,
menace in
Shadowheart.
I
her.
only escaped when the mind flayers snatched me
Thank
away
you,
from
Paul.
him.
I thought you were gonna romance
I shouldn't be
the
surprised
stupid
Cazador was
squid.
hunting me.
Why not
He
both?
was quite obsessive.
Arr.
Am I in the scene with you and Astarion?
It's nothing. They're not special. They're just easy to buy and morally vacuous. Perfect
Christy, can you see me in your
But why send
scene or not?
anyone after
No,
me?
I can't.
Hardly a
Damn.
threat out here.
Tar, this experience reminds me of a medley.
Maybe he wants to make an example of me to show what happens to runaways. Or maybe he thinks death is too good
Who
for
the
me.
fuck is Lae'zel talking to?
We just have to be vigilant.
She said piss
Keep
off
our
with
wits
that.
about us,
What are you talking about?
and kill any monster hunters on sight.
Oh shit. You can't play that shit.
Arr, this moment reminds me of a medley from my youth.
A medley? Is it a soup? Oh,
Yeah, I
Scratch
stole
literally
Shadowheart's
whined at
camp
you.
outfit because it looks better on me.
Entice everyone to be a critic.
Go crouch on the rock behind Astarion. Okay, I did it. Nothing
We all gonna
happened.
do it.
He's like playing with a knife
Do I?
or a sword.
Do I hear a song?
You hear a song?
Yeah. Oh, everyone's coming.
Performance failed.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Thank
Oh.
you, Kentucky.
She just like laid in midair.
Hey, you're pretty good. Don't have that.
Okay, calm down, Snake.
Ocelot.
Ocelot. Whatever he is.
Oh, Kentucky. Thank you so much for that
You're
follow.
pretty good.
You mean the?
You're pretty good.
But I like how
Pretty.
Bill's leg
That guy?
is bent up.
Good. I know, dude. Every time I fucking drop his
And you put him in the circle. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried.
You know what? It's
I feel like
fitting because he dumped me in our last playthrough.
Hello.
It's
in
so
a different
fitting.
life, I feel like I would be Naked Snake and Wolf would be Ocelot.
Pretty good.
Like,
Pretty
how
much
does
okay.
Will
Best bros
dump
for life.
me? Oh, thank you for the follow, Chintoki?
I say Gintoki.
Gintoki? Chintoki?
Hey, thanks for the follow, Jintoki the Elk.
Elky,
Thanks
Elky.
for the follow.
Welcome, welcome. Elky, Elky.
Elky.
I would try to do an elk noise, but they just screech. So.
Oh my God! Holy crap! That was
Yo, can I call you Gin and Tonic?
terrifying. What
Oh,
just
yeah,
happened?
that's-
Also, thanks for the follow. Holy.
Hey, what's up,
Everything
Penguin?
just echoed like 20 times and it wouldn't stop.
Arr, I have a
I might do
solution
it
for that,
again.
Wolf.
Uh-oh, pocket sand. I just screeched.
Okay. Holy. That was
Aw,
insane.
Scratch is stretching. Big stretch.
Are we going to bed?
Yeah,
Arr,
I'm
can
waiting
we
for somebody to
finally
go to bed.
Would you like to go to bed?
Would you like to go to bed? We're just a bunch of gremlins.
Would you
Arr,
like to
this
go
damn
down?
scaleback is pissing me off with his tunes.
Then go somewhere else. Put some earplugs in.
Feet, feet, feet.
Feet,
Sorry,
Feet.
feet.
sorry. My feet, my dogs be on the screen every time we go to bed.
How funny would it be if someone was running for president and his last name was Feet?
Feet.
People
President
would be
feet.
chanting in the crowds, feet, 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 feet.
Feet.
I'd vote for him just because of the meme.
Parabellum.
Okay.
Propria. Kitties.
On guard, lass. Oh, you have a shiny sword. Allow me to give you my praise.
Thank you.
What is
trying to
happening with
Grab you
Will?
by the pussy.
Who?
That's why I said his leg is like straight up.
Bro's got like the attention span of a weasel. I swear to God.
The fuck is
Yeah,
that supposed to mean?
every time I drop him, his
Will.
legs just fucking. His
I
ass
was
cheeks
explaining it
are
earlier.
coming through
Yes,
his underwear.
but I didn't see him in this position. I knew he was here, but I didn't see him in this position.
Arr,
told
thank
you his
for
legs
the
are
vote
broken.
there, penguin. How do thee do?
Taking feet pics.
Feet pics. Arr,
Literally.
be a cruel irony.
That's insane.
That's why I would vote for him and be just like, hey, you gotta take pictures of the feet now.
That's
President
crazy.
feet.
President feet.
4 more years of feet.
Yeah, feet.
President
Yeah,
Pinky
feet,
Toe.
Feet. No, Pinky Toe's
Alright,
vice
who-
president.
Who's got? Dude, Pinky Toe. R.I.P. Dude. She was a real one.
She was a
VP.
real one.
Yeah, her goofy cousin Xanax is here now.
Dude,
Yeah, man.
to replace that as well. It's a lot of.
I have a.
Footwork.
I'm pretty
Redirect.
sure one of them fucking spawns all the way up here.
Arr.
Okay.
All right, who wants to?
Scaleback should talk to the kid.
What if we throw an alchemist fire where they spawn?
On the
Would
kid?
that like make anything
Oh.
happen? On the kid? No,
On the
I wasn't
kid.
trying to do that.
Arr, Wolf, you should talk to the kids. It's your front lining now.
Okay, I'll go talk to
Yeah, I
the
was
child.
gonna say it probably shouldn't be me because like I feel like my character would want the kid to be like go
I'm gonna.
towards the danger.
I'm gonna try and like play this methodically as fuck. Sorry,
Talking
you're
to the
bait.
child.
You're bait, Wolf.
Okay.
I wish I
Sorry,
could jump
sorry,
farther.
sorry.
Sorry. Like May from Overwatch.
Oh, I'm in the bush, but the bush disappeared.
All right, they're out. They're out here. Wait, keep in the conversation if you can.
Oh, thank God.
I think the conversation's ending.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, son of a.
Cool, I'm lured. I love it. I love immediately being lured.
Thank you,
Apparently,
Paul.
I'm
Arr.
listening to the luring song, but I'm
Thanks
not lured.
for happening.
Oh, I'm lured.
Have a good
Okay,
night.
that's fucking great. I'm lured. I'm lured from Omicron Percy I8.
Arr, hey, Harpy. Look this way.
He's gonna grab her by the pussy.
Oh,
Gotcha.
what?
This reminds me of a
You heard
medley.
what she said.
Bro, that fucking.
They see what this says.
Ah, please, dude, roll me out of this.
Oh yeah, Jin. If you don't have a wisdom and some type of wisdom, this fight sucks.
Hell yeah, dude.
Good thing, haha! I'm playing a pirate. Pirates are
I
known
love how
for their
you held the
wisdom.
loot while you dodged
Are
that.
they?
I'm just that good.
Oh, I'm not lured anymore. Wait, am I? No.
I am legendary Steve the pirate.
Get fucked, you stupid harpy bitch. Get him. Get him.
Arr, babe, 1 damage.
Wow.
My
She's off
grandmother
balance.
could do more.
That's
Uh-oh,
crazy
Margon's
that
gonna
you would
die.
say that.
Arr, babe, let me show you how it's done.
Well, that was all I
I'm not
could do
lured anymore.
because I
Oh,
already
brother.
used
Oh,
the Eldritch
fucking
there you
Blast.
go.
Hey, run at the other one.
Before the
Run at the
fight.
other one so I can get advantage.
Arr, babe, I killed him in 1 hit.
You want me to run at the other one?
That was all I could do.
Now tell George. George,
Oh.
run at that other one over there. Get close to it. So I can get a bit. Oh, thank you. You are amazing.
I think I'm gonna try
90%.
Okay.
Mm.
That's fine. Bada bing, bada boom.
What?
You need to
Let me pull this shit
shut
up.
up.
Good fucking job.
With your
Oh my god, our
dumbass.
monk is doing shit, dude.
Yeah.
And I don't have anything else that I can
Unlucky
do here.
rolls.
So take a dagger.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Damn! Holy fuck! What?
And now it's my turn.
Sing for
Arr,
me.
the damn Skillback's playing a tune of his own.
Dude, nothing's worse whenever you're playing a playthrough and like you roll so well and then you go through it another playthrough and you're just get shit on.
It's shit.
You just
Oh,
like
man,
you don't
yeah.
get any roll and you're just like, fuck, dude, what?
Yeah.
Love it.
Fucking ones. Oh no, don't hit the child. Oh, she's gonna eat him.
Arr.
Oh, no.
Like hell he will.
Maybe I can get her ass too. Oh,
Arr.
nice, Christy.
You can't touch the
Arr,
child.
Hold on.
Calm down,
I'll take
Epstein.
care of him.
I'm waiting.
Well, okay, that didn't work.
Was that the
I
last
think I
one?
got
Here
him.
we go. Oh, never
Beautiful.
mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Good job.
You know, the child is coming to talk to one of you. Oh, he's going to talk to the dragon.
We're talking to George, I think.
Yay, good job, guys. Oh my god, these harpies were so fucking easy.
Arr, take a breath.
Oh, yeah.
Deep and slow. You're safe
User.
now.
Let
That's what the harpy said.
They
Me, me,
always
me,
do
me, me.
their best, but the singing.
Pretty sure that's what he
I need
says.
to get back.
Oh,
Mom
this
will
is
be
this is
so
right.
mad.
Okay.
Wait,
All the way
you should
I took
find
the
a boy
harpy
called
boner.
Donny.
Oh, I got. Look at me! Getting us inspired!
Oh,
Glad I went urchin.
Arr, slaying the piper.
Oh, God.
I will stand guard to make sure no more harpies come by.
I'll get the treasure over here so y'all
Hey.
don't have to run over
Oh.
here.
Y'all,
What happened?
I just see the kid was like sliding down the roots. At least on my screen. I'm gonna clip it. That's
Arr, this
funny.
harpy seems like a baddie.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what?
Tell me why.
Looks like I might break for a
Arr,
second
baby.
here.
Would you like to see what's inside my pocket?
Sir Penguin! Oh crap, Sir Penguin is on.
babe.
Sir Penguin's over on Nexus. Holy shit,
Bro,
Sir
he's
Penguin.
been on Nexus. He's been there for
My
a while.
chat's broken.
He's the final
I'm
act
sorry,
that
Sir
fucks the whole
Penguin.
thing in my relationship with Carla.
It's beta.
Oh, I'm
It's beta.
sorry.
I was talking to him for you, Wolf. Don't worry. I was talking to him.
Oh, I
got you,
appreciate
dog.
that. It's
Yeah.
it's beta, so my pop out chat's not currently working. But it's you know.
This may be hard to believe,
Oh, yeah,
Elkie, but I've
Jen.
never beaten the game.
Yeah, she's never been to the final boss. It's crazy.
Nope.
Okay.
I've never been past
Crazy.
where we got last time, and then we died.
Then we could die.
We died
Yeah.
in
It
Act
should
3.
work now, I think, if I refresh this.
My advice is just that, you know.
I was listening to George.
No, we weren't.
He said,
kept saying to
she's
spread out.
invisible in
Oh my
here.
god, that broke. It broke it. Okay, I'm not gonna mess with that anymore.
She's
Yeah, Act
invisible
3
in
had
here
a-
somewhere.
Act 3 has a bunch of AoE bullshit, so you just gotta spread out.
Yeah, but-
really.
She
I
literally
have
just
played
fucking
Phasmophobia.
duplicated
Oh, man,
way
I
too
have.
much.
Yeah.
Okay, the harpies are done.
Now, are
Didn't
the
you say
messages
you wanted
from
to kill
Nexus-
the Zentarum?
They are sending over to. That is so cool. Yeah, let's kill the Zentarum. Those a holes.
Yeah, we already got the
Arr.
bow.
So it looks like.
The heart.
So why are you now
Oh.
not sending?
God damn it.
What's going on here? Why did that just start sending really low?
Arr, I will say, though, the Zentarum are pretty cool in Act 3.
What's happening here?
That's if you
Yeah,
want to see
but
him. You
do
don't
we
have
need
to.
them? Do we need these guys? And to be honest, what we could do is, like what we did last time, is push Xeris down to the bottom and then just light the whole place up, and they all die.
Okay. Gonna go buy some shit real quick.
I have an elixir of strength on, so I can go far, Christy.
Oh yeah, I can't. That's okay.
That did the
Yeah, you might hurt
same.
yourself if you come down here.
Yeah, it said like I would lose 16 health. I'll take the long way.
Okay, so I figure what I could do is wait for y'all to get up here,
Still doing the
and
same
then
thing.
we push this bitch down, and someone throw an alchemist fire down.
Okay. I'm coming. Sorry. All right, we're all going up
No,
here.
you're good.
I'm like playing and also trying to fix things at the same time. I'm multitasking.
She used to play on anything that isn't the hardest difficulty. I have like ADHD.
That's the best way to do it,
and
though.
like I gotta like play different fucking shit and see what different things happen. There's something wrong with me.
Nah, it's just
I feel like
wolf
I
fault.
have. I feel like I have
Oh,
ADHD
Christy, do
in
you
a
want
different
to?
way.
What's
Like, I
your
have to play a
percentage to
different
push
game.
her?
40.
Damn.
I
What
mean, I
about
can
you?
flurry
I just
of
wanted
blows
to push
pusher.
this. I just wanted to
Will
pose
it
the
work?
same way.
Will it work like that?
I have 55% if I
Pick up
just
the
push her, but if I
pace,
flurry of
bitch.
blows, for a flurry of blows push, I have a 65% chance.
Hold on.
I have a 56% chance to Eldritch Blast her off.
I have an 85% chance to push her off.
Well, I can't do it with you there yet.
Hold
I
on,
have
I'm
to
gonna
be there.
I'm gonna
It's
buy
okay.
this guy, Oscar.
Whoever has, you said you have an
Oh,
how,
he's-
how high a percentage?
Oh, now I have a 75%.
85.
Oh yeah, you do it.
Hold on.
Oh, he's saving the artist. Hold on.
There we go. I convinced him to sell for
I don't
600.
want any attention right now. Okay, so that's not going to.
And I am Steve the pirate.
Bro, he's
That.
definitely half cat. A box full of corpses? That's actually hilarious.
Oh, y'all should listen to what I'm saying because I got past the investigation check.
Oh, I have an 85% chance to blow her off from here.
Oh, okay. Maybe do that and I'll stay hidden. Also, George, what are you like finessing that guy?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Just out of view.
He don't even have no money.
Oh,
I'm good
wait,
now.
Look at him running.
98%.
Oh, there you go. She's gonna
She
gonna
gon-
do that. Then who wants to throw alchemist? I mean, I guess I could shoot an arrow
All right, we're good now.
or
Do whatever we
alchemist
want.
fire.
Okay,
All right, I got
tell
an
me when you're ready.
alchemist fire in my hands, and I'm ready
I was
to
trying to create.
put it right on this fucking
Babe.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Push her off now! Push her!
Babe.
Push her!
My
Oh,
fault.
Christy!
What? No, don't Christy me. That was George.
Well, it's a
He
pusher.
ruined the
I said
plan.
push her!
She did say push her, but I was also trying to dip my weapon in the brazier, but I hit it on accident.
Insane. It's okay. It happens.
Push her!
Hold on.
Still push
I
her!
can do this.
I can't.
I can
I'm
do this.
last.
George, push her!
Can we move this brazier? No, we can't.
Aye, babe.
I can't push her because I can't get in the spot to push her.
George fucked
Move
us.
over just a little.
Relax, we're fine. We're crying.
I mean, I can still blow everyone up but her.
No,
If
blow her
it's
up, blow
really
everyone up. I can kill her myself.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at that shit. Arr, my game lagged. All the zeros.
Yarr!
How about these, Aris?
And then run away.
Arr, nah, I'm gonna let her
Oh,
force
okay.
my way away from me.
Well, I can't get to her now, so thank you.
What the f-
Okay.
I could probably hit her
Oh,
off.
wait.
pissed.
Wolf, I got you, dog. I got you. There you go.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate it.
There, can you
I
get her now?
got you. Yeah, he can get her now. Alright, Brem's gonna die.
Oh wait, it's my turn. I'm sorry. I could just.
I don't know why we're worried about this fight. It's really not that hard.
I wanted to do it
Oh,
clean.
But you want to do it cool, you know?
I don't know
Yeah,
where
it's
you're
like-
gonna go.
Yeah.
Everything's on fucking fire down there.
You ready for this?
Watch him burn himself and
I'm gonna do
die.
it. Yeah.
Well,
Too easy.
Didn't even get
Oh, I
pushed.
didn't even. Yeah, I tried to push her. It didn't even matter.
Yeah, she got fucked.
Also, there's no ladder to get up here. So, is there a path up here that you can take? I
Nah,
guess you'd have to go.
he'd have to jump and then come up this
He
ladder.
could come. Yeah, or well, he could do that too. Yeah, I guess there is a ladder over here, huh? Just kidding. There was a ladder over here.
Did I get him?
Nice. No.
I don't think so. I
Damn
don't
it.
know where he went. He
no
might be
damage there.
going the long way.
Oh yeah, he might. There's a ladder that way.
Mm,
I will head over there to cover.
Next WebSocket connection.
what about the loot? We don't need nothing here.
Oh, there's loot in the back we can get.
Yeah. All this stuff up
for
here
gold.
is meh.
Golden
what should I
potions don't
do?
help.
Hmm. I
I'm
wonder
going
where
over
he
here
would
to make
be
sure he's
at.
up the ladder.
What if I do this?
Oh, nice.
Nice.
There he is.
Amazing.
It's like
Nice.
whack-a-mole. Whee! Good job,
Let's
guys.
have a look.
Yeah, nothing went wrong.
Other than George.
Yeah.
I'm just
Nothing
kidding.
went
I'm just
wrong.
kidding.
Relax.
Fucking smacked a brazier for 0.
For real. What the fuck?
I forgot that dipping your blade has an actual action.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Okay, this
Mug of
should-
beer.
I'm getting all the camp supplies.
Hell yeah. See if I can get these traps perceptive.
Ooh, 7 lemons.
I'm gonna try this. This might be the simplest.
Wieners.
Got it.
You don't like those. You're part-time gay.
True.
Next is chat. Let me pop over to here. And then let me refresh you.
Too easy.
Wait, oh yeah, isn't there the other people over here?
Okay, awesome. So
Yeah.
now that's working.
Two guys.
Ooh, you gonna break again if I do this?
Oh, I just critically failed.
you do break
Watch out,
again.
Christy.
Watching me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, stop it! Oh my god!
Get out of here, Christy.
Hey, just
Get
walk
out of here,
past.
Christy. It's
Just walk past him, right?
Yeah. Well,
I,
I'm.
Okay,
but
cool.
I was
Chat should be
disarming
working
it
now.
and I critically failed, so it's gonna blow up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I said.
Hey,
I'm over here
Listen to the
disarming
She's
him
like,
and
just
nothing.
walk past it, and I'm just like looking at my critical failure, like
I'm over here
I can't
casually
move.
disarming 4 of them, and Gab fails.
Oh.
Critically fails 1.
Wow.
Okay, babe.
How did I get seen?
I know. I literally got a 1.
Babe, did you not see the red right there?
Ah!
Well,
Don't see
Homemade!
me!
I
I
walked
see you. I
to
see
the
you now,
side
homemade.
of the red.
I'm so sorry for missing your
No,
messages.
obviously not.
Well, I missed
It's
the penguin's
okay,
message.
I got
the
you.
homade's over on Nexus. If you did send messages over on
Oh,
Netflix
nice.
or Netflix, Nexus.
How the fuck is that guy there
Homemade,
like
I
that?
did miss.
Ah, yes,
I
Netflix.
missed their penguins.
How did I miss that?
But now I got
How
it fixed.
is
Now I
he
can actually
like
see your
that?
messages.
Is he stuck?
Here, let me show you how it's done.
I tried to hit him off and it didn't work.
Easy.
That takes
Oh, that's rude.
damage.
I missed. Oh my fucking god.
Arr.
That's
Hold on, I'm
amazing.
gonna, more
Tis
damage.
but a
No
cruel
way for me to.
mistress.
I'm getting disadvantaged. Ooh.
This
You guys,
discharge.
you guys stop getting disadvantaged.
Nice.
You talking about?
Alright.
Okay, don't take your
Get
turn
fucked.
yet.
Okay, I'm not taking
there's
my
not really
turn.
there's not really a way around, is there? I have to go.
No. Yeah, you got to
to
go
the
down the
thing.
middle. Or you can go jump down here and climb up this.
I could yeet down there.
There's a wolf down there. You can go
Yeah.
meet your friend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go meet my friend. Give me a second.
Magic.
Hey, buddy.
Oh,
I can't see your
it's
gameplay on it. You can't
magic.
see gameplay on it. You should be
You
able to. It's working.
know.
Uh-oh.
Try refreshing. Sometimes it breaks. I gotta work out the actual stream thing. Sometimes it gets janky.
Hold on, Wolf. I'm going to check it out to see if it is visual or not. Yeah, I don't see anything, Wolf.
Nothing's there.
It's just
Okay,
black
here.
screen.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. He said, these hands are rated E for everyone.
Okay, buddy. I see.
I like
Okay.
that monks are truly about equality, equal rights, equal
They really
lefts.
You right.
They really are.
So there's nothing on there. Okay, so there's something wrong with the encoder. Let me fix this real quick. I should be able to just do this, and then I should be able to just restart the stream there, and then
Yeah,
it should
Wolf.
kick
There's no
in.
audio either.
Yeah, the whole stream's not working. It's weird. It's being really jank.
Oh,
And I think I know why. And unfortunately, I might have to not have the sub-second latency on it. I might have to have a few seconds of latency to fix it, which is fine, I guess.
Nerd, 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 nerd.
Nerd. You know what? That
nerd.
reminds me of a song.
What was that? Oh,
Tell me
they
to shut
said
the hell up.
shut the
Bless you, baby.
fuck up.
Thank
Oh,
Thank you, I
that
didn't
was a
sneeze.
sneeze? I
no,
thought
it was a hiccup. It was a hiccup.
Oh,
Oh.
my fault.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Gesundheit. Indra.
Ich lick Bein.
It's a pretty cool name, though, for a wolf.
Let's see.
Damn.
Let me pop back over to here.
Arr, Wolf, I'm on me way.
It says
Slim
Boom.
Pickle. Thank you so much for the follow, dude. Welcome to the chaotic stream.
I'm here, Wolf.
Oh
Never
my
mind.
god.
We have a pirate, a dragon, a demon, and I don't know what the
This
fuck
reminds
I
me of a
am.
melody.
A retard.
this reminds me. Whoa.
Hey, I'm calling myself that, okay? Uh-oh, she's raging.
Arr.
Holy,
Arr,
holy.
ha. I've
Not
hit
11.
harder than your grandma.
Why is there?
What?
Nice shot.
I didn't do as much as she did, though.
Arr, this damn scaleback burning up my boots.
Oh, she
down.
fell.
Ah!
Nice job, scaleback.
I'm coming for you next.
They did not like that melody, no. They said, shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna play it right in his
Where's-
freaking ear.
Does anyone remember where the one ring is? What is it called?
Ring of power.
Caustic-
Caustic
Mall?
Band? Caustic Band. Oh, Darius.
Oh shit, Wolf.
We still gotta go to the Underdark.
Healing.
For sure.
I did not like that melody.
And she's dead.
Sit down.
Oh, I didn't
Are
mean
you
to do that.
business?
Shit, I accidentally clicked out of the share
Wolf.
fucking chat.
Let me help you.
Oh,
I
Let me
appreciate it.
show you how it's done.
you
I
should
should
be
be in
able to
there.
rejoin.
Yeah.
Arr.
Cool. Incredible.
I'm sure it's in the volcano. Yeah, it is. Oh, it's my turn. Sorry.
I'm gonna run away.
My favorite part of Lord of the Rings is when Bilbo Baggins became Bilbo Swaggins.
Oh, nice. Okay, let me pop
I did
this.
8, and then I did
Incredible.
26. Ridiculous.
Incredible.
What's hiding here?
Beautiful. Mwah. Why are you not working here?
Arr, I'm gonna open up this gate now.
More
I
kids
picked up some
fun.
keys.
Oh, didn't we not loot the, what's your name? Oh, wait, here's the key. I got it.
That's...
I picked up
I'm
some
already
keys. I don't know
second
if they'll work.
riches.
What?
Yeah, there's not many people on it yet. And
Something
there's not really
over
anything you
there.
can use the points for
Here, wait.
right now, but that stuff will be implemented soon.
Easy, babe. 20 difficulty, easy. Tar, ideeth. Oh, an ornate chest.
If you
The
if you
I
click your
found
little
infernal
avatar,
iron.
oh, the wait, it's not.
Oh,
my
babe, you
God,
might
that
use
fucking
that. Might be
broke
good for
again.
you. Does your
Okay, we gotta
thing
fix
do
that.
psychic damage? Your hexblade?
Yeah.
Yeah, read what that does. That might actually be good for you.
The where summoned creature has resistance to all damage except psychic
okay, babe?
damage.
Let me fix something
Oh,
real
never
quick.
mind. Never mind. I misread that. My fault.
Yeah, I was like, I
Wait,
don't
what is it?
summon anything. The
Never
where
mind.
summoned
Oh,
creature
the
has
aberration.
resistance to all damage
Yeah, never mind.
except psychic damage.
Trash.
Ooh, I found dried beef sausage. La, 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 la.
I'll send it to Kim. So
Hey, yo.
I guess.
Well, they had wizard time on the front porch. Yeah.
I see a button.
Don't
You
push
won't
it.
press
No
it.
traps, please.
It does nothing. I think it. Yeah, there it
Pops
is.
the explosives. That's it.
There we go. We got the loot.
Already, I knew what
Give me
that
the
button
loot.
did. None of us were there. Relax.
Give me the loot.
That's how Christy dies. What does this button do?
No, that's how George almost killed us that one time.
Hey, what's this button do? And I die. Arr, help me.
Yes, mug it. You see that button?
Imagine if we mugged a button, we got like 1,000 gold. That button had
That
some
would be
gold
pretty
in it.
crazy.
All right, where to next? Want to do the spiders?
Do we gotta loot all these people down here?
Oh, I don't think we did.
Yeah. We
Do
can
you
do
want
the
to do the
spiders.
spiders or, you know,
Yeah, for sure, we
Diddy's
can do that.
dungeon, aka the Underdark?
We can do the spider and then go to the Underdark.
Okay.
From the spider. Let's do that.
From the spider, because we definitely have Featherfall. I don't have a scroll of Featherfall.
So this
Oh, yes, I
scroll
do. I
of
have
fly right
4.
here.
I have 4. I have 4 of them. We're okay.
Alchemist fire. There's a lot of stuff down here. Holy shit.
I know. You guys thought, what about the loot? Look, it didn't even get burnt.
Well, some of it did.
Smoking pipe. Give me that.
I'm fixing a thing, homemade.
Yeah.
You should be
I
able to
needed,
link
I needed to smoke my
your-
wolf candles.
your YouTube or your
She
Twitch.
needs it to smoke the
If
spicy
you link
water.
both,
Look,
you
this
get-
one didn't
you
blow
get, like 4,000 points total. But it doesn't. The user menu isn't showing anything, so there's some issues there.
Damn.
Ooh, this
Okay.
is. Ooh, look at this.
Look at that. Look at him. Look at
Look at all
us.
this loot. Nom nom. So yummy. Piece of candy.
I feel like Gab's the only one who makes noises like that when she loots.
Yes.
I make noises when I loot.
Nobody cares.
So like,
No.
I'll make a noise right now.
He pulls out his actual loot and starts singing.
That's actually a great idea. I make noises when I loot. Nobody's here to. Nobody's. Everyone else is on the other side of the cave. Hold on, wait, guys, come back.
Blighted
back.
Village, right?
Yeah, we'll go to Blighted Village. Da, 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 da.
Did we kill everybody here? I think so. Oh,
I think so.
we did it? Yes? Yeah. Wait.
Ragsland.
Oh, okay. So it's
Joy
just broken
Raglan!
from
Joy
my.
Raglan!
Joe Baxley.
Hey, homemade on the top left of Nexus. If you click your little avatar icon, you should see a YouTube and Twitch, and then like a connect for the one you didn't connect with, and then a disconnect for the one that you did. Do you see that? Because I think it's just broken from me because I have a different layout.
I can check real quick.
Yeah,
what
or
do you want me to do? Yeah, you can disconnect
but
or
then-
connect.
Okay, awesome, sweet. So it's just me that it's broken for.
Also,
if you
your echo
connect-
is fucked
Am I echo? Why am I
on
echo?
the Nexus, yeah.
How am I echo? There should
Yeah,
be
you're
no
echoing.
echo.
Pretty bad.
What if I do that?
That's even worse. Hey, triple echo.
What if I do this?
Still echoing.
Still echoing.
Yep.
Oh, hold on. What if I just do this?
What if I just do
I'm echoing.
this?
Am I echoing?
Yes, you're still echoing.
The fuck?
I don't know. Look, man, don't look at me. Okay. Don't shoot the messenger.
Nothing. Last time it worked when I just muted the tab, but now it's like hella broken.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me
It's like triple
turn
echoing
that.
now. It's crazy.
let me do that and then apply that and then maybe. Arr.
Okay, I'm glad I checked it.
Is it? Is it echoing for every session that's open? Is that what it's
No.
doing?
I don't see the. Did you turn it off?
Turn what off?
The stream. Nexus is blank now. It's just black.
It's just black. Yeah, it does that. Okay. I might just stop the stream on Nexus for now.
Okay.
And then fix it and whatnot. And then, yeah. But here's the thing. Well, actually, I don't know if I have that implemented yet. Shit, I need to implement that. What'll happen when I have it fully implemented is once you're signed into Nexus, when you watch on YouTube or Twitch and you send messages, you'll still get points. You just have to sign into Nexus first for it to do the thing,
Gotcha.
and whatnot. So I don't know if that's implemented yet, though. But that's why I put beta in big bold letters at the top of the website. Probably more like an alpha phase, to be honest.
Oh, I
You know.
messed it up.
Christy, why are you stacking boxes?
Because I was bored.
Here, I'm gonna encage you because deaf people should not have free reign.
Wow.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Here, I'll help.
There you go.
I agree, actually.
I agree. What are we doing in Blighted Village?
The spiders, you dumb nut.
Oh, that's right. My fault.
Give it a shot.
Uh-oh.
Listen, I'm a wee
uh-oh.
bit distracted.
Yeah, something didn't like that. I accidentally hit
He's
a
a wee
body.
bit distracted.
I didn't
do
think
get
the
a wee bit
body was
distracted.
gonna
Wolf,
do
touch
that.
this shield.
I'm not touching anything.
Why not? I'll take it then.
I don't trust.
Now look what you've done, babe.
Bye, babe. Arr. Bye-bye.
That's insane.
Just climb
That's
out.
crazy
Okay.
that you did that.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Babe.
lie, that was my fault.
What
Of
happened?
course, I'm fucking last.
I hit the dead body that was hanging, and it was connected to the web, and I didn't realize it.
No, Gab did what I did.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, Gab, I
Just
literally did
leave.
the same thing. Like, right when you did it, I did that too.
And I'm in webbed. Okay, that's fucking wonderful.
You're okay.
There you
Just
go,
get
baby.
out of here. Yeah, just get out of
Yeah.
here. Okay, I'm watching them. They're going back to where they go.
Arr, I'm going back
I'm so
in.
sorry. That was my bad.
Arr, the web.
Yeah, they're
No,
they're
George
leaving.
did the same thing. And then he's like, bye,
I'm
babe.
so sorry.
I was like, wow.
Oh, I did mine with malicious intent.
Hmm.
Well, maybe
was
I could have
accidental,
do
Gab.
this with the malicious intent.
Arr, you do
I
that.
didn't
I have
realize it
something in
was
my pocket
touching the
for
web.
ye.
I thought it was just hanging from this.
Arr, I am back in. Now,
Okay.
let's take over this nest.
I'm back
Okay.
in.
Okay.
Your
okay,
mother.
Okay.
I'm not doing it anymore because Wolf did it. He ruined it.
Good. Thank fucking God.
Wait, why are you walking on the web? They're
thank
gonna come
God.
running again. Oh wait, no, you probably stepped on the shit that come on the floors.
The cum on the floor.
Do I have any
know what
potions
is
I
over
can?
there?
Do I have any potions I can take? Cause I'm hurting a little bit.
Arr, skill issue.
We should, yeah, you could take some of mine, or
Okay.
also Odessa has 11. We're pretty stacked on potions.
I just don't have any. I let y'all buy everything because I don't want to spend
Yeah.
money.
I
without-
stole
without
mine
asking.
from all the companions in the camp.
Yeah.
Drink one, and then I'm gonna drink one. Perfect. Incredible.
I wonder if I can do my little trick thing, shoot them until they die, and then not be in combat. What do you
Shoot
think?
them until they die. That would be a great
Die,
trick.
motherfucker,
Should I
die.
try?
Die, motherfucker, die.
Let me- should I-
Yes. I'm
Okay,
going
I'll try.
to walk over here.
Well, I got 2 off, but I missed one.
Are you in combat now?
I am in
Yeah,
combat.
she is.
But that Eder
Wait.
kept almost dead.
I have an idea.
He only has
no.
3 left.
I'll be right back.
Also, they're
no.
surprised, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, did you grab the spider boots?
I did, I have them on.
Oh, okay. I won't go over there then. I was gonna grab them.
Do you want them? You can put them
No,
on,
no,
and
no.
I'll put my other ones on.
No, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to grab it so one of y'all could have him.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna.
Humana,
the
humana,
scaleback's
humana,
up there.
Humana, humana, humana,
I'm
humana.
gonna risk being seen here. Shit. Okay, that's fine.
Oh!
I'm gonna risk being seen here. Shit. I'm
Listen,
sick.
Finish.
it's alright.
Finish him. Blast him.
Alright, I see an Eder cap over
Oh,
here.
hell yeah. Do it, yeah,
I'm
do
gonna
it.
surprise him.
Nice, dude. Oh my god, amazing. It's great being friends with a dragon.
Arr.
Because he be dragging these
Beautiful.
nuts.
Avasti Lubber.
Okay. I'm gonna fix while I'm waiting here.
Ettercap is surprised.
Live inputs.
Yeah. They're all surprised because they started shooting at him and they were like, what the fuck?
Hey, what the fuck? Fred's dead. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
god.
We're
They
ready
killed
now.
Kenny.
It failed to be encoded due to an unknown error. That makes sense.
Show you an encoded failure.
Metrics, logs. Input
I'm coming to
errors.
fuck this dude up with you.
Concluded.
What's up,
Amen.
bitch? Ooh. Did you get blasted? Okay, good. Whew. Forgot I did that.
He's dead.
Indeed.
All right, buddy pal.
Damn.
Pissing me off.
Time to kill this spider.
Yeah, get him. Yeah, get him.
Oi!
Oi!
Damn, he said you're
Vicious mockery.
That's something like said a wolf.
you're
You act like a
You
fighter.
don't even know what you're talking about, buddy pal.
You act
dude.
like a fighter, but you're a willy.
a fool's a fool.
A fool's a fool.
I'm gonna. Oh, you.
Humming,
You wait.
You act like a warrior, but you're a fool.
Through and
Can
through.
you hurry up?
It's you.
Yeah, that was me.
crazy.
I just realized. I was like, wait a minute.
Can you hurry up? Clicks the button.
Arr, death to the spider.
Nice. Wow.
Oh,
this
it's
is
a
so
goblin
easy.
child.
Aw.
George, catch.
Yeah,
it
when
up.
you said through and through, that reminded me like when I used to play Secret Hitler with my friends.
What?
Do you know what that game is?
Huh? No.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
you don't know the game Secret
You know-
Hitler?
I see
No,
I like
why
how she
George
casually
doesn't
just
love
drops
me.
Hitler's name.
Everything is making so much more sense
Yeah, it is.
with the everything just makes sense.
Yep.
It's pretty
I'm gonna
much
clip that.
no, it's pretty much like a
Yeah, go ahead.
kind of like
Hitler.
an Among Us game where it's like you have to figure out like who the imposter
Continue.
is, but it's like the liberals and the fascists, and like when you're like Hitler, obviously you're a fascist, but like most of them are the liberal, but like you have to like convince people that you're the liberal, not
You're
the
not?
fascist, and so
I
we would
see.
be like, I'm a liberal through and through. That's what it reminded me when you said through and through.
All right. Wolf, you want to upload this short or should I?
You go ahead. You go ahead.
Bet.
I feel like I played a game similar to that, but I'm pretty sure we didn't call it.
It's really
Fake Hitler.
fun, and like there's like an app that you download with the phone. It like it narrates it. It's pretty cool.
Can we talk about how she just casually dropped Hitler's name? It's like no fucking hesitation.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was talking
No
about
remorse
a
either.
game.
Hey, Hitler tried for surrender. Okay.
Wow.
Hitler also betrayed the Russians.
Wild.
Yes, he betrayed Italy too, like an asshole.
Insane.
On top of the atrocities he committed, he was also a big dumbass.
Fucking Kennedy. No, yeah, fuck Hitler.
Fuck.
He's rotting in hell.
Oh my god.
I just want to point out that Chrissy just casually drops Hitler's name like it's nothing. It's crazy.
I was talking about the game. I wasn't talking about
It's called
Hitler.
fake Hitler.
Yeah,
Shout out to
it's
all the
called
Jewish followers she
Secret
just lost.
Secret Hitler.
Yeah, let's bring them all back in, okay? Drano, Drano, Drano.
Wow.
Oh god.
Okay, we're
Said it
good,
like
we're good.
water.
Place.
Oh god.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm going to camp really quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Time. I'm trying to fix
This
stuff. While
Reminds
we are
me of a
waiting.
ditty.
Poor performance.
You're doing great. You're doing awesome.
You're doing
Thanks, Dad.
amazing, sweetie.
Are you winning, son?
Ooh. Carafe of wine. Don't mind if I
wait.
do.
Are these the same?
Okay, I have actually no. Let's send this back. I have one
They aren't the
smoke
same.
powder barrel on my person right now.
Interesting.
I should add Secret
So-
Hitler to my Amazon store so people could buy it with
Stop
my
saying that.
How am I?
I
Oh,
babe.
Happened.
I babe. I babe. She triggered the fight. She triggered
how
the
did-
matron fight.
I don't
How
know
did
how
you?
I triggered it.
Wait, where are
Babe,
you?
the spider's
Oh.
right there.
Oh, I didn't even see where she was.
Oh.
I was
Okay,
Okay, don't
going,
worry.
babe.
Don't move. Just don't move. Just don't
Don't
move.
Okay, I'm not
Move.
moving.
Don't
a
move because
muscle.
I have big brain ideas. This is actually fucking good. Actually,
I'm gonna
Christy's
run
big
away to
braining right
camp.
now.
And let you die, and everything will be fine.
No, listen, trust. I have
Yeah,
a
throw
plan.
something down there.
Hold on. I'm coming around town.
This video not found, so I
She'll
stream
be
this.
coming around the mountain when she comes.
I'm gonna get the
She'll be coming
waypoint because
around
I'm
the
passing
mountain when
it.
she comes. She'll be coming around the mountain. She'll be coming around
Here,
the
I
mountain.
got the
Wolf is really,
waypoint.
really
Look
gay.
at that.
and he's
Everyone,
gay.
you guys can port behind the fucking spider
Where's this
now
video not
easily.
found?
Just sneak. Listen, this is actually pretty fucking
Wait,
good.
we can walk behind the spider now.
Yes.
Do it.
Come. Just go
Okay,
to the
coming.
waypoint. Teleport to the waypoint.
Oh,
Yes.
whispering depths.
Nice.
Okay.
Fucking genius.
I know, dude. This is actually Christy's like biggest
Yeah,
fucking brain.
this was
yet.
my plan all along, guys.
Okay,
I
don't
believe it. I
patronize
believe
her.
it.
It's the
Where-
second
where are
time
we
she's
going?
walked
Which
into
one are we
red.
back
She's
in?
like, how did I not see the red?
Guys. This is look.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go to camp again. Hold
I
on.
couldn't
Hold on.
Okay.
see- I couldn't- I
Okay,
couldn't see
okay,
you,
you're
but
cooking.
Okay.
I'm going where Gab was. I'm walking
Okay.
directly to where Gab was.
Hey
I'm
Wolf,
standing where
I
Gab
don't
was.
want to alarm you, but the matriarch is right there.
No, I know. This is where Gab pinged. I'm just going where
Okay.
Gab pinged.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go
Right.
grab
I
that
put a-
amethyst there.
Oh,
Put the one barrel
I have a
down.
scroll, a fireball, and you guys could like
Oh,
run
okay.
away.
I'm gonna run
When y'all
away
are
from
ready.
where Gab pinged.
Yeah,
Put a
run
barrel
away,
down.
everyone. I'm putting another barrel down. Okay, now everyone. Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm taking this.
If you
Okay.
can feral, I'm pretty sure this is gonna fucking fuck him up.
I can firebolt the scroll.
Yeah, do
firebolt
it.
The...
Yeah, just do it. Don't end the turn.
Okay.
Just
Here we go
firebolt
again.
him.
Wolf, say your
Firebolt
line.
that.
Oh, nice!
Beautiful. Which
There
line?
we go.
I have a few.
That was amazing.
You wanna
Nice.
do it again?
Oh, we actually might be able to. Yeah, the way
You
this
wanna
is
do
set
it
up.
again?
Let's do it again.
Okay, wait. Actually, can I? Oh, I was
I
literally gonna
pushed
throw
it
this
back a
fucking
little
spider.
bit though. It's over here now.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Arr, back to
I might
duty.
be able to still
not-
do something.
Working.
Just look how close I am to this fucking
okay,
spider.
should I
Okay.
wait to
Hold
end
on,
my
I'm
turn then?
going to get another barrel. Yeah, don't end the turn, please.
Okay.
Don't, Christy.
Okay, I will end.
Okay. You have big brain going on right now. That's
Yo,
it.
homemade. I'm gonna take that line that you said though. They said it like water. It's so funny.
Said it like water. It's a beautiful line.
It is.
Back ID. Autoplay.
It was good. My beaner. Bro said it like
Oh,
water.
This might get me seen, but this is completely fine. Actually, did not get me seen. Amazing.
Yeah, you're not in the red. I don't think you would.
I know, but
yeah.
I put the barrel over there.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm gonna put these
Nice.
bombs over on top of it too.
There's something else I'm missing.
There you
I
go.
have a
I put two-
frickin-
CPS.
Two things.
The
Two
delivery
more
nets.
bombs. And then I'm gonna shoot a flaming arrow at this bitch, okay?
I am
Okay.
dipping. Arr, Wolf, get
Okay.
up here.
No, I'm gonna stay here.
Good luck,
I'm waiting.
everybody else.
Oh, oh!
Oh, it's dead. Nice.
Nice! That was amazing.
Amazing.
That worked.
Oh, thanks to Chrissy getting
Beautiful.
caught.
That's so amazing.
Now
Okay,
where's
where's
the
the
corpse?
third? Where's the third? It fell off the cliff.
The
I'm
corpse
sorry.
is dead. We're not looting it,
Oh.
dog.
Oh wait,
That's
Oh,
the
okay.
downside of cheesing
amethyst.
fights like that. You don't get the loot. I have the amethyst.
I
Don't
mean,
worry.
what does it
okay.
really have?
Yeah, I don't know.
That-
Well,
what
I'm
it
just,
That
I'm just saying in
robe.
general. The
Right?
downside of cheesing stuff like that,
Oh,
you
yeah,
lose
the
the
poisoner's
loot. so-
robe.
Wait,
or
how do you get
whatever.
that
Poison
amethyst?
Yeah.
There we go.
I said I have the amethyst. Yeah, take it.
I took it.
Okay, so now
I picked it up and I was gonna run away in case things went south.
I can actually flee. from combat and then come back in.
It's just this one spider.
So
Where
don't
is-
move, Christy.
Where
Just
is
don't
Oh,
move,
he's over
Christy.
there. Where Christy's at. Also,
Okay, I
before we
left
do
and
anything,
came
I'm gonna
back.
do this.
I literally fleed
Fuck
and
those
then
babies.
came back. This is amazing. This is
Crazy.
probably the easiest fucking spider fight I ever had in my fucking
This
life.
fucking
It
game.
just fell.
Did you blow up the fucking web?
I didn't. I was just walking over there and I saw it. I think the fire from the eggs caught it on fire.
Oh, maybe.
I can't reach the spider.
That shit was so funny.
Where is it?
Arr.
You ping it
It's-
for
Eggs
me?
remind me of Wolf's head.
It's right here. Yeah, I can't
Oh,
reach
what the
it. It went up so,
so gonna get
fucking
burnt.
high.
What a fucking bitch, dude.
Oh, now it's back down.
Oh, I'm pretty dead.
Oh.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Where is it?
It sees me now. Okay.
Oh, it's
Oh, he's up there.
Yeah, he's up here.
Wait, babe, hold on, babe. Hold on, don't end your turn.
Coming.
Okay.
got it.
I'm in combat because it teleported on me.
Hold on. I got it. I'm coming up behind it.
We're gonna fuck him up.
Arr, spider. Have at thee. Arr.
Good job. Good job.
And to finish it off.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Poke him.
I got him.
Smack him.
Nice.
Fuck yeah. Wow. Easy.
Arr,
We're
silk
so good at this
gland.
game. We're so good at this game.
Yeah.
The Silk Land. What is? Why do I?
Also,
That was
we
so
gotta remember
sick. We just killed
That
the
was cool.
spider like that.
We gotta in the goblin camp. We gotta definitely loot all those fucking rune powder barrels for sure.
Yeah.
'Cause I just used all of my shit. You guys want to go on a rocket ship ride?
A rocket ship, right?
Yeah, we're gonna jump down this hole.
What? What the fuck?
What?
Everyone get
Yeah.
near me. I'm gonna cast Featherfall and we're gonna jump down.
Okay, I'm
It's
coming.
Underdark.
I'm coming.
Yeah, baby. If you have Featherfall, you can just
coming.
jump down this area.
Oh shit!
I'm not close.
Watch
I'm
me
about
like
there.
somehow die.
You're close. No, we're not gonna die. I'm waiting for George.
I'm right here.
Okay. Oh
George is
wait, you're.
here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you ready?
Wow.
Am I close enough?
Yeah.
Yep. Let's
Wolf,
go,
she
friends.
confused us.
Wee.
Whee!
Where? Oh.
Broken bones. Gods. What's happening?
Why is
Oh, the
this
stupid Harry Potter ass scene.
I love it.
Oh, I'm not
I
even
forgot
in
about
the
this stupid ass
cutscene.
scene.
No
I just
one
see
is.
Wolf's gay ass.
This is Wolf, because he went first.
You throw some respect.
Hey guys,
Oh,
we're in my
bad.
hometown.
Mr. Gay shit.
There you go.
We're in my hometown.
Hey, aren't there minotaurs close to here?
Yeah, sneak. Christy, stop!
Oh god.
Christy.
Yeah, it's like right there and right here.
Okay, let's go this way
Arr,
first.
maybe I can talk to them. They can join
Valar
us.
Allu.
Oh. I almost got caught. Thanks, Cat Mobius.
Actually, I have an idea because there's also another Minotaur over here.
We could take him.
He's gonna run
No
up to the gate.
shot.
No, he's gonna run up to the gate.
No shot.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh.
Yeah, just let him. You fucking piece of shit, Boulette, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Let the gate kill that asshole.
I got that fucking. I got that damn cutscene where he's like, "They're coming."
Oh shit. I'm gonna.
Who is coming?
I'm gonna take the Falar Luve.
Okay.
Ask not for whom the bell tolls.
How do I not know what this is if I'm a?
Let me try to deploy this one.
That's a common
okay.
misconception. Not all
strong as
dark
fuck.
elves know the entirety lore of their own culture.
It's okay. I'm strong.
Look at Wolf. He doesn't know what his culture is.
Fucking, I'm white. My
Just
culture
scale
is
back.
stealing other people's
I'm
culture.
a wolf drow, I
Oh.
guess.
No, your
This is
culture is a-
illusory.
You idiot. I wasn't talking about real life. You dim-witted scaleback.
Hey,
Did you get it?
Buddy
Yay!
pal.
I got it.
Buddy
I pulled
pal,
it right
pal
out of the
buddy.
sun.
Why
Like Alexander the Great.
Baby leveled up.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
nice.
Nice.
Here, I actually
Level
have
up.
an
Look.
Arr, I'm gonna
idea.
mug this face. Arr, there be nothing in there. Tis
Don't
but
worry,
a
guys.
cruel mistress.
I'll be right there. Hold on. Stay down there, okay?
Hunger of Hadar. And false.
Oh, yeah, we killed everybody here.
Where is it?
Dave, why are you not working?
There we go.
I'm getting first semestated.
Hey, what's up, Kit Wayne?
Hey, Kit. How you doing, Kit? Hope you're doing well.
How you
Hope
doing,
life's treating
boy?
you well.
Boy.
I just cleared out a bunch of bandits for Dutch.
Fuck, bitch.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna come through the priestess gutway so I can open the gate and get the waypoint back here. 'Cause
All
I'm
right,
pretty
if
sure,
you say so.
I'm pretty sure those fucking
I'll
the
talk about
moon
me and depress
statue's
everyone.
gonna fucking
Well, whatever's
zap
happening,
us,
I hope it
dude.
gets better.
Kit, you'll never depress us. You're always welcome in the gang with Dutch and I.
Fuck Dutch.
Oh,
You went
hello,
from
Kit.
pirate to fucking... I don't even know what you call that.
fucking Arthur Morgan in here.
Arthur Morgan.
Arthur Morgan.
I had a son.
Ew.
He passed away when he was young. A wife left me.
What the fuck?
Hey,
Arthur
hey,
Morgan had a
Arthur.
really sad life.
Hey, Arthur.
I'm
Who?
afraid.
Arr, I know this scaleback isn't gonna make a joke.
Who?
Yeah, welcome.
Arr.
Not...
You know what's in my pocket for you?
Here I come, I am Cinnamon. Okay,
There's
I
Gab.
gotcha. Here I am. Touch it.
Oh, she went through the goblin camp. Bet.
Here, I get the waypoint. Yay! I just wanted to kill that moon thing because I had a feeling that it was gonna fucking zap us.
Oh, that would have sucked.
Yeah.
Ocean of healing. Don't mind if I do.
Hell yeah. I don't think we
Must be on
should
my
do
way.
the Eye of the Beholder shit, if that makes. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Arr.
Why not? We can take him.
I'm
We
scared.
should. Isn't that how we
I'm a
died
monk.
one time?
I can
Yeah.
punch him in each
A
eye.
monk.
I mean, I can try to like trigger the fight without actually being in the fight. You want me to try to do that real quick?
Wolf's
While
like-
you guys are
Wolf's
like
so
not nearby.
stupid.
So like we would only be see him. I would be surprised, but I'm too far away for him to see me. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and do it.
Well, kid, I hope everything works out for you. That sucks. Getting a job is kind of tough. I know
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of other people who are also struggling to get
All right,
jobs.
I did it.
Yeah, I don't know what
okay.
industry you're in, but
He can't see
Yeah,
me,
right
but he's
now.
there. Okay. It's good. He almost got my ass, dude. He almost got my fucking ass. Oh, he just hurt himself. He just healed. There you go. So now we can surprise him.
oh, nice.
All you do is you shoot an arrow at one of the petrified fuckers.
Is that
Petrified.
why everything's been broken?
But no, kid, like in my
Kid,
industry where I work,
Bro,
there's a
I've been
lot of
there.
people who are out of jobs. Like people are getting
Bro,
laid
I've been
off
there.
and fired. So yeah, I get you.
Bro, it's tough. I'm so sorry you gotta go through that. But this is probably a test in your life to show how resilient you truly are.
Yep.
Don't worry, you'll be all right.
As long as you don't listen to George, you'll
Well-
be okay.
I have a plan,
Oh, God.
Arthur.
Everyone's left me. I've been over here doing what? What you guys?
Arr, this scaleback is as useless as he is dumb.
We're
I
at the
am trying
Selenite
to fix
outpost, and I made the spectater appear without triggering the fight.
Oh, bet. Okay, I'm
How do
coming.
I open
So
this
now
wallet?
we can-
Oh, I failed that thing.
You
Oh,
suck.
let me go
You
help
don't need to
Christy.
open. You don't need to open the wall. You can just
Yeah,
jump up
you
here.
don't. Just jump
Maybe
up
just walk
there.
through it. Just walk through it.
There's like a little hole right here.
That's
Can you
not
get it,
up there,
Wolf?
But I'm too short. Hold on.
I
let
got
me-
it,
let me
I got
try
it.
to- I'm
Hello.
gonna jump on the barrel, but
There.
whatever.
I got it.
Hello. Oh,
I'm messing.
hello.
I'm messing.
There's
Okay.
that radiant armor in here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Disarm
Now
it.
it's just not found.
It's gonna blow up.
Oh god.
Back
No,
up,
it's
Christy.
fine. It's fine. It's fine. I got it.
Oh, okay.
Have to
Did
get
you just?
No.
Did you? What?
I'm just taking pictures.
Oh my god.
Okay. He failed.
Let me just take
Pretty
some
sure.
pictures.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the radiant armor's in there, right?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Yes, luminous armor, but yeah, it is. Who wants
Oh,
it?
yeah.
It is.
Well, I
It
certainly
doesn't
don't.
help me this time. Sorry.
Okay.
R.I.P.
I'll take it
Pinky
then.
Toe.
All right. Who took the potions in this chest?
I did.
Christy.
Oh, okay. As long as Wolf didn't take them, I'm cool with that.
That's not very kind.
Arr, I don't remember asking
really-
if you thought I was
Are
kind
we
or
really
not.
trying this fucking spectator?
You slubberdigullion.
I'm about to try and. We can try
kids,
and start the
I'm
fight,
not
I guess.
49, but I'm 32. I'll tell you this: as a man, we're always going to be tested. The day we die.
Until
But you
Never
gotta
is.
have that resilience and that strength though to keep going. Makes you stronger.
Oh god, I didn't realize it was right there.
Oh my god, it's right there. I'm gonna go punch it in the eyeball.
Arr, I feel like me and Gab are the only ones aware of things.
I was mocking Christy. I actually knew it was there.
Also, babe, you were so close again to getting caught.
That's why
No,
I
I
was backing
wasn't.
up. A shadow wolf. I'll just sit here.
Yeah, babe, just stay
Okay.
back.
Alright, I'm gonna try and do some cool shit, I guess. Let me see.
Arr. I'm gonna go try to talk to this Minotaur.
Oh, Jesus.
Corpse 2 damaged.
See if I can get his ass from up
Wow.
here when he comes by.
George, corpse 2 damaged.
Oh, I can.
Wow, I don't think you can say that.
I got his ass.
Paranoid
Are you in
dream.
combat?
Okay,
He's
I guess we'll just do
surprised.
that.
He's surprised.
Oh,
I'm
are we
coming.
fighting the? What's happening? Are we fighting the? Are we fighting the thing?
Yes, we literally
Yes.
just got
Hey,
done
guys,
explaining it.
Guys, are we fighting the thingy? Guys, sorry,
Hey,
what's
watch
going
out
on?
for the torch stalk. Oh, Jesus. I thought you were gonna die, dude.
No,
I got
He's looking
scared.
over here now.
but I got caught.
This-
Now I'm mad.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Well, now how the hell am I
Yeah,
supposed to sneak up on him?
That's okay.
Damn.
Dang.
Okay, what's the paranoid dreams again? Let me see.
Can't really do anything, I don't think. Maybe I can. Hold on.
Yeah, what is that?
The spectator will spend to do ocular nightmare.
Don't
Got
end
him.
your turn yet.
Possibly wound, confuse, paralyze, and
Huh.
frighten all foes within 20
Holy
meters.
Crap!
Okay, well,
Okay.
at least they're neutral.
What just happened?
At least they're
No,
neutral, I
no, that-
guess.
They're
Arr,
going
wolf,
to
get
be
me up.
charmed. Okay, wait.
Okay, I got
I
you.
can
I guess.
I can
Should
do
I end my
something
turn?
here.
I'm gonna get you up. Then
Arr,
I
just
can
throw
do here.
potion down. Don't. Arr, that's okay.
It's
I got
He
you.
would've- He
Am
done
I
would've
good to end
seen
my
me.
turn?
Arr.
He drank a potion.
Arr, I'm
Wake up.
texting.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah,
Wolf.
yeah.
Best of luck.
Get out of there.
You bastard!
Okay.
I'll remember this, you scurvy old dog!
You should be rewarded in heaven. That scene always cracks me up in fucking Mummy Returns. He just runs away. He's like, "You guys defend. I'll run away." What?
Yeah,
You
I'm
were
pretty
rewarded in heaven.
sure Wolf might get fucked up here.
Oh, wait, I should, like...
What I get for
There we
saving
go.
George.
Arr, the monk will protect us.
Protect these.
Bro's
from
frightened. Befuddled.
Hell yeah, dude. Get out of there.
Aha!
Run!
He's actually almost dead.
I know. He actually is.
You
Actually, go
understand.
punch him.
getting-
Be
Go
careful.
punch
of the ice.
him! Go punch him in the eye!
There's
Be
ice
careful of the
literally right
ice.
there. I'm just
But
gonna walk
it's
ar-
not
I'm
over
gonna walk
here.
around him.
It's a.
Wolf,
yeah,
I
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
punch
yeah.
him. That's
Oh,
about
wait.
to say don't.
Oh, okay.
Why? I literally.
Wait, that
Listen,
was
you
my bad.
can't-
I didn't.
you
I didn't
can't
understand.
say
I'm sorry.
things As they are happening.
I
I
said
was
don't do
running.
that, and you run
As I
up
was
there.
running. As I was, you realize you click,
no, I
and then your
said it
character
before you
starts
ran.
running, right? Right? You click the thing, and then your character's running, and then I have no control over him running until I click again. And once he's moved,
It's okay. It's all right.
I might kill him here.
No, we got it. Nice.
Yeah, my turn.
There we go.
Nice.
There we
incredible.
go. Well, Gab, talk to your brethren. or whatever.
Okay,
to
I
your
will. Hold on.
brethren.
Uh-oh.
Run
Uh-oh.
away! Don't let him
Get
talk
out,
to you.
Wolf. Get out, Wolf. Get out, Wolf.
I'm
Run.
trying.
I'm lethargic.
Sneak.
I'm lethargic. Okay.
All right.
You're lethargic.
I don't know why I popped those. Whatever.
Okay, here I come.
Listen, it happens to
Arr.
the best of us.
All right, now watch me totally fucking
All right.
bottom
Ask
this
what's in my
dude, okay?
pocket.
Let me see what this does. I'm just gonna
Wait,
I'll
where'd
level
he go? Where's the main dude? Where's Dorn?
He's on the second area. Keep going up.
Oh no, he's dead. Dorn's
Oh, did he
dead.
tie? He tied?
Oh, pff. Oops.
Oopsie. Oh.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
just talk to one of the other ones.
The drow is silent.
That
I
appears
just
to have
became way
broken
more resilient.
everything.
I'm about to be such a bitch to these guys. Looks
Why
like
did
the
I pick
spectator
everything?
got the best of you. Weren't you prepared?
Not this time.
Yeah.
Dawn hired us, promised riches. Then Zagrim came, Dawn's old friend.
I've actually never
They
seen this
fought.
before in my fucking life.
You know,
Loud and
dark
nasty.
elves deserve the hate that they
Zagrim
get.
summoned the
I'm gonna say it right
spectator
now.
and ran.
That's
Well,
wild.
the boy dark elves
I'll be right
are
back.
beneath the girls, so.
Let me just. I'm
wizard.
just gonna do this. I'm just gonna copy this.
Our
word for
employer.
word. I'm gonna see what happens here.
First they argued
It's either
about
going
a pact,
to
a
work,
forge.
or it's going to completely get broken.
Then came spells.
Oh, I
We'll
could
be
have
fine.
sub at some point. I didn't
This
see
guy
that.
got
Knows
lip
the
gloss
rest.
on.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yes. Home.
You're not leaving. Okay. What about you? I can trade with these assholes. Oh, they don't have anything. Can I loot him without them getting mad? Okay, guys, I'm gonna loot him. Pray for me.
Best of luck.
Oh yeah, they don't care. Cool. I literally took everything.
Oh, is this the chocolate one?
Okay, it says I'm alive. But it also says that the stream hasn't started yet. What is
It's
happening?
okay.
It's all right.
It's okay. It's not okay. It's very bad.
She don't like it. She don't like healthy things.
That was nasty. That was not good.
No sugar. 15 grams of
What
protein.
do
100%
you
whole
know?
grains.
That was not good.
Just a hater.
Um,
Are we done chatting with the darkies?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm a darkie.
Bet.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I walk in there. Howdy, mates. Jump the pirate. So where did the boy die? Oh, Dorn?
Wow, that just
There he
fucked me
is.
up. Yeah, I looted him.
Corpse is too damaged. Damn it.
Loading.
I wanted to talk to him.
Why are you just loading?
You're dazed. That's
These
funny.
guys, I've never actually had that happen where
Oh.
Where
they
Dorn
actually
dies?
told me about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
405 not
Well,
allowed.
I've seen whenever I'm a drow, I come and talk to him, and I literally can bully the fuck out of him. Be like, "You give me everything," and he's like, "But please, no." And I'm like, "You're beneath me. You're a man. Give me your shit."
Wow.
does anyone-
That's because that's their culture. Right?
That's crazy.
405 not allowed. What the hell does that mean?
Dark elves are cunts.
It's a very matriarchal society. Okay, time to explore the Underdark. That was fun, guys. We're actually really
explore the Underdark.
strong.
Full screen true.
Also, I really don't want to
down
fight the
by
Boulette
the
yet, though.
river.
Save. Let me deploy this. Maybe this will fix it.
Perception
Alright.
failed? What was that? Oh, I think it's the hole.
The hole.
The hole.
You want to go fight the
Hole to
bullet?
end all holes.
I'm just kidding.
Does anybody remember where you go to see like who's subscribed to you? Because I got a sub and it didn't notify me at all, and I don't see it on OBS either.
Go to
Skill
Twitch.
issue?
The
I know.
stream manager
Where?
dashboard.
I know, but under what though?
Creator dashboard. Alerts. No, not alerts.
Hey, you
Community? I don't know.
featherfalled without me.
It should be.
See ya.
Go to stream manager, then go to activity feed.
Oh, you think you're special?
Yeah.
Hold on, stay there.
Okay.
You see activity feed?
I'm coming.
Hmm. I'm looking
Oh.
at
Oh, shit.
my-
Janoki, thanks for following.
Oh no, guys, don't come
Don't
near
come
us.
over here.
Don't come near us. The bullet is here for some fucking reason.
I'll
Oh,
look
I have
later.
Wait, I'm
5 subs.
confused.
Oh, baby, what are you looking
I'm-
for?
I'm actually confused because he's supposed to like
The
pop
list of
up
people
on you
who are
like
sub to you.
3 times and then pop up out of the ground, right?
Something like that. I'll play him a tune, don't worry. If I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out with a bang.
Oh,
What are y'all doing
Okay.
over there?
it's shedding its scales.
Don't come over here.
Okay.
Christy, listen, we have the bullet on us.
Okay.
Do not come over here.
Okay, I will.
I think Gab's
Okay.
fine. I don't think it can go over there.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm pretty sure it jumps, right?
I don't think it will go over there. I don't think I've ever seen it go over on that side, though.
Or attacks juicier in honor mode? I'm pretty sure it's just my build.
Might be useful.
Yeah, our build's busted.
What is that?
It's that Gloomstalker archer thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really broken build.
I didn't even get the level. I leveled up and I didn't even get the fucking level. I'm just gonna end my turn, Wolf. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
I fucking
you
knew
play?
it. It's
It's-
coming to get me. No!
That's real unfortunate.
Ah! Ah, god damn it, dude. Well, I'm dead. Just run.
Just run.
Please. Yeah, just get
Oh.
out of here. We're not strong enough for this asshole. He fucking just
I'll run
two-shot
alright.
me. Ah!
I fled.
Yep. He's eating me. Ugh. That's what you get for following me, Wolf. You killed
You're
me.
right. I'm so sorry. You just jumped down there and it looks so. Why is. Will is just where you spawn when you go to camp. Just all
Oh my
contorted.
god. Nice.
I love it. Okay, I'm coming back. Okay.
Oh,
I think I got
baby.
the I think fingers crossed. I got the stream. Well, actually here, before I say anything, I'm gonna refresh and see what happens.
Help me.
There you go, baby.
Okay,
was
yep.
curious
Okay.
on
I
where
got
it
the
actually
stream
was.
working in
But it
on
doesn't
Nexus
pop up unless you...
now. But I have to fix. There'll be some buttons in the
'Cause it
way.
used to be
I gotta
in
get
one
rid of my
area, but they
theater
changed
and
it.
mute
Yeah,
buttons because
I
those
was
won't work
looking
anymore.
for- No, that just shows
Ow.
like founder badge holders. It doesn't say who's.
I've lost my mind. I've lost control.
Well, it tells you how
You're
many
trying to
subs
look at
here.
who
Download my
subbed
subscriber
to
list.
you?
Oh, bet.
Here,
Yeah, I'm gonna come res you.
there.
I still have like battle music.
The current
Oh,
people.
it's Wolf.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
battle music.
It
Okay,
was
let me help.
Wolf.
There you go.
Wolf,
I did that a while ago.
It didn't
I did
tell.
like 2 days ago.
It didn't tell me that it subbed to you, or you subbed to me. What the heck?
How's this? How's this, Gab?
Well, I can't.
That's a
get away
blessing to
from
me,
it,
in
so.
my opinion.
That's
Thanks
wow.
for-
Okay,
Thank you,
whatever.
Wolf.
You stay there.
I'm just dead.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Well, thanks for
fucking
the
went and
sub.
played music
Okay,
Well,
so
for her.
sorry it didn't
I
notify me.
usually try to get
Wonder
as
why I
close
didn't.
as I can to the corner here. And
I'm
it seems to
coming.
work.
The pirate is coming.
Yeah, I was just too
Arr.
close.
No, it's okay. I just didn't think it would pop up at that time either.
I'm so close to leveling up.
The 10 must.
Yeah, I
need
just got
3
dark.
Oh,
more
Selunite
experience, dude.
key. I found the
Amen.
Selunite key.
Our wolf, I'm coming. Oh, hold on. A bullywug trumpet.
Yeah, so far the stream is working over on Nexus. I think I've
swarming
fixed the
toadstool.
issue.
All right, let me check.
The mute button does nothing, and the theater
Arr.
button technically works, but I need to move it because it doesn't
You
fully.
guys mind if we short
it's
rest?
blocked.
Go for it.
Yeah, I don't
Wolf, I don't see anything on the Nexus.
Try refreshing or clicking the button.
Okay,
did,
the
like,
ground was shaking and it scared me.
I
Is there
did.
no play?
Yeah,
is there
the
no play
bullet
button
is
on the stream?
upset.
Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, talk.
Bet.
You're echoing.
I am still echoing. Okay. I wonder why I'm echoing.
Wait a minute. You're fine.
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay. This is okay. I sound okay.
Yep, you sound fine.
Okay, cool.
Now you're good.
Was it something on your end?
No, what's it called? I had to just. I hit refresh and then it fixed it. It was like a really weird lag, but it
How
fixed
did
it.
y'all get down?
Okay,
there?
cool. So now there's no echo.
Oh, I'll just go to this
Sweet.
waypoint.
I'll have
Yeah, I
to
got
level
you.
up.
Useless ass
Oh,
scale
look
back
real quick.
leveled up.
Hey. Ooh.
No
Yabba
traps, please.
dabba.
Oh, liking it. These are the Battle of Fuega.
The Duega. Kit. Kit, are you here? You said BRB. I don't know if you're back yet. Kit, say nothing if you're not here.
Say nothing if you're not here.
Bro's actually stupid. That's crazy.
Getting an eternal loading animation. What are you doing? Oh, Cloudflare. Oh, Cloudflare.
Yo, when Cloudflare went down, like half of my job was undoable or unable
oh, dude,
to be
me
done.
too. It was insane. I think it messed up systems too because we're still having issues. Like our systems are still messing up.
Yep. Good old Cloudflare.
You're getting an eternal loading animation. It's playing for me. Let me refresh and then let me
Her
check.
condition is familiar.
Playing for me.
Poison derived from a
we're
wild
fine.
weed common to the underdark.
Okay, yeah, I just
Audio's
refreshed
fine
and then
too.
clicked play, and then it worked.
Most likely held by the poison.
However, can I don't think I can with whip though.
I could end your suffering if you want.
I don't think it transcodes, which is an issue.
Whoa,
which
whoa,
might be
Wolf
an
is
issue.
trans? That's crazy.
Oh my
Trans.
goodness! You stop it. It doesn't transcode, so it won't. It basically only plays 1440p 60 in Nexus. I have to figure out a way to get it to actually transcode.
Especially since the Grace
I don't know if that's something that I can set up in with Cloudflare or what. Eventually, I'm gonna have my own server that handles everything, but transcoding takes a lot of horsepower and it costs a lot of money to get the equipment for it. So it's gonna be a little while.
Like dwarves, Duergar have innate resistance to poison, and thus no need
But
for
once it is done, it's gonna be cool.
Though deadly if left untreated, the poison can be cured
Where's Omelum?
by the antidote or natural
Omelum. Oh, you're
remedies.
talking to Omelum. Well, you're talking to Blurry.
Yeah. That's your boyfriend.
No, Omelum is not my boyfriend. He's different. Omelum is my
sure.
fourth second cousin. Jesus.
Fourth, second cousin. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy
My fourth,
his
third,
potions.
second, first cousin.
Does anybody want the returning pike?
Not really, no.
Nah.
going
I ain't got no use for it.
anywhere.
How about the jolt shooter?
This will be actually
Yeah.
really nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what your like your internet stuff is, but with it only pushing 1440p 60, it's gonna be tough on people who don't have the bandwidth of the internet for it. So I'll have to resolve that.
Basically, he is just outing you for not being in the right tax bracket. That's crazy.
No, 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 no,
Brody
No.
is classist. That's crazy.
no,
No,
No.
no, no. See, that's all he says. No, no, no.
Hey, Kit, since you're back, you want to see something really cool?
Oh wait, where's the fucking mind flare guy?
He's pulling them out.
Oh,
Kit, I'm gonna post this in the chat.
I think he's talking to Blurg, so
I'm selling stuff to Blurg.
you just have to talk. Bro,
That
my shit
is-
is stuck in fucking battle music.
Basically, my own custom,
See.
I guess, platform is basically the best way to put it.
A fascinating topic. May I?
Because that's really what it is. It's just its own. It's my own custom like platform thing that I've built.
there he is.
There's your boyfriend, Wolf.
There he blows.
Hey, he's not my boyfriend. That's the Emperor, you baboon.
They're all the same. They're all hive mind.
Yeah, and all you pirates think the same.
And all you tentacle lovers are all the same. Weak and useless.
I'll show you a tentacle.
Hello?
A mind flayer. Die. That would be on character for my character. Arr, a mind flayer. Die.
I have broken free from the Elder Brain's yoke.
I don't care.
No longer serve
Yolk.
the grand
Like it's an
desire.
egg.
I'm not refraining from anything. You'll die like the rest.
A collective, open your mind
I don't care.
to me. This is
Unless y'all want those reverberation boots.
no, and even without the shield.
Are they
The
clothed?
is not tight, but not to worry.
I don't know. Let me check that.
Should you of course, but
Boots of
maybe a way to work, a
stormy
tincture
clamor.
distilled from a collection of rare.
I don't really have anything yet.
They are, and they might actually be good for you because they do. Whenever you inflict a condition upon a hostile creature, they do reverberation.
There.
And then with reverberation, that means -1 penalty to strength, dexterity, and constitution saving throws.
Ooh.
Whenever they have 5 or more turns of it, they take 1d4 thunder damage and must succeed a DC 10 constitution saving throw or they fall prone. These boots are very strong. I highly recommend.
Boots are made for walking?
Yes. We just have to go get. We have to do the arcane tower and get the Timisk spores and the tongues of madness.
The Timusk. Damn,
And then
Timusk.
drink his potion.
Oh, wait, no, I actually want
Wolf's
to.
definitely gonna drink his potion.
Yeah, he is.
I'm going to drink your potion. You don't knock it off.
This
gay
dragon
shit.
dude is into squids.
No,
I wish.
never mind.
I
I
ain't
wish
got
the battle
nothing
music
yet.
would stop.
Oh, it's still
I
broken.
literally ain't got nothing yet.
What you mean you ain't got nothing yet?
Oh, look at my stuff.
What do you need
Oh,
something? I mean, I don't have a whole lot of
What do you
gold,
want?
but
What
I
can we
don't know.
give you?
I don't know. I
take
just don't have
take
anything
the
yet.
gloves of power. Take these gloves of power. Here,
Gloves of power.
put those on. I just sent them to you. And the spider step boots. Okay.
Okay.
You can wear those.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
there's no trusting in
so
Mind
wish.
Flare. Attack! I'm just kidding.
You can do whatever you want. I don't mind.
Thank
I
you,
don't
can
need
attack
those.
'em?
thank you, thank you.
Oh,
Also, I have a Misty Step necklace. Would you like that?
I'm okay. I have Misty Step.
I'll take a Misty Step.
Yeah, but
necklace.
you could do 2 Misty Steps. Okay, yeah, I'll send it to you then. I also
Then I
have
can- then I can Misty
spectator
Step in,
eyes.
beat some
You
ass,
should
and then,
use this
get out.
instead of whatever the fuck you're wearing, Christy. At least you'll get some extra spells.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Mhm, mhm,
Mhm, mhm,
mhm, mhm, mhm.
mhm, mhm.
Okay.
Why
a little
aren't
weird.
the keys going on the keychain? Go on the keychain. How are we weird?
Don't tell those keys what to do.
I'm telling him what to do.
Well, perhaps after I finish my research here, I'll join.
A lot on my mind. A lot in it. Hey, Wolf, keep that person distracted.
Oh no. About to get into a
Don't
fight.
worry. Don't worry. How will they know? They're not gonna know. They're not gonna
They
know.
will
How
know.
would they know?
How would they know?
Would they know?
How would they know?
Look at that. How are they gonna know? How are they gonna know?
So since I'm
Jeez.
Drow, would the Dwagar at the beach actually like respect me?
Maybe.
I think you have to do a roll to get them to do that.
Mm-mm.
I think it's like a charisma check or a deception check or whatever the fuck.
Oh, I see.
I see.
What's going on over
Arr.
here?
I see.
Nothing.
I see. I've got to find some better fucking.
Oi! What is that mushroom doing?
What?
Mind your business.
What are you doing?
Does somebody want to take her boots?
It wasn't me.
It gives you a free dash.
Whoever did this might still be here.
her boots?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, Thula's boots. If you give her an antidote, which I have one, can she'll give you boots. The speed.
Yeah. What are they
actually,
clothing?
I'll take.
I think so.
Oh wait.
Christy can have the boots of speed if she needs them.
Yeah, here, take the antidote. Oh wait, you have antidote. Just give her the antidote
My fault,
whenever
Kit.
talk to her.
Didn't mean to.
Yeah, I was gonna say the
Just-
spider boots might be useless right now.
Kit, did
since
you get
we're
that?
done
Did you
with
see that link I
spider area.
posted? Actually, you might
Yeah.
not have seen it. I don't know if it posted. Let me double check
What?
this.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it did post. Wait, is it broken over? Is it?
What is it?
Is
the
the
elixir
relay
poison
broken? I'll have to fix that.
resistance? Or is it
No. Is
the Diddy
antitoxin?
broken?
Antitoxin. Yes. The resistance wouldn't heal her. Yeah, there you go.
Alright, this reminds me of a
That
ditty.
that link is to a platform that I have completely built entirely from scratch.
There once was a ship that put to
That put to
sea.
sea.
Name of the ship was a belly o' tea.
The winds blew up her bow dip down.
I thank you for your
Around the
guards.
bully bully bow.
I don't have time for this. My kid
Soon
needs me.
be the telemen come to bring no
Maybe not.
sugar and
We can
tea and
we were
rum.
on. I got away, but not the others.
One day when
The
the filling is
Grace
Alright, I
done,
got
he'll
the
take
fucking-
a
Platform for
leave and
streaming.
go.
Yes,
But our
it's a
work
platform for
pays
streaming,
well.
but it's
Help my
basically
clan,
only
and
for
we'll make
me.
it worth your while.
It's not like a
Right?
platform that other people can like join in on and whatnot. It's specifically for me and my channel and my content. and
Yeah, like
whatnot.
Mixer.
Wait, is she lying?
Like a mixer. No, that was Ninja's thing.
Yeah, she's lying to you, but
And you see what
Oh, my
happened to
fault.
both
Moonbeam.
Should I
of
do
them.
the
They
persuasion?
both fell off. Moonbeam
My
was
fault,
cool.
Moonbeam.
sure.
Moonbeam was not just for
But
me
don't
though.
use
Moonbeam-
all our
Yeah, but
use
it
all
fell
our
off, though.
inspiration, please.
It just
Literally.
died
I got it.
because-
It's
it
really
just
not
died
that-
because people like
Yeah,
you were like,
okay.
"Oh,
We
stream
were
the
searching
Moonbeam,"
for
and then
something to
never
turn
did
the
it.
tide. That's all I can say. But it's worth a lot to us.
Everyone's all like, "Oh, I'll
Understand?
wait. Ow,
Look,
I'll wait for the
if you
platform to
need to
get
go
big
your
before I
own
stream."
way-
It wasn't even
to
my
And
fault. They
nobody
couldn't
does
get
it.
investors. How is that my fault?
They had investors. It just cost a shit ton more money, and they weren't making enough money. They had investors, but investors
when they
want a
invest-
return on their investment.
Oh, no shit. It was not profitable.
Well, yeah. So they weren't making as much money as they needed to, so they had to close. And now they made Moby, which is actually pretty cool. It's a cool little bot. Not as cool as my
I see.
Tala, but I'm biased.
Yeah, biasly stupid.
I have a pet minotaur now.
What?
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 Yes.
Yeah, I'm just out here on side quests.
Yeah, I'm just dominating my minotaurs. It's kind of crazy.
Seems
That
I have a
is-
pet
that is
one.
kind of crazy. That is kind of wild.
Dwarf.
Don't
Because,
touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Sovereign
Don't
Glut
touch me!
can
Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
reanimate.
Don't touch me!
So technically,
Oh,
if
that's
we
right.
kill the bullet, he can reanimate the bullet as well.
The bullet.
Nexus. Yeah, let me
My
pop on
country
over
for some
here.
bullets.
You stop it.
My country for some bullets. It's just a storm, Dick. Settle down.
I'm gonna go save
Boom.
what's his face really quick.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
You need to
Colonel.
knock it off. You're pissing me off.
Colonel.
I can't get past the guards. The clap of the ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards.
That's insane. Oops, that's not what I want to do.
Don't you come all over me, Blubberbang.
Oh! That Blubberbang can do whatever it wants to do.
Oh, the amulet
Arr.
that I was
I think I
looking at,
broke.
you only get by killing Kaga. That's okay.
That's it. We can
Did
go
you
back
see
and
it?
kill her.
Did you see me?
Yeah, I saw the little trick, little hat trick.
Yeah, you like that? Somebody want to get the noble stock? I'm currently glut, so.
I'm currently glut.
Yeah.
Gab's
So
over
I
here,
don't-
like, just freaking doing stuff, and I'm just dilly-dallying. I
Yep.
apologize.
I'm gonna talk to him.
This is why
I'm
Gab,
talking to
this is
him.
why Gab is a
Yeah,
professional.
go ahead. That's fine. I'm just bringing the noble stock. Make sure right click and pick it up because last time I clicked it to pick it up and I ate it.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Here.
there you go. Got it.
Yeah. Nice.
I consumed it. No, I'm
Nice.
kidding.
You think we
Arr, I
should give it to
feel
Dareth
weird.
this time? Because I mean, you don't really need your.
gimme.
Give
Okay.
what?
Wow.
The noble
I mean,
stock.
I feel like whenever you, I
Oh,
feel like
here.
it was underwhelming when you ate it because it's like you don't really remember anything. You just remember.
Blubberbang fight Stocky Malboa and
killing
Stocky 3.
stuff.
Yes, you're right. You're right,
Here you
kid.
go, babe.
Thank
But
you.
yeah,
stuff.
go ahead. You could eat it.
By the way, Liquid Death makes energy drinks now, and they're so good, but I'm also kind of upset I didn't get the orange creamsicle ones. But
Yeah, he would
It is
like
what it is.
cream in his drink.
yeah, hell yeah, bro.
Do you guys want to
wrong-
kill the
what's wrong with a little
Dweger
bit of
down
cream?
at the beach then? Since I have
Do
the
you
Minotaur.
Stab it on the beat.
Do you want to try to
Stab it
talk
on
to
the
them
beat.
and just see if you can before we do that?
I think he's not gonna like me because I'm friends with Glut, but I could tell Glut to stay. But then
Yeah.
but then what if it gets nasty and I want to use my Minotaur?
Wolf will
That's
go with
true,
you.
that's
He's
true.
a well-trained monk.
Yeah, I'm
It's whatever
I'm
you guys
well
want to do. To
trained.
be honest, I could tell him to stay here.
I wouldn't trust Wolf as far as I could throw him, but you can go use him as protection.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't really give a fuck about them.
Joke's
We don't
on
have
you.
to
You
talk to
can't
them.
throw me very far.
With a hiccup, you discover him to be drunk.
There we go.
I'm down with killing him.
Okay,
Oh, I bid farewell to the port and the land.
let's see if I can get
I want to
Let's
see if we can see the ambush.
Facing me off to war. It's one of my favorite songs ever.
The English white sand.
I like a lot of niche music.
I
More like
wish
gay
I
music.
could ungroup from these assholes.
You can't?
No,
Wolf, I feel like I'm mean to you.
You are, but it's okay.
I don't know why I can't ungroup.
That's all I'm gonna say about the topic, though. I'm not gonna change. I just want to let you know.
Let you know that I've acknowledged it, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
Wait. Oh. When we did
It's like in middle school. Hey, man, I'm kind of mean to you. I know. I'm bullying you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just acknowledging it. I'm not gonna change my ways. I'm just saying.
I'm just letting you know I'm
Also-
self-aware.
I have a little trick for this fight.
When we
Oh,
did
do
the
ya?
fish people, can
Mhm.
I talk to them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know how like Gek raises the dead down here?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about it?
Okay, so there's like, I think there's like a rotting basket right there. I think it's right there or something. You
Put
can
it right
actually
there, right there.
click and drag all those if you're like nice and like get past all this, you could click and drag all those dead bodies into the rotting basket, and then he doesn't have anyone to reanimate.
I'm
Nice.
just trying to imagine somebody shoving dead bodies into a basket.
Yeah. I know, right?
Hold on, don't
Here,
fight me
I
yet.
can get the
Get
waypoint
in the
over here, though.
basket.
D&D's great. D&D's great. I freaking love it. I want to
There
go
we
watch
go.
a D&D
Sucks.
movie again. You take that back.
Is there any way we
Right now.
could see if we can get a perception check to see if there's an ambush so we can see Gex sitting on his little stoop
I
over
can walk.
there?
I guess I can. You want me to just walk over there? I can just walk over there.
Okay.
Perception
Wolves
check.
in the land.
That's the case. Wait, where did my Minotaur
We
go?
both
Perception failed.
We both failed.
We both suck. Do you want me to just kind of initiate it, or like how do you?
Sure.
If I
Okay.
if I start the conversation, I don't know if they show up, but I can try to start the conversation.
Don't worry, it's just me.
Lurgan, I found Lurgan.
Did you?
Yeah, I
Oh, yeah,
see
I
him
can
too.
see. I can see invisibility. I forgot because I have Volo's eye.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Okay,
Okay.
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 Well, I'm in
I can say
conversation.
okay at the same time, but
Wait, I'm like trying to think because I can sneak down there and but fucking glut, dude.
I can blast him
issues.
off.
I'm holding my conversation.
Gab, you're like, I have issues.
I have
Because I'm
issues.
thinking about going down there and putting all those bodies in a fucking basket, dude.
You should talk to a
Putting all those
therapist, Gab,
bodies
for
in the
that. You know,
basket. Yeah,
that's,
you know, you really should.
a bit
That's
worrisome.
kind of.
I
can
just don't want all
blast
those
Lurgan
zombies
off.
coming after us.
Uh,
Because those are the main problem. All those dead bodies. Nah, fuck it. I could just start shooting them from here if you want.
That's up to you.
You want
I'm
me
in
to?
conversation, so I was waiting to proceed until we do that.
No, he's too far from me.
So y'all let me know when y'all are ready, and then I will just attack this SOB.
This dude
Okay,
here
hold
is
on.
just
Let me get
twiddling
closer.
his thumbs, playing with his axe.
Playing with his what?
His axe.
Whoa.
Oh, he's
Let
sharpening
me try
it.
and get closer here.
Hold on, Wolf. I'm coming in.
Okay.
We're both coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, I can blast this guy off.
Arr, I have something that might help.
Go ahead, blast him if you want.
'Kay.
Do whatever you want to do. And then maybe I'll have my Minotaur just come in.
Bye.
Caught in the act of
I don't like
killing.
Hey,
The
that's funny.
fight is unavoidable now.
All right. Time to die.
Oh,
Hold on. Hold
Well,
on.
I'm in fight. I'm in combat. Me in fight. Me fight.
me fight. Me fight.
I'm gonna run in here.
Charge.
Arr, I'm gonna try to get to the big dude.
Me too.
Nice.
This guy's down.
Arr, I'm coming.
He's also
Don't take your turn, please.
stunned.
Arr,
Okay, you guys ready?
arr,
I'm gonna knock
I'm
him off.
ready. Oh, you're gonna knock him off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I haven't ended my
Ready?
turn yet. So yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
I guess the fuck. Wait, I'm not in combat with the fucking Minotaur? Okay, now I am.
All right, I'm
Interesting.
bored now.
You ready for? Okay. I'll wait. Right. You ready for me to end my turn, or do you want me to wait a little bit?
Arr, you
Did
can end your turn.
You killed him? Oh no! Wait! This is great! Oh my god, good
Told him he's
job,
knocked
Wolf.
down.
Good job,
Yeah.
Wolf. Cause watch, this motherfucker's about to die.
Yep, he's about to die.
Do I need to move?
No.
Incredible.
If you knock him prone, Glut will fuck them up, dude.
Oh, bet I can do that then. I can knock
Okay,
all these
here I come.
businesses prone.
Here I come. I am
You just let me know when to
Cinnamon.
end, you just let me know when to end my turn.
Can I get this guy? I can. Okay. Okay. Sneak attack him, maybe? What if I do...
This Glut seems so gay.
That's crazy.
Oh, he's immune to draw poison? Amazing. That's okay, he's almost dead. Amazing. We're so good
Okay,
at
he's
this
almost
game.
dead. All right, I'm gonna end my turn now.
Yeah, good.
Perfect. Sulge.
Good fucking job. Oh my god,
guy.
he couldn't
Oh my
even
God.
fucking... He couldn't even cast it!
Where's the
We're
fucking
so
novice
good, dude.
armor?
He's invisible, but I'm pretty sure he's right about here. I think.
Arr.
Uh,
I will
I'm
make
gonna
my
try.
way down there.
I'm gonna try
This-
and.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Arr.
he's. If you can you like throw an alchemist fire like right here? I'm pretty sure he's right there.
that was as
Oh.
far as I could throw it.
I
That's
cannot
okay.
throw no. I'll just have a bonus action.
But I guess I could have moved
What if
forward.
I just? I'm just gonna shoot randomly.
Arr.
You're down there somewhere, yar.
You're down there somewhere.
I wish I could throw something. Whatever. Oh,
Arr, he's right here.
Yeah.
We were so
Fuck!
close.
You little fucker. Arr, come here.
Sucker.
Avasti landlubber. Ungard.
Erngerd.
We
I'm
were
gonna
really
stick my
close.
rapier
Sorry,
up your
guys.
booty, you little midget.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Arr,
You need to
Ungard.
rapier.
Hurt.
Oh,
Oh, I can't do anything.
how do
Now
I
drop
have
thy weapon.
disadvantage?
Arr. Tis
Come down the
life is but
come
a
down here.
misery.
You might be able to hit him down here.
I kiss thee a farewell.
Hell yeah, dude.
Like I said, a farewell.
Wow, that was so tough. I didn't think we were gonna be able to do that, to be honest with you. You know, I just
We did
didn't
so
think
good.
so.
Why? Don't tell me to come.
Come.
Executed gnome. Deserved.
Ooh. Scroll of AIDS.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Water damage letter. What is this? Oh,
I'm so proud of us, guys. We're doing so
We did
well.
so good.
Laculite. Nice.
Minotaur, get down here.
What are
Oh,
each?
never mind.
Should we all
George,
go
can
on the
I
boat?
have that? Can I have that key of the ancients?
What, the helmet? Yeah.
Yeah, the crown or whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell yeah.
I can't really get down there. Well, I guess I could do. I could do this. There we go. There we go. Now he's down here. I like my little pet.
Little.
Yeah, little.
Are we going on the boat now to be sailors?
What's the
Go
next
out.
steps here, professional?
Arcane Tower.
Bet.
Okay.
Okay.
I doth be following the gab.
Glad's gonna want to fucking talk to me, dude.
Holy shit, the Minotaur just fucking leapt up there. That was
I
crazy.
saw that.
That was insane.
A foul beast.
You guys want to see something
Smell
cool?
on your backside.
Let's see it.
Sure.
What's something cool?
Okay.
Hold on, I'm broken. I'm stuck on the rope netting. Oh, I'm in a cycle. Oh, I broke it. Okay, hold on.
Are you gonna go inside the hole?
Yes.
Oh,
What?
Yeah, I've seen this.
I've seen this. Shoulder deep.
Is there anything this way?
That's Wolf's wisdom or dream.
Huzzah!
Is there anything down here?
Huzzah.
Huzzah.
Yay! Topaz. There you go.
Yeah, babe, it's
Something
a
cool.
buried treasure, I think. That's it.
What? Where?
That little area down there.
Down
I think
Hudder.
so. I think it might be down here.
Oh,
Oh
got
yeah,
it.
there it is.
Down the Hudder.
Survival check.
Okay, the bullet might be here again, guys.
The bullet.
Oh, more arrows for you, Gab.
Yay!
And a potion of animal speak.
What's in here?
What's in here?
Or move, you useless glut. There we go.
Sorry. They're all fat as hell, dude.
I can see that.
There he goes.
Let's fight him. Let's mug him.
Let's mug 'em.
Okay.
Why can't I get there?
Oh, look, the mushroom circle.
Must have fallen.
Nature or magic?
I'm gonna jump on up
Doesn't do
here.
much.
You gonna fall?
I'm gonna jump.
Dead pale skin's a good pale skin.
Oh.
Hmm.
What in the Looney Tune bullshit was that?
The platform was fake.
What's that? Arr, too high. That one's fake too.
I'm here.
Okay, so he's telling me to kill the other sovereign, so
You wanna do that?
I don't know. Should
I'm
we?
a monk. We can do it.
Okay.
Do it. Do it, Gab.
Seems like the best way.
Just activate the
over
mushroom
here.
ring.
I'm gonna walk over here. Is that what this does? This mushroom circle here?
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome.
Arr. Investigation failed.
Sylvan Stone. I'm not gonna activate this
Sylvan
this mushroom
I'm
circle.
actually thinking I might have fucked up by targeting him because now he has a Minotaur, right?
Oh, this
If we
goes to
decide to fight
the
him.
Edna's.
Yeah,
Entry
if we
Edna.
fight Glut, I think he has the Minotaur.
Yeah, he does. 'Cause
Okay,
that's
why don't
technically
I tell
Glut's
him
summon.
why not? Spa's time is done, and then I can like, I can just
Do
lie to
we
him.
care like
Okay.
about
That's
killing the other one?
I can just dismiss him.
Yeah, you could, but then you'll lose all that coolness.
Yeah, but I don't
Can we
need him
use
anymore.
him? Can we use him to fight the bullet or the bullet or whatever?
I think we might be able to.
Because if we can do that, then
Should
that'll
we go
make that
find
fight.
How do we find the boulette now?
We just go back to the thing. We gotta fight all those hook horrors, and then we go to the little area over by them.
I thought it was gonna pop up again. Okay, well, I can't go back to the Myconid colony because he's gonna want to kill fucking Sovereign. I'll go to the Dark Beach and
Okay.
then make my way up there.
Okay. The dark beach.
You're gonna use them, and then I can like dismiss the Minotaur, and then we can kill Glut, or we can kill Sovereign. I don't care.
Having a pet minotaur is really cool. It's hard to
Pretty cool,
say.
huh? I mean, if we kill the Boulette, like shit, maybe then I can raise his ass.
I'm gonna wait over here by the hook whores.
Okay, I'm on my way up there.
Making my way downtown. We don't actually have to fight them. I think we can go around the other way and go straight to the boulet or the bullet, whatever.
Oh, down this way? Oh
yeah,
yeah.
if we go this way.
I kind of see what you're talking about. Oh, dead body.
Oh, dead body.
Nothing.
Dead body. Oh my god,
Dead
my
Myconid.
hiccups.
Oh, there it is.
You bastard.
What an asshole, dude.
So that's progress.
That's just dirt face.
I swear to God.
He's just mad that my scales are cooler than his. I don't know how close we have to get to for him to actually activate though.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't he jump out and look the other way if we stand like over here and he can't see us.
Maybe. I mean,
I
we can
could
find
make
out.
wait. I could
We
make
do, babe.
wait. No, not you. Glut.
back,
I'll send
come back.
Glut in.
back.
Reading something.
Right? I send Glut in
Yeah,
because
yeah,
we
you
don't
can do
really
that.
care. Okay. Okay. Here I go.
Look at that stupid.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I guess I could do the Minotaur actually.
Light on my feet.
I don't sneak.
See, I think we kill the Boule or whatever, the Bullet, and then we raise him, and then we kill the Sovereign.
Okay.
I guess he
There
doesn't
is a
activate.
hook horror right here though. So I don't know.
Hmm.
Okay, this doesn't trigger him apparently.
Maybe we should kill the hook horrors then, just to avoid having.
I feel like we'd be okay. I'm looking at their sight line.
Yeah, we just kind of have to avoid that area if we stay up here.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try Gluttno. Look at his sneak, dude.
It looks so derpy.
He's still not showing up, so I guess it has to be one of us.
One of us. One of us. One of us.
Okay.
Div class stream. Outer.
Don't go that way, you fucking dumbass. Caught your ass before you got seen. Alright, where you at?
Paste.
Oh, there's the save.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Amazing.
Incredible, incredible, incredible.
Oh,
Here
there
he
it
is.
is.
Here he is. Okay, this is fine.
He's gonna go up there.
I'm pretty sure he jumps and then looks the other way.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk up here behind this rock. I guess I can walk up here a little farther. That's as far as I can walk. Where's George at? George is gone.
Yeah.
He
Right
said
here.
he's reading something.
Yeah, I'm reading something.
I think we're all in turn base because of the bullet right now.
Yeah.
I'm far away from everything, so don't have to worry about me.
Oh, okay. Wait, Chrissy, are you with us too?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Chrissy.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm just gonna end the turn base so he pops out of the ground.
Sounds
Okay.
good to me.
Oh, now he sees me. That kind of sucked.
Oh, well, now he sees all of us.
Oh,
Well, he
no,
hasn't
I'm
seen
not.
Christy yet.
Yeah, I'm so good. I'm gonna try to sneak maybe this way.
I'm on
If
my
I
way.
can. Okay, I'm not seen yet. I'm good. I'm good. Wait.
I'm coming.
Wait.
Oh, let me look
Try
at
to
again.
knock him prone.
Around.
Damn. He's got diamond scales. Come here, you little shit.
Damn it. Yeah, that did
Uh-oh.
nothing. Okay.
Let me see something.
Wow, I love his
there.
notable features. % empty.
Bro's just making up shit now.
No, what
Oh,
is
look
that?
at the.
Bro's just
fuck?
making up shit.
I'm gonna try
Okay,
this.
I should
although I
probably
don't
wait to
think
end
it'll
my
work.
turn until George gets here.
Nice. No, I'm good,
Run away,
babe.
though.
You're good.
That's what I want.
Oh, he's prone? Oh my god, good job. Good. Oh my
He's
god.
prone.
Hopefully
I'm gonna run
50%
away because
chance.
he's gonna do a. I think he's gonna do a thing
dickhead.
next time.
Well, I'm last, so you should take your
Yeah,
turn if
I
you're
ended
gonna...
my turn. Me to here.
Whoops, wrong button.
Okay, I'm just gonna end turn then.
Yikes. Wait, let me look at him again. Okay. Piercing, of course, slashing, bludgeoning.
We'll just
Alright.
save that.
Well, try my best. Oh!
Try my best.
I got a 33, boys! Woo!
Damn.
Nice.
That's a lot of damage. That appears to break that, so I don't want to do that.
I can't even see the turn order anymore.
Interesting.
Can I not?
Oh, nope,
do
something else broke that.
The Minotaur is broken?
Is he?
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can knock him prone
in
again.
Nice.
an environment. Oh!
Oh god.
That's
Ow.
okay. You tried.
Okay.
I'm bleeding.
God, this diamond scales, dude, is so annoying.
Yeah, you gotta hit it of a certain threshold to damage it. Stupid.
Yeah, how much though?
I
think
think
it
it
was-
tells you.
Any
I think it
lower
said
than 15.
There we
Yeah.
go. 15.
Okay.
So
Thanks, dude. I just need to learn how to read, I guess.
Definitely broke something.
Let's see if I'm able to maybe do one of these, and then I'll hide, and the next turn I'll be able to get a... Oh, he can see me. Fuck me, dude. I'm such a dumbass. Where are you going?
oh, where are you
Yeah,
ready?
of
Why are you
course.
ready? Why are you ready?
I thought this was his final fucking place.
No, he still moves.
I did too. I don't know where you fight him at now, because we've killed him here before.
I'm about to kill Glut.
I'm bleeding.
She's bleeding.
Somebody else is bleeding. I broke,
Oh, we
I
don't have
broke
any
something.
more short rests.
There it is. Oh, moldy cheese. Thanks, game.
Really? That's funny.
Hey, dog collar. Yo, wolf. Your collar.
I'm not the one who has a bark redeem.
Yeah, I'm not the one
Ruff,
barking.
ruff. Ruff, ruff.
Fair enough. It appears that neither of us deserve this collar.
Oh, my fault. It's editors. My fault.
That's wild.
You know he admitted to having a dog collar that Angel gave him?
What the fuck?
I
That's
believe it.
weird.
It was the
You're
craziest thing
weird.
I've
You
ever seen.
bark.
And not spring. You know? Oh,
Babe, there's a hook horror there. Just in
Yeah,
case
there
you didn't
is.
know.
Crazy.
it's okay. It's okay.
Don't.
He might be far
Okay.
enough away to flee.
No, we can kill him. He's just, he's
Oh,
by
I'm
himself.
I'm just like, fuck. I was on my way to the arcane tower.
Making my way
Okay.
downtown.
I'll fuck him up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
yeah,
him.
you
Might-
do that real quick.
He
I'm
might call for help.
trying to fix
Nah.
something real quick.
I'll send the Minotaur in.
Could be anywhere in this.
Minotaur's almost dead
Where do I
anyway.
want to put it?
Yeah, off balance, bitch.
Let's see if I can gore his ass off the thing.
Let's put it
Now
right
he called for
here.
Damn it.
reinforcements.
Yeah, the Minotaur's broken. I can't
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
use
Run
it.
away.
Run away! Run away! Before his friends come.
Easy. Nah,
Run.
his friends aren't coming. Easiest game of my life.
Run.
Run away!
Better be cautious.
No,
Oh,
we're
we're
good,
running
babe. We're
away.
not running. Okay.
I mean, we do still need. Well, I mean, we should. Why can't we just kill him? You know, we have the hook horror. We have, or not the hook horror. We have blood.
We have the hook horror.
Do you want to? I mean, we can kill them people if you want.
We
Oh!
have the hook horror.
Who did that?
That wasn't me.
Was that
Wasn't
me?
me.
I'm sorry. I might have accidentally pressed it.
Okay. What the fuck?
Wait,
oh, he's
what's
over
happening?
here.
What?
Oh,
The bullet. He's over here.
Oh,
Oh my
shit!
god!
coming. I'm coming.
I've never seen
You're
him
on your
here.
way.
I
What
have
the
never
fuck?
seen him
This is
pop up
crazy.
here.
Where the fuck is he?
By the hook horrors. What's his
Oh, well,
name?
this might. Okay.
Philro, I mean.
Oh, Philrose fighting.
Forgotten.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
son of a
This
bitch.
is wild.
I have never seen him pop up here.
It's all right. We have a Minotaur. We'll be fine.
I can't fucking really use
About to
him.
die.
We also
He's
have a
getting
Hulk.
fucked up.
We also have a Hulk.
Yeah,
a
every
Hulk.
time I get into combat with him, it just says environmental turn. I think he's broken.
That's okay. I'm gonna fight this hook horror and ignore Gullet.
I'm gonna fight the fucking bullet.
Okay, you guys do that down there. I'll
I
take care
could
of this
just
guy up here.
maybe I can reanimate this hook order.
Let me know when I can take my turn.
I'm not gonna knock this bitch
Okay.
fucking prone.
Wait a minute. Why did my turn stop? I didn't
prone.
end my turn. Oh, I'm
How am I
surprised.
surprised?
How am I surprised?
I don't know.
Oh,
what
they're
happened.
jumping down to the.
Oh.
Oh, they're fighting each other.
Oh shit!
Oh,
This is like
Oh, this
Monster
is
Hunter.
cool.
I just want this.
This is crazy.
I just want to know how we got surprised.
This is
That makes no
crazy.
sense.
this is
I
fucking
don't-
insane.
I'm actually chill because they're not attacking us. They're attacking Bullet.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Well, you two will go down. That's fine.
That's
I just don't.
fucking
I don't
rude.
understand why they're all surprised.
Okay, this is actually sick. What the fuck?
Yeah. Of course, I'm surprised.
George, it's your
Enemy of
turn.
my enemy is my friend, I guess.
It's your turn, George. It's your turn.
Don't take your turn. I'm not in combat.
No, I wasn't. I'm waiting on you.
I mean,
Gab.
you can
Let me know.
take your turn. You just can't end your turn. You know what I mean?
I
Shut up.
can. I'm about to push this guy down there.
Yes.
Wolf and I are just laying on the ground.
You guys
Yeah,
care if I
well-
push him down there?
I don't care. Do what you gotta do. Fix this.
Okay, that. Oh, he has feather fall on. I'm a dumbass.
It's okay.
I didn't even see that.
I need to fix that because that looks horrible. Holy crap.
That's my bad.
Okay.
It's okay.
That's okay,
I
Gab.
didn't even see he had fucking feather fall on.
Whatever. Of course.
Oh, concentration broken. Nice.
I do clear mask.
He's burning.
Damn it.
Damn. You call him a putrid boil.
That's pretty
Yeah,
disgusting.
I called him a wolf. That's crazy.
You are really
Ah.
mean to me,
Oh,
and I'm gonna
nice.
have to sue you.
I'm gonna have to sue you because you hurt my feelings.
The hook cores are actually doing damage to that thing too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're doing above 15.
Boy, it's our turn.
It's your turn.
This is like a three-way war.
This is
I
insane.
don't know who I
and
should
fun.
attack, the hook core or the bullet.
Bullet.
Bullet,
What are you
bullet.
talking about? Bullet. That's not a.
Yeah,
not even
yeah,
a decision.
Try and kill this
I missed.
fucker.
I missed.
At least.
Hey,
There we go.
okay.
Ooh,
Nice.
You missed.
nice.
Too heavy to shove. That's okay. Hey, you know, since we got everyone's attention,
Oh,
Oh god.
Sing for me. Bullet's like, oh, stop this putrid noise.
now
He
everyone's
has
going to
get
attack
up.
me.
Uh
Arr, stop
no.
this putrid noise.
Oh no, deadly leap.
Wow.
Oh no.
oh. Uh oh.
Oh no. Oh my god.
That is deserved.
Oh.
That is absolutely deserved.
Oh my god.
Okay, little advice. Don't stand next to Bullet. Or spread out, actually, would be better. Interesting. The good thing is you guys are next to each other. I'm going to throw a health potion at both of y'all. Don't worry. I got you. Never mind. I don't got y'all. Just kidding. Go, Gab, go.
I thought the hook core was gonna avenge us, but then he attacked us when we were dead. I was like, okay.
He saw the opportunity and took it. I want to know, could I can heal both of them by throwing a... Nice.
Got his ass.
All right, I'm going to throw a potion to get you guys up. Nice. He's bleeding.
He's leading.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to throw a potion to y'all.
Okay.
Oh, you got that?
Yeah, I got it. This path is
How?
interrupted.
Do I
How?
have disadvantage?
Any day now.
I don't think
Rude.
I can get to... Hold on. I don't think I can...
Oh. Waypoint.
Path is
Nice.
interrupted.
Do you need me to throw it? I think I can.
I don't know why this path is interrupted.
I can throw it on Christy.
No, I got
can
it.
throw
I
it
can
on
just. Oh, okay. If you can do it, yeah, do it. I don't know why it's telling me path's interrupted. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I can shoot an arrow though, but I can't throw over
How
there.
come
That's
Wolf
fucking
got up,
stupid.
but I didn't? What the fuck?
Skill issue.
Because you are also prone.
Yeah, but we were both prone.
No, he was down, babe.
Oh.
You were
never mind.
prone. Well.
Well, I'm prone for 2 turns. Wolf, get me up.
I'm gonna
Okay.
try to do this without hurting you guys. That worked. All right. Can't get to that guy. Well.
Rude.
Literally outside of targeting.
Literally wolf in a nutshell when I talk to him. You infect my eyes and nostrils.
You hurt my feelings, and it's
Why do you
pissing me
moan
off.
like that? Why do you moan like that?
It's not a moan. That was a sigh. It's like a.
It's not even a sigh.
That's a sigh.
That was a sigh.
How am I outside
This is how a
of
man
targeting
sighs.
range, dude?
That's how a man says.
No, that's
You
how
moan.
That's how a freaking. You know what? That's how a man sighs. Not all men
He
have
can't
to
even
go.
defend it. Can't defend it. He's just like, this is what. You're a bully. That's a wolf every time.
That's a fucking.
You're a bully.
Dude's trying way too hard to have a masculine sigh.
Well,
Bro is
like,
trying really hard to sound like a woman.
Oh, sorry. That was my sigh.
Oh, I'm up. Nice.
Pissing me
I can't
off.
even get to your
Poor
voice
wolf
pitch.
sleeping.
That's how high of it is. Okay.
I just have a better vocal range than
Nice.
you.
Yeah.
Good shit. Keep your guard up. The fight's not over yet.
I've been put to sleep. Okay.
Yes, we see that.
That's
You
not
can
I
take,
wonder if I have Glut run, if the Hokora will kill him.
I'm gonna just
What do you think? Either way, he's
you
gonna
can try.
die.
go for here.
These boots have seen everything.
Why is Glut such a
Oh,
bitch?
that's ice.
Get rid of this.
Oh no,
Get rid of this.
he just is.
Save that, and then that should. How's that look?
Wow, they're all stupid. You
Yeah,
guys
they
are
are.
all here. All right, where's Philro? He's up there. Um.
He's
Look at him looking for you,
Yeah,
Christy.
he's looking for me.
No, she ain't there no more. Does he still have this fucking shield
Featherfall?
shit?
Oh no, his shield's gone. He says Featherfall. Get him, Gab.
Coming.
Interesting.
How do I? Hmm.
Oh, nice.
Get on the fucking ground. Get on the
Nice.
fucking ground.
Amen.
Fine.
You're
Nice.
done. You're fucking done. Oh, he doesn't even see you.
I got knocked
funny.
down, but he doesn't see me.
Hey, Wolf, would you mind
knocked
getting up and
down.
helping?
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if I could.
Oh, okay, good. That's ours.
That's ours. That's ours.
That scared me for a second. I was like, what?
I know. I know it did. It is a little scary.
Interesting. Nice.
Yes. Be the tank, Bullet.
Oh, nice.
Jesus.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, he's gonna try and hurt me. But what if I do one of these? Not enough space.
Have a good night, Kit.
Good night.
Hey, Kit.
Get fucked, dude. Holy shit. Wow, the bullet is actually fucking crazy.
If does that break it? That breaks it.
Okay, well, that sucked. Fucking miss. Dude, the bullet is so fucking broken. What the fuck?
What? Yeah, I do. Bet.
Get shit
Interesting.
on.
Twit
Oh,
twat
wow, you
twerp.
hurt his feelings.
I killed him with words.
That
You
was
fucking hurt his
funny.
feelings, dude.
Twit, twat, turp.
Twop twerp. Oh god.
Wolf, after seeing words killing that thing, I just want to acknowledge that I am pretty mean to you.
Yeah.
That's
Glad
it.
you acknowledge it.
Aw.
I'm glad you can acknowledge.
That's
Acknowledge
it, though.
That's funny.
Now that I know that words can kill, I just acknowledge it.
Ha, get fucked. Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Of course. Made the bullet prone. Pretty freaking lame.
Oh my god, am I actually up?
Yeah. Good job,
didn't
babe.
matter.
Good
Thanks for
fucking
your help,
job, y'all.
useless monk.
Oh, well.
Oh, we didn't loot Boulette though. That's okay.
I mean, he could still have the potential to die.
Yeah. Boy.
Wait, can I look in his inventory? I can,
No.
but I can't take
Oh, you
anything
can't?
out.
Oh.
All he has is that fucking berserker shit.
Oh.
Yeah. And a shovel, a bucket, and a bone.
Tattered scroll.
Pork loin.
Gimme.
Half
Not
eaten
enough
gnome.
space.
Deformed chair. Looks like wolf.
Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy.
Twit, twat, twerp.
Oh,
He's
Sus
too
of him.
big
there's
to
like
go
fish
anywhere.
and shit in here.
What is this feeling?
Potato.
What is this feeling?
He's so fucking big,
Cabbage.
dude. I can't take him anywhere.
Carrots.
Look at this bark.
Got
Yeah,
a whole
plants
damn
and sus of buck.
feast.
I just need a forge. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
There you go, buddy.
Hey, I remember this place.
This is my pet dog. Where's his eyeball? Oh, there it is. that his eyeball
How
or
is that
is his
supposed to
nose?
look? Why not both?
I don't know. I don't know how bullet works. Bibba bang.
Flip a bang.
Nice.
Bibba bang. Chrissy's gonna sit on the deformed chair.
Interesting.
Okay, I mean, I gotta fix all this
Should
shit
we
in my freaking
should we
thingy.
kill Glut now? We don't really.
I'm down to kill Glut. If you want to kill Glut, let's kill Glut.
I have disadvantage. He's too close to me.
Wait, if we kill the glut, won't the bullet be on his side?
Oh, I can just hold on. I think
You break?
I don't know how
No,
to
you don't break. Okay, that fixes it. Okay, cool.
unsummon him. I don't think I can unless we kill him.
Okay. I got that fixed now, but I still gotta fix that problem.
I could just have Glut jump off a cliff, I guess, right?
Yeah, you could.
Okay. Target is too far. Say goodbye to Glut. Thank you for your time and your service and your bullet. Oh, I gotta go down there. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, Glut.
Wretched thing, pull yourself together.
Ben.
What do we do about that? He's mindless.
Hmm.
I can't control him anymore either.
What if we kill it? Do we get XP?
I don't know.
I mean, we can try, I suppose. Y'all wanna beat his ass again?
Oh wait, maybe I should go from this angle. There we go.
How many times we gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
Wait,
I'm gonna beat
I
him
still
up.
can't push him off. What the heck? Oh.
Oh my god.
Listen, tight.
Okay.
I just realized he's probably gonna hit me first. I have the lowest health.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think here. I didn't think it would actually go aggro though. And I also don't think he can come in this hut, dude. Like, he's huge. I was having a hard time fucking picking and choosing where
you're
I'm
right.
going.
Here goes nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
I have ended my turn.
I can't go any farther in. Damn it.
No. This is about it.
Oh god.
Lock and stream panel.
Fuck.
Outer.
Ow.
Sorry, Christy.
Oh, ow.
Sorry, Christy.
That's
Hey.
crazy.
Hey.
I'm helping you.
Out of key points, so I can't really do much. I could just punch and kick.
Okay.
Jesus.
It's okay. Just finish it. Finish off.
Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking button. Look at George.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Arr. Did somebody call A pirate.
Good job, dude.
Good job.
Oh, you
good job,
just-
good job.
This reminds
You
me of a
just stood
ditty.
up.
I'm back. Blood
You
guzzler
just fucking
garb.
stood up. Yeah.
We don't have
That's
any
All right. Next time.
barbarians,
Next time
though.
when I do that, I'm gonna make him jump off the cliff and then Glad.
I have 2 watches on, because it's always time to diddle.
We need to. Can we long rest?
No.
Yeah. Would you like to go to bed?
I would like to go to bed.
I would like to go to bed. I would like to go to bed. Ugh. Dude, we're doing it. We're doing the damn thing.
We are making fucking progress.
Would you like to go to bed?
Portals. I hate them.
Act
I
3
would like
tonight. Let's
to go to
go.
bed.
Okay.
Oh hell. We haven't
Ready
even
to sink another
scratched
energy
Act
drink.
2.
I've got a
Oh, here
12
we go,
pack
here
of
we
them,
go,
brother.
here we
I'm
go.
ready.
Oh wait, never
Oh,
mind.
yeah.
It's just the
I'm so
freaking
hot.
Yeah, my
emperor.
fucking. It's
I
my
thought it was a
batty
dirge
ass.
thing. Damn it.
I promised I'd be back.
This
Y'all
fucking
can't tell me
You
my
got the
dream
hit on
visitor
me.
is not a
Don't
baddie, though.
worry.
Okay?
I have things under control.
I don't give a
This-
fuck.
For now,
My tiefling doesn't
bitch.
have devil eyes.
I see you've been using the powers
That is
the tadpole gives
terrifying.
you.
Why would you do that?
Good.
I just randomized her.
Things haven't gone as
A
you
tiefling
expected.
without devil
You
eyes.
fought a mind
Yeah,
flayer
she's
might
like a
now have
human
attempted to
Uncanny.
get one of its
horns.
own from you. But a Meloam couldn't help you. You're desperate to be rid of it.
Can you stop talking to me?
But you're looking
I don't
for
like
solutions
nice
in
pissing me
them.
off.
You're-
No.
Tell me who you
until
are.
You allow- the parasites are merely a symptom.
Just
Freddy
like
does
you.
not
Just
understand
like
that this
you.
fucker only used us for his own self-righteous fucking decisions.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's
pretty
kill
messed up.
him and then turn into mind flares.
Protection.
Sure.
Oh,
So
sure,
we'll just
yeah,
let
let's-
everybody turn into mind. We'll let everybody turn into mind flares, right? Because that's not a negative outcome.
You
All right, get out of my
Bro
freaking
willingly
brain,
becomes a
lady.
mind flare, and then says, "Oh yeah, it's a bad thing."
That is a different thing.
Make sense.
Me becoming a mind flare to stop the entirety of existence from becoming mind flares under the boot of an evil freaking tyrant is different than letting everyone become mind flares.
Why would
Bro's
you
falling
make
for the
what's his
propaganda. It's
face do it?
crazy.
Well, because if you make
Why would-
Orpheus do it, then he can't save the Githyanki. He can't kill Vlakith. And fuck Vlakith.
Fuck Flacketh.
Oh.
Freddy was
Can
just
Lae'zel
gonna bang
kill
anything that
Blackness?
moves.
You know
No.
what?
You said
I said,
Lae'zel
can
can kill
Lae'zel?
Flacketh? No.
I said, can
No,
she?
so
Oh,
Orpheus basically,
is a god.
I mean, because he's like, well, he's not really a god. He's just
He's like a
he's
the
the
son of-
true king of the Githyanki. And so
There you
if
go.
he comes back, then Vlakith has no power, and all of her influence crumbles.
Disappears.
Oh, so you're just gonna be Squidman then?
I might be Squid Man.
Okay.
Yeah,
Freddy
I
wants
just gotta do.
to. He wants to dance as this fucking squid. That's crazy.
Look at Wolf, still in his cutscene.
Yeah, for
Sorry,
real.
I was talking to you.
Oh, he's having a private moment.
What? It
Will
should
you,
be private.
Can you diddle your fucking lover some other time?
I'm sharing private moments. Oh man, I want y'all to see how much of a baddie she is.
Well, I tried to look, but you were having a private
I
moment.
know. I turned
Yeah.
that
Freddy does not
setting
know
was
how to
diddling
on.
play this game. It's crazy.
Oh my! It's a fucking
was-
setting. It's a
He was
setting.
diddling her.
You freaking mouth
you-
yapping.
Can you get rid of the Suser flower?
George just wants to carry them for no
I
reason.
can't cast
Arr,
my...
shut it, you
thing.
tailback.
Tail back.
I'll just get away from me, psycho.
Oh, let me put these in my chest.
Okay, Gale.
Which one's mine? Put these in my chest.
Kale.
Wait, where did he go? Where did you go, Wolf? Trying
What do
to
you mean?
fucking
He
buff you.
did it away.
He's over by Shadow.
Oh, my fault. I went to go talk to Shadowheart.
okay.
She wanted to talk.
I thought,
There
I
you go,
thought he
Gab.
left. Oh, yay.
Where
Don't you want a long strider?
Where is
Sure.
a star?
you,
Oh,
oh,
what
over
if?
here.
What if?
yourself.
Can we give the noble stock to Shadowheart?
She already ate it.
I already ate it.
No,
Oh.
yeah, Christy ate it a while ago. What?
It says you should eat the noble stock, Shadowheart. Perhaps it could restore your memories. Have that as a
Yeah,
chat option.
that's a thing you can do, but Christy already ate it. Yeah.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay. She's gonna say hand it over, and you're gonna be like, ooh.
Oh, I
Just
already
eat the
ate
damn
it.
mushroom.
Right.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Well, glad we got that out the way. So, was there anything
Uh-oh.
You
What?
ate it.
What?
What?
Oh my god.
Why do you insist on exhuming the past?
Huh.
I was a slave. But now, I've been convenient. It's in theory, the next step is to drink their
Interesting.
blood. Once you've done that, you're free. Yes, and
I don't know if y'all have seen this before.
and
Yeah.
trust me.
I thought it didn't work if you already ate it.
Yeah, how did she eat an invisible fucking thing?
Yeah, what
Listen.
the heck?
I don't
Christy
know.
shit it out and gave it to her.
Game of the
Game of the
Yes,
year,
It
everyone.
was fucking human centipede.
I was younger,
Why
Why does bro reference the most
an initiate at the cloister.
atrocious movies
I was
ever?
Obsessed
I know
about
for an
something,
absolute fact you are
Of
not
all
the
of
one
her
talking.
memories, this is
You
what
have
she
talked
fucking
about
remembers?
human centipede before.
mocking my name.
That's not true. We got no proof.
Watch the VODs, check the VODs. Because unlike
Check
George,
the
I
VODs.
stream every time we play this game. So it's
Not
there
true.
somewhere.
That's not true.
Did you get the buffs and everything?
Yep. I already
Okay,
long
cool.
strided, y'all.
Bet, 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 bet.
I'm
Damn,
gonna
someone's
go to
with
the
giant
arcane
strength
trident.
right now.
Yep.
All right. Are we gonna go
I
back
won't
to the
have to
Myconid
drink these
colony?
anymore. I'm going to the arcane tower.
Okay.
Go to the arcane tower so I can get the club. So then I won't have to drink elixirs anymore.
I'm gonna buy Blurg.
Bye, Blurg.
Yep.
Do 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 do
Do, 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 do. How do we get to the Arcane Tower? I've forgotten.
You're going the right way.
I
forgot.
forgot.
Yes.
I forgotten. I forgot how to get to the Arcane Tower.
Well, if you want sparkle hands,
Why would I want sparkle hands?
I don't know.
Why would I
Pretty
want
cool to
anything
monk.
you offer me?
Okay, it's a monk weapon, but okay, or a monk gauntlet.
Not a monk gauntlet just because of sparkle hands, buddy pal.
Buddy pal. It only works with unarmed attacks. I wonder who does unarmed attacks.
I'm gonna unarm attack you if you don't knock it off.
Already can't read. It's got the reading comprehension of a
There's
2-year-old.
nothing to read. Read this thing that you can't see.
I'll just read better.
This guy.
Oh my god.
I can't read. I'm deaf. You should know this.
Okay.
Oh, my fault,
Why
my
am I
fault, my fault, my
catching
fault, gang.
strays now? What the fuck?
My fault, gang. I apologize for my indiscretion.
I hate it here.
Please forgive me, good sir. Dobby is just doing what he was told.
I'm trying to hurry up and just open
I'm trying
the
to
power
keep
for
my
y'all.
Harry Potter from coming to Hogwarts for his own safety.
I need to fix this. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, stream outer. Here we go.
Hey, where's my guidance?
Master has given Dobby a sock. Dobby is free.
Night, babe.
I'm so glad Dobby gets
Do
fucking
guidance.
destroyed in the
Oh,
final
because
movie.
of the spell thing.
That's crazy.
insane that you say that.
Already deserved it. Skill issue.
That is insane.
That is insane.
If you would have teleported faster, you would have gotten hit. You know, just telling facts here.
Wow.
Absolute
There you
skill
go, guys.
issue.
Brody's talking as somebody who can't teleport at all.
Brody's acting like teleporting is a normal fucking thing.
It is in the Harry Potter world, buddy.
Yeah.
The
Oh yeah, me and
arcane
Christy were
tower
talking
safe.
about that. We're talking about that. Like,
coming.
why do the there's no one like help Harry more than they did with Voldemort. Especially in the
Yes,
beginning.
bro.
Harry.
Toxic. Fucking toxic.
Because of what, Wolf?
Just fuck Harry.
Wow, you're
Harry.
you're a bad person.
Fuck Harry
Bitch
Potter.
fucking complains about dying, fucking little shitty fucking Dobby, but doesn't get mad whenever like, oh fuck Harry. Literally the
Harry
main
Potter.
character of the entire fucking thing.
Skill issue.
Stupid. Actually stupid.
Dobby deserved better.
Dobby did not deserve better. What are you talking about?
Dobby deserved better.
Dobby the free elf.
Dobby deserved everything that came to him.
Fuck bitches, get wizards.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen. This is the stream control button. Let me go ahead and replace you. And then right under you, I think I need to wait. Yeah.
How many die tomorrow?
All's well that ends well.
Move comment on your old stream controls.
All's well that ends well.
Oh, I gotta get rid of this?
I feel like Wolf would be Draco Malfoy. 100% be Draco.
Just all the way down the wrapper.
I'm
Oh,
lost.
Potter.
I forgot how to get over there.
Baby, go to the Underdark beach and then crawl up the rope thing next to you.
And then
continue
jump.
heading south. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Head
gotta
south
jump
and then jump.
where the holes are. Remember? I reached my hand in there.
Where the anal holes
Oh
are.
god, did I fix that? Or did I break
Oh, the
it again?
hole.
Yeah, like the movie.
The hole. The hole.
Or
I'm
you
gonna
can't
place
be
you
saying
under
that.
here and then see what happens. I love breaking things. This is gonna break everything, isn't it? It didn't. Okay, but the button is still
Ooh, nice.
still there. Why are you still there?
To draw any attention. These boots have seen everything.
Go chat.
Interesting.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Okay, so now that I've saved that, now let me take a gander over here and see what this does. That didn't fucking do anything.
Gab. It's funny.
I'm speed running.
That just transform.
Yeah, I just got a whole bunch of goodies.
Shot.
All right, guys. Did you ever put the dog collar on and press the button?
No.
Wolf should
I
do
didn't.
that. That's his thing.
All it does is
It's
shoot out a
beneficial for
steak.
everybody. Okay.
I think
Oh, you could do it.
relax.
Ow, kitty! Damn.
Hey Wolf,
Hang on,
who would you be, Beavis or Butthead?
I don't know.
Where's the dog collar? There we go.
They're both idiots.
I mean, you are one, so I'm asking which one you would be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're both idiots, so it doesn't really matter.
I wonder if we like long rest, right? And then come back with the dog collar on, if it gives us another steak.
I don't know.
Because it can only, it doesn't do it most.
Rotten mushroom. I never understood how a mushroom can be rotten. It's just fungi.
Yeah, isn't it already rot?
Yeah,
Necessarily.
but I guess it's an
Fungus is not
organized rot.
Fungus is not a rot.
Fungus is not a rot. What do you know?
More about fungus than you do, apparently.
More than you fungus and you do, apparently.
Let's see what this does.
Bro's just mad he's not a fun guy.
I love a good
funny.
dad joke.
All right.
Is...
Well,
If I have a son and he, or no, I'm sorry, a daughter, and like she's like going on a date for the first time with a guy, I'm gonna go up to him and be like, "You better be a fun guy."
Did we do the
Show him a
stuff
mushroom.
down here yet?
Where?
Isn't there something by
Like
that
doing all
tree down
kinds
there?
of stuff. Okay.
Yeah, just
It's
jump
safe to
down,
run
babe.
over here now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, let me just
Yeah, you can
jump
take.
down from here.
I literally ran down here and I didn't even get like the dirt mound down there or anything. I just hurry up and came in. Who likes Lazelle and who wants her to read this Gith Yankee disc that I got?
I don't really care.
I'm
Who
not
wants Bazel?
flirting with Lazelle.
I'll just hold it.
Yeah, give it to her. I've romanced her twice already. I'm not doing any more. Maybe in another life. As a good gay friend once
Maybe our
said,
seventh
there are more
time.
fish.
Maybe our 7th time.
I think it's fun. There's distillation sets here. It's so cool.
Hey, Wolf, I'm above you.
Lembics.
Hey.
Fractal distillation is probably one of the most craziest things.
Fractal distillation?
Yeah, it's a chemical procedure.
I've never heard of it.
It's forming a
What's
new
it entail?
compound. It's forming a compound. It's basically heating up stuff into
Let me
making
see
from
which
a liquid to
one
a solid,
makes him.
Oh,
making it a pure substance.
hi, Marshall.
Nothing is crazier in anything to do with physics than antimatter and quantum shit.
What's up, Marshall? When fungi can decay, estimate. You feel that slime every early harvest. Mushroom in the fridge, time to yeet. Nah, that's just flavor, dude. Extra flavor.
That's just flavor.
You unlock the bonus flavor.
Oh, there's another Susser bloom here.
Unlock the bonus
I
flavor.
already have 3, baby. You don't have to take that one.
Okay. Bit.
What's goody, Marsh?
Bit, bit, bit. Bit, 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 bit.
Awesome, Marshall. I meant it when I said it, Marshall. I want
Did you give us the
to
potion?
diddle the turtles.
What?
What?
You want to diddle turtles?
Yeah.
Not
Isn't
the
the
turtles.
environment already diddling them enough?
Yeah, and I'm gonna add on to it. Skill
Damn.
issue.
I mean, that's right.
That's right, but damn. I don't like ER flavored food, as most doctors would agree. Most, but not all. It's like that saying, right? When you see a dentist, like 9 out of 10 dentists recommend this toothpaste, so one doesn't recommend.
Arcane lights, of course. Going to ascend.
All right.
Going to ascend again.
Oh, I
Stop
have a
following me.
fucking dead goblin child on me.
Stop. Not you, babe. I'm talking about this weirdo dragon cunt.
Stop what? What am I doing? I'm doing anything.
Following me.
I'm not following you. I'm trying to get up to where Gab is.
Trying to get up where Gab is. Oh.
Bye.
Oh, okay.
Are you
Well,
fighting the
You
thing
did-
up there, or?
No.
no. But since Gab just left me in the dust, I might attack it.
Well, you can
Oh,
go
I'm
right
coming.
ahead. Or you can
kidding, I
just
wouldn't
take
do
the ring out of my inventory now
Oh,
That's
hi.
alright.
and just
Did you get everything
equipment.
that was down there?
I'm currently in the basement right now.
Bet.
Oh,
I
books.
just I chose all the good
Scrolls.
options.
There's a shit ton of scrolls here. The bookshelves.
Yeah. I just
I'm
grabbed a
getting
couple.
them too down here.
Mine.
Holy scrolls.
Mine.
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 Mine. Mine.
Mine. Mine.
Mine? Mine?
Mine.
Mine?
Mine.
Handwritten
Mine.
letter.
Mine.
Mine?
The no.
Dude, this will
Painting.
break
Oh yeah, Marshall.
everything
Wolf plays a lot
here.
like Jordan. Annoying.
But fun.
That's exactly what Jordan says when I make fun of his gameplay. He's like, annoying, but fun. Like, no,
all that
it's
matters,
not.
really.
Where are y'all?
As long as it's fun, that's all that
I'm in
matters.
the basement.
She's in Diddy's dungeon right now.
Is the
Diddy dungeon.
Well, yeah, Mars, congrats on pulling that 1K card.
Everything up that I need.
I am, babe. You pulled the rare Umbreon card from Pokemon. It's
What
worth
the
like
fuck?
$1,000 right now.
Oh my god.
Damn, that's so lucky, dude.
That's crazy.
Yeah, of all fucking Pokemon, Umbreon's the fucking rarest.
Umbreon.
Where is the display picture crystal?
Okay, I got my club.
Okay.
So what does the club do for you?
Well, it makes me have 19 strength. So now I won't
That's
have to
insane.
drink my elixirs anymore.
Oh,
That's a
nice.
lot
And
of
then
strength.
somebody else can. I mean, the elixirs give you 21 strength, so.
Fair enough.
But now, I mean,
Yeah.
technically, I could take everything out of strength because now I automatically have 19 and just put it somewhere else. And then I can do the ability modifier, which then would give me 20 dex or 19 dex or something like that.
Nice.
You know. I also have some equipment on me if anybody is interested in siphoning through whatever the fuck you want.
I look.
Yeah, I might take a gander here and see. Yeah. Oh, hello. What's going on? Sorry, I'm taking a screenshot of something. And then let me fix.
I might actually... Let me go back to the Myconids. Turn in this quest, talk to Dareth again. Hopefully she has a blood elixir.
Okay. My
Black
Conid
and furnace
colon
dies. Can I have that, babe?
Ooh.
Yeah, go for it, baby.
Oh, since we killed what's his nuts, since Glut's dead, will they unlock the thingy down here now?
Oh, we killed the Dwegar.
Yeah.
So it's opening.
I don't really see anything I need from Geb. I want to dye my cloak.
See, and then this fucking...
It's time to get a move on.
Holy shit, nice.
Oh yeah, that looks better.
Bunch of XP.
All that XP. What's that?
Man, I wish that wasn't light armor.
What kind of armor is it? Let me see.
Can I do this? I got a fucking 3.
I'm coming.
God, is it worth it to... I don't even know what this book talks about. I'm not gonna roll the inspiration. I think this book just talks about the...
Yeah, it talks about the Grimforge.
Yeah, I don't need to waste it on that.
So if anyone
Gay
was an
Forge.
ice sorcerer, there's your weapon of choice right there.
Ooh, the Morning
Frost.
Frost.
There you go.
Nice, nice, nice.
It is a pretty
Anybody
cool
use
weapon.
light armor? I don't think anybody here has used light armor.
I use medium.
Yeah,
I can use medium and
heavy.
light, but yeah.
I just have the
think it
shadow of
gets
the
a
Minzo
better
Baranzan.
armor. I'm waiting until we get to the Grimforge, though.
Mushroom
Oh!
taker.
Wolf,
There we go.
you should take those.
Nah. Nothing will probably ever replace the gloves I have.
That's not true.
You gain +2 to armor class as long as you are not wearing armor or holding a shield. God, these robes are ugly. I really need to get... I don't suppose we can go get go get that Dex armor past the gift in the Canyon Pass.
No.
Right now?
I mean, I don't think we have to do anything. I mean, we just have to go there and talk to the lady and buy it, right?
Yeah.
True.
Because then I can get those. I can get the cat's grace. Ha!
Haha.
Wow. How many things? I'm just going to do it one more time. There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, give me that ring for free, motherfucker. Now give me them boots so I can give them to fucking wolf.
Give me them boots.
I don't have enough gold. Oh, I have a whole bunch of books. Let me sell them.
I can send
How
you
much are
97
these?
gold.
They're 435.
Should I give this Dareth the fucking noble stock?
I mean, it's fucking bugged. You might as well.
Okay. Eat your goal.
That's actually crazy.
We used it 3 times. We used it 3 fucking times.
That is funny.
Hey. Where does one for throw attacks? Oh, Wolf, you might want to take this.
Oh my goodness.
No, look.
I've had this conversation.
It literally is when you get Tavern Brawler, it's gonna make it even better.
I have Tavern Brawler, but I don't use
read
throw
what this
attacks
does.
or improvised weapons.
Oh my god, this dude.
With throw attacks, when I throw things at people, I don't throw things at people.
He does not know how to play monk.
Improvised.
It's crazy.
Brother, I punch things. What do you mean? I punch things. I get close and I punch them.
All right, I'm selling it. Fuck you.
That's fine.
All right.
Easy money.
Check your inventory, Wolf. It's in there.
But
Would you want this Staff of Arcane Blessing? You can cast Bless for free.
I don't. I mean, I don't think we really need it.
Okay.
Is Bless even worth it? If nobody wants this
you get
Morning
it.
Frost, I could probably give it to you to sell it.
It's whatever you want.
Or the Shadow of the Menzo Baranzan.
Menzo Baranzan. That is such a cool name. That bestow curse.
Arcane Echo Malefaction. Echo.
Don't hurt yourself there, Wolf.
Echo Malefiction.
Don't hurt yourself, man.
Big word
What's that
hard.
mean?
Big dumb.
Big word hard.
Alright, be a sneaky pirate.
There you go, dude. So now whenever you fucking start hitting people.
Yeah, we should fight the
Give it a
Yankee.
addition. What?
What?
I don't fight the gift.
Where?
Me?
Let's go fight Kethric Voss.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh
I would
my
much
god.
rather not fight them and then just go to the mountain pass and then get
Pussy.
that armor.
Pussy.
Listen, brother, I'm not going to be responsible for us dying.
Again.
Yeah, I'm not going to be responsible for us dying. Ain't gonna happen.
Again.
Damn, she wasn't
Yeah, we heard you the first time.
Again.
Christy might not have, but we heard you the first time.
Again.
Again.
Need something.
Again. Oh shit, it's Wolf, a pale corpse.
I'm clearly not a corpse.
I don't know. You look pretty dead to me right here.
Idiot.
Pleasure.
Shout out to Rotten Tomato. Shitty movie review critic cunts. All right, what are we waiting on?
Shopping.
selling
Wait,
stuff.
we gotta do the Grim Forge still.
Yeah, we have to get deeper into the place.
That's what she said.
Crazy. What's the next
I might
course?
actually get
Need something?
Oh, it's so expensive.
Birdie does not listen.
You said we need to do Grimforge. We never decided what the next course of events was.
See, how do you get to Grim Forge from here, Wolf? Enlighten me.
The beach.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do
We
you
never
mean?
said.
Go to
Well,
the beach.
I've said several times what
Well, we
I
want.
wanted
Christy
to
wants to do the fish people.
and Christy wants to do something else. So that's what I'm
that's right, we
saying.
gotta
No
do that.
one's decided what course of events we're taking.
Brody also forgot about the
Dude.
fish thing. He's just fucking pretending he remembered.
I did forget about the fish thing, but that's irrelevant. The point
Oh
is,
yeah.
don't
I did forget it,
derail.
but it's irrelevant.
Don't derail. The point is,
Don't deflect.
I didn't ask how to get the Grimforge. I said, what's the next course of action?
Yeah, and at the time we were talking about going to the Grim Forge because Gab said that.
You were talking about going to Grimforge. You said, oh, we need to do the Grimforge stuff. And
Yeah,
she
because
like,
Gab
oh,
was
we
talking
need to
about
go
it
deeper.
earlier.
Pleasure.
Or was it Christy? I forgot which one did.
One of us.
Somebody said the Grim
was,
Forge. And I was like, okay, we should do Grim Forge. And then Christy was like, but I want to do, or Gab was like, Christy wants to do the thing. I was like, oh yeah, the fish people. That's right.
Yeah, the fish people.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's this way.
Crazy.
Ow.
Oh, shadow message in the thing.
Arr.
Ow.
Dragonborn Bard. Yes, he is muscular, but he's also gay. Which it's
Not
okay
even
to
a
be
bard.
gay, except unless you're a wolf.
Okay,
And it's not okay.
I'm back. I had to buy a bow.
Over here, baby.
Oh yeah, Christy, don't forget about eating your dwarf stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. The food.
the food.
Yeah. Doesn't
Oh, that's
cost an action.
Again.
Again.
I'm saying is a juicy and muscular male dragonborn bard. All players who can sing a bard. That's true. That's true. Very true.
Jorexlin. Jorexlin.
I can definitely sing.
This guy. This dude.
Who asked you for your opinion?
Ooh, helmet of autonomy. Efficiency and wisdom saving throws. I'm wise.
Why can't I jump that far?
Brody said he's
I
wise.
can't jump that far. Can you?
Arr, I be wiser than you, wise
Wait.
crack.
Where did y'all go?
Okay, I just
You go down the
pushed
crack
a
road.
new.
I can't jump that far.
Baby, you can. There's a mushroom top that
There's-
you can jump onto.
I can't.
Yeah.
It wants me to.
Hey, it's
Oh.
right here.
I didn't see that one. I
She
saw
really
y-
is
I saw
blind.
y'all jump to this one, and I was trying to jump to this one, and it wanted me to go
Babe.
all the way up here, and then jump down and take 15 damage.
Babe, there was one right
Insane.
there.
I didn't see the lower one. It's too dark.
It's okay, baby.
Insanity.
Arr, these fish scallywags need to be taught a lesson.
Oh, I guess
I'm
I don't
going
need
to
this
kill
seat. I
them.
just need to go down there.
Me, but that's
One
alright.
by one.
Yeah, you can go down and see if you
These
can
fish
convince
sticks
them.
remind me of the scaleback I once knew.
Wait, did that?
Here,
He was
wait, come
pretty
back. No,
gay.
wait, come back. Oh no.
Why is
Come back,
that?
yeah.
Why is that button still broken?
I got you. I got you.
Why do these guys look like Pat?
That's crazy.
Come down there.
I made the same joke like the last two
Yes,
times
yes,
we
yes,
played.
yes, yes. Okay. Good luck.
One of these days, Wolf Pat's gonna be in your stream. He's gonna be like, this fucker.
Right?
Good luck, Christine.
I'm waiting for the day I call Otter one of these things and Otter's just in the chat.
I can't get getting lost like that.
Don't forget,
Alright.
we can still summon the ogres from Blighted Village.
And with
Care about those
every
guys.
thought you
Oh
feel,
yeah.
How do y'all get to the? How do you get to the fucking thing again?
Go towards
me-
the arcane
So
tower,
go to the
and in
beach.
the back,
Yeah.
in the back corner, there's like it looks like a portal to hell, technically.
Wolf, I'm
You
gonna
gotta
go
jump.
back to your area. That way you can see me on the map.
slaves that
manifest
There.
their gods
Yep.
through sheer
Coming.
belief.
And you see where to go?
Let me see.
You,
Yeah,
This guy.
our Lord of Murder, demands sacrifice.
Hey, Wolf, just in case you don't see it.
I don't see it.
Ping this
Why is
for
his
you.
fingertips
Right there. The
so-
little
Oh
mushroom
wait,
stalk.
that's over. It's over here. It's over this way.
Yeah, it's over there. Yeah, keep going. Keep going until you can no longer hear my voice.
And you'll come across the cliff. Why don't you go ahead and jump off of it?
And if you jump off the cliff, you've gone too far.
That's so perfect. I'm a god. And
Isn't it great, like, when you get, like, directions, and you're trying to read them while you're driving, and it's like, all right, turn left, okay. And if you hit the train tracks, you've gone too far, and the next second you go...
Right. It's like that video. It's all like, you'll see a black cord, and they unplug it. Please do not unplug this. And then they'll, like, plug it back in.
Arr, I do need a sandwich. Oh, shit. She bewitched Pat. That's crazy. This is what I imagine the Mook base to be like with Pat's streams. They're all just
Wall is coming.
It's just what I imagine Pat's community to be like.
I want a taste of every life you take.
Just listening to their chanting.
Swills in your swooning sick body. Today you became the tart of a false god, and your evil.
We're gonna kill him.
You're a tart.
You're just taking his fucking weapon.
You can't say
You're a
that.
tart. He called you a tart.
Can't say that.
The narrator
Where is
called you
he
a
at?
tart.
Why can't I see him down there?
Okay.
A sickle, a bowl.
Nah, the fucking red cap.
Oh.
Inside.
I can't see him anymore.
I think they killed him. Babe, did you kill the red cap?
No,
He might just
he
be
gave her
invisible.
the weapon.
Yeah.
Oh. Doesn't he leave or something?
No idea.
I don't think there was like really anything Dirge specific besides the one thing where it's like I kill people in my sleep.
I say
Yeah.
we
Friendly
kill
now.
all these people.
We're friendly now.
Yeah.
Well, let's change that. I'm just kidding.
Pat,
Okay,
gar,
I'm gonna go
burr,
down and
gar, ha, ha,
Go down
ha.
here. I was ready to kill everybody.
Babe, are you just looting
was
them
too.
blind?
Yeah,
wanted
I'm
the
taking the
XP.
fish right in front of them. I'm taking your brothers.
That's crazy.
They're digging at me. It's 100 gold in that barrel.
Hello?
Why?
I'm just gonna steal all their gold that's back here.
Hey, bro, you screwing the hell out of me.
Pick up all these singular
Fire
pieces of gold.
arrow for Gab.
The ecstasy of murder. Oh, there's a heavy chest over here.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Go. They do be go.
Start
Oh,
digging in your
baby.
butt, twin.
Start digging in your butt, twin.
Gab knows what that is.
Sandwich sounds good. Sacrifice yourselves.
Start digging in your butt, twin.
That's crazy.
Why?
Beep,
Why is that
I'll
crazy?
show you dig. Wait.
Oh.
Let me fix this.
I seen the edit of like whenever Plankton puts SpongeBob's brain. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, now make me a
can't get over
Krabby
there.
Patty. And he's like, beep, 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 beep. Start digging in your butt, twin.
Luke Goblin.
I've seen the one
entirety
where
of Act
SpongeBob
One.
sings
Throw
it.
me.
It's
Mr.
actually
Krabs,
insane
start
how
digging
much
in your
stuff
butt,
I miss.
twin.
Oh, yeah.
That one's so stupid.
That is funny.
I can't jump over there, baby.
Feel it
Sorry.
now, Mr. Krabs.
There we go.
Do it. Do it.
Stop feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Oh shit, oh shit. Oh.
Wow. I mean, that was cool. I totally saw you just explode there. Okay.
Put it
you
on the
failed
lid.
Disarm again.
The lid.
Okay,
Ow.
don't worry, Christy. Give it another go. Give it another try. You got this.
Now put it on the lid.
The lid.
Give it a go. Nice.
Armor.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah.
Armor.
Oh, you sticking.
That was funny.
Third time's a
You're
charm.
hot. Oh, it burns.
Ooh, medium armor.
This is so terrible that I can fucking re-say that whole scene.
Sandwich.
I'll put this
I
on.
think we all did.
It's crazy. You got a loot goblin,
Just
everything.
Watching y'all be loot goblins.
I'm
I
coming
didn't have
back.
good armor.
Coming up here. Oh, wow.
Just want to make
Well,
a
you're
point.
about to get good armor.
Well, this is the armor I just got is more better for like a cleric.
If you zoom up closer to these Kuatoa hunters, they look exactly like Pat.
That's not very kind of you to say. Listen, I'm gonna have
I
to
just
start
wanted medium
banning
armor.
George.
I guess I can put. I'll put this one.
3,000 camp supplies, 75 long rests, hit hard in Act 3. Yeah. Yeah, we always wind up with a ton of camp supplies. I don't know how much we have. We have 1,800 right now.
Blood. Lust.
All right, we gonna go to the Grimforge now, or what are we doing?
Yeah, what's the course of events we were taking?
I'm going to the beach.
Yeah,
Be
Stone
there.
Mason Kith might have a fucking bloodlust potion for me.
I don't have to be
what
here.
happened?
With you at the beach.
What did you do?
I got inspiration from eating one of the dwarf parts.
Yeah.
Called her a pig.
That's
Nice.
funny.
That's insane.
That's actually
Wolf,
funny.
don't click on that boat. Wolf, don't click on the boat.
Click on the
Wolf,
boat.
don't click on the boat. Don't click on the boat.
Wolf,
I'm not
don't
clicking
click
on the boat.
boat.
I'm not clicking on the freaking boat. Stay away from me.
He's clicking on it.
He's clicking on the boat.
Have some sand.
Crazy.
See, I knew tactically you were gonna dodge that, so it's all good.
Ooh. Wait, this looks
You can
cool.
just jump on it though. But you
Come here,
can't
babe.
like move around on it.
Baby, look like a barbarian.
You can if you hold down click.
Well, I don't want to waste money on armor. When
Clever.
I'm just gonna get the one from the Grimforge.
You getting the medium?
Yeah.
Does anybody
I want the
else want any?
medium. I'm just kidding. I didn't.
Ah.
Grimforge
I
gives me
don't want
nothing.
anything.
You
Yeah.
don't want anything?
Grimforge does
Thinking
not
about the
give me
shield.
anything useful.
The shield is really good.
Marshall, did someone say Primal Rage time?
Rage.
Oh yeah, Marshall played the barbarian when we played together.
Right.
Marshall was
Barbarians
just
are fun.
yeah, they are pretty fun.
They are so much fun.
I don't remember if Marshall threw Jordan into the middle of a fight. So he
That's what you gotta do. You have to have at least, if you have a barbarian, you have to have at least one person play a gnome.
well, yeah, he was a gnome.
Yep, that's what you do.
He was
A barbarian gnome?
midget. No.
midget?
My buddy Jordan was a gnome. Marshall was I think he was an elf barbarian.
Catch up the
or a
penguin?
human
Oh, you
barbarian.
are. You are. It refreshes every 30 seconds, by the way, for points.
Okay.
I want Wolf and my buddy
Yeah,
Jordan to
I'm
play
ready
Baldur's Gate
whenever.
together.
I'm ready to.
I want Wolf and my buddy Jordan to play Baldur's Gate together. They would like fall in love with each other in a very non-gay way.
We can play this however you guys want to play it.
Is watch
Like
time
we can
and
push them in
effective
the
for getting
river.
points?
We can try to talk to them. We can do whatever you want.
Yes. For Nexus, yes. I haven't found a way to get YouTube and Twitch. I can, but YouTube's really weird with how they do watch time. So for right now, it's just Nexus. Watch time will
Nice
give you
mask,
points,
dude.
but messages for Twitch and YouTube should also give you points.
Look at me just sitting.
Arr, set sail.
Holy crap! I just realized
I'm
Gab's in the
actually-
cutscenes.
I'm in the scenes again. Yay!
Went to a different area to try to
Pinky
allow us to break up a bigger fight with the main villains. Oh yeah, that's right.
The last time she had a cutscene was me getting blamed for the fucking circus incident.
I remember when I pissed off Vlaakith and the game ended. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, because you probably told her like, if you're a god, why don't you do it?
Yeah, literally. I was being a smartass.
No offense, Black. Go fuck yourself. And she's like, okay.
Black.
My favorite act.
I don't know. I like.
1.5.
Yeah,
I think my favorite act is probably Baldur's Gate, like Act 3.
Yeah.
Act 3 is really good, but I feel like a lot of people like Act 3 because that's when you're just broken.
No, I don't like it because of that. I like it because a lot of like stuff that you did in Act 1 and 2 comes together. Like it ties up a lot of those loose ends of the story.
That's true.
That's my favorite part, at least.
That is
A
true.
lot of people
I also
skip
think-
that shit. I don't know why they do that. That's why I never really liked doing an evil playthrough, because you lose a lot of those scenes and shit that you would otherwise won't see. If you did a bad playthrough, which I think is pretty cool.
It is
Wow.
pretty cool. I
What's
can't see
happening
what
here?
you're rolling.
I can't
Roll
either.
Oh,
again.
yeah, I thought it was broken.
Got it.
No.
Get
He's
out of
having
here,
a
midget.
private moment.
The sergeant will be pissed about her boots.
Wait, we have.
Yeah, you
Someone should have been
Let's
wearing
get
the
to
boots.
shore.
See if he
You're the
said
one
anything.
telling the sergeant what happened. The rest
They
of you
don't
this
say
keep
anything.
patrolling.
I've literally
I'll be
worn
heading
them in
back
her
up this
face, and she like says nothing.
That's insane.
You continue forward in silence until the lights of a camp
Hopefully this-
twinkle through the murk.
This vendor across the beach here. Hopefully he has
Watch time
bloodlust.
should. I'm trying to watch the leaderboard. Homemade. To make sure watch time actually
Diddy time.
is working. Oh yeah. Yeah, you just got 10 points. Yeah. Yeah, watch time's working.
My game's frozen.
Don't say that.
We're not in a fight, so
Why
we're
is
fine.
Wolf
It's just-
walking like that?
Is your
What are you
game
talking
really
about?
frozen?
Yeah, I see a black screen. I don't see
Oh.
anything.
I see it.
I'm just standing still. Gab is losing her mind.
You were just like walking, like
We plowed
runway
Maybe when the
walking.
cutscene ends,
Was I
maybe I'll load
oh,
back in.
yeah, that's how I walk.
I think she's talking to you, George.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, homemade, you should. It is working. You will get 10 points.
You shithead!
Yeah, I'm looking at her
Per
right now.
minute.
She's looking
I
at you.
We
can't
got
do
trouble.
I
anything.
think.
Spit it out. Sergeant,
Game's
finally
broken. Well, this will be.
Oh, I'm just.
Oh.
I'm
Who's
so
the
sorry.
Greyman?
Uh,
Another slave
Wait,
for the
it's
devil.
loaded. Can you hear it?
No, I don't.
yeah,
No,
I'm
hear
stand-
anything?
I don't understand. Why is it just a black screen? My game...
I am.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait, I think I'm talking. Am I talking or is he talking? No, you're talking. George,
No,
you're
it's
talking.
George.
Yeah. But I'm gonna post this.
I wonder
screenshot.
if you hit. I don't know. Which one should we pick? Can anyone else see it?
I could see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
I bet George, if you just like press the number or something on the
I
keyboard,
tried
it might
doing that.
work.
Nothing happened.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm gonna reset.
The screenshot in the Dinklethurge chat when he.
What the heck?
Wait, what is
Of course,
it?
close it.
Now I'm not in the cutscene. Oh wait, yeah, yeah.
Nah,
I just closed the game, so...
Oh. Huh.
it's still here for us.
Fascinating.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it goes.
There it. Oh my God, it's broken.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Mine kicked me out.
Mine kicked me out too, but the way it was like loading, kicking me
Oh,
out,
there was like
it
a
was like
group
the
of people there or
program.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the programming look.
Homemade in the if you connect, I don't know what you signed in with. But if you go up to the top left and you click your little avatar and you connect the other account, you'll get another 2,000 points.
Dumb AI. He's restarting his computer though, right?
No,
Oh,
I'm right here.
No, you're here. Okay.
I'm just reloading the game. It didn't crash my PC.
Okay.
The game just bugged.
Yeah. I didn't know if you like. Nah, it don't matter.
I ain't doing that. Why? What's wrong
Why
with
not?
linking both your accounts? Because then you'll get
Why
points
not?
no matter what platform you watch on. Oh,
Homemade, don't do it.
So YouTube is really picky with the verification, and I'm in technically a testing phase. So YouTube will throw up like a warning that's just like this app hasn't been verified and all of that since I'm in testing. So yeah, I mean everything's fine. Yeah. But if you're uncomfortable, I completely understand. You don't have to. Just let me
Homemade,
know
don't
the
do
option
it.
is there.
It's like the water that turned the frogs gay.
What? It sounded so.
They're turning the
That's the
frogs
biscuit.
gay.
Oh, I'm joining. Joining
Oh,
the game.
wait a minute. It spawned me way over here. Where did it leave us?
I'm at the
I'm at the arcane tower.
No.
No. Shot.
Oh,
Oh no.
did it not save?
I feel like even if you like close out of the game like that, it just automatically saves
Yeah.
because it's honor mode. Maybe the game's
Yeah,
just bugging out.
if you don't crash, I mean, where am I at? Oh god, I'm still sneaking by the arcane tower. Oh no.
Oh, we have to do the arcane tower again.
Why am I here?
I got you.
Right.
Wasn't.
And then so we have to do the arcane tower, then we have to do the fish people. We
Okay,
have
let
to
me
talk
kill
to
the turrets
Sovereign.
again. Well, maybe
gotta
with the
sell
fish people,
everything.
we can like do a different outcome. 'Cause I feel like
Oh,
that
wait a
wasn't
minute.
the best one.
We already killed Gullet, right? Or what the fuck is his name? Bullet.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we also killed the. Oh, we didn't kill the midgets yet. Oh, no, we did.
What?
Yeah, we did. No, we did. We did.
Matter of fact,
Oh,
Homemade,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
actually gonna see if I can complete the verification so YouTube will stop.
I'm gonna go
throwing a
complete the
fit
quest at the
about
Mycadid colony so we can just fast track that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna
While
go
y'all do
get
the
that
arcane tower.
bow I got at the Goblin Camp again.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Oh my god, it
Theater mode
was
button is
so
still
long
kinda
ago because you
broken.
have the dye back. I gotta re-dye my cloak.
Sit.
This a different code though.
There you go.
Down by the river.
By the river.
Should look gay as
I'm
fuck.
just gonna
I'm gonna do this one.
I'm just gonna remove that.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I'm just gonna remove the
It's
other
even
button.
gayer.
Need something?
I also do need to change that as well. Let me do this.
Pleasure.
You should take the distillate out. Shut up.
Wow.
No, you. All settings.
Oh, we don't have the. I don't think we have the noble stock yet anymore. Whatever the thing is.
Damn.
Oh, the glitch fixed.
That's
That's
maybe
stupid.
that's why the game was bugged.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh man, does that mean I can't make Shadowheart do it? That's stupid. I'm upset now.
I think
Game's over.
Christy
Might as
actually
well-
ate it, so.
I might as well throw the game.
Yeah, I
No
did.
point. Need.
There we go.
The hell are my?
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Natural 1. Critical failure.
Always room for more.
Hey. There we go.
Masterworks that could be made there.
Oh, is this that cloak you had, babe? The shrouded in shadow?
No, I didn't have a cloak last time, no. It wasn't mine.
Oh, I thought you grabbed this.
No.
The shadow of, whatever the fuck.
Whatever the fuck.
Whatever the fuck.
So this what I need.
Oh, no, yeah, take this one instead, babe.
5 more minutes.
Here, I'll send it to you.
5 more minutes to what? Oh,
5
gonna
more
crash
minutes
out.
of
5
playtime.
minutes.
Oh, these. Oh, wow. This is something you. I didn't have this equipped. God damn it.
I thought you did.
No, I bought this from the lady over there.
It was over here.
Wow, nobody told me about it. That's crazy.
Yeah, it
What?
was like literally sitting on the rock.
I took the shrouded cap thing from the dead elf's place. Sell it back though. Wow.
I
Wild.
took it. I took it like a while ago.
Why
But
did you say anything?
Well,
Oh, my bad.
you were wearing it. I don't know.
No,
when
I
took
wasn't.
it at this
I
point.
bought the thing.
Well,
no,
Yes,
I
because
bought
sold
it.
to him.
There's another version of that, a weaker version of that that Dareth sells.
Oh, well, I sold it to, or I gave it to.
Oh,
Gab
I sold it to
sell
Amelia.
before-
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Luke
You
Goblins.
can buy it back if you want. I didn't
No, it's
know
okay.
you
Christy,
wanted that.
I just wanted it for looks.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Christy got it for me though. I'm good.
Okay. My bad, dude.
Nah, you're good. I don't care. All right.
I look cool as fuck.
Fuck.
Babe, we're kind of matching. Cute.
I'm gonna be saving periodically.
Good.
Okay.
That's what you should be doing, honestly.
Yeah, I forgot about it. My fault.
It's okay.
I change this because I don't
We
want.
gotta go to the fish people again, right?
Hey, hold on. These mushrooms don't have eyes. Hey, would y'all like to see what's in my pocket?
Alright, babe.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Imagine I blind a mic in it. How does that
should
work?
we go to the beach and do the fish people
Why are you
real quick,
making
babe?
a fucking
So we
group?
can get out of the way?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Go to
go.
the beach. I don't know why I gotta go with you. You can do it by yourself.
Because you love me.
Ew.
What do you mean, ew?
Oh, that's crazy.
Thanks for the hydrate routine, Shadow.
So you need the boots of
And all
clamor
go
again.
create a group.
Want me clamor?
A directory groups. Here we go. Verifying it's you. I'm trying to fix something. Yes, this is me. Yes. Hello.
This is you.
Okay, I'm gonna go
This
F myself
is
then apparently because
forever.
it's not letting me. Let in?
You
What's happening here?
fucking giblet. Look at this.
Who?
Pissing me off.
You're pissing me off, buddy.
Brody, who's talking to you? No one's talking to you. Bro's talking to Casper. It's crazy.
He's a friendly ghost.
Away. You don't recognize the creatures.
Oh, this time I don't pass the nature check? Okay.
Our Lord of Murder demands.
Well placed. That gold
Change this to.
Mad.
Okay, I got it.
I add like add Melon.
Damn it, bitch. Why don't you have an elixir of bloodlust? Such a stupid bitch.
Let's have a look.
I don't even have
Add
any
this
money
here.
anyway.
Well then, an email was sent. Hey, bro, what's going on in here? Nothing, Frostic. Nothing's happening in here.
What's up, Shadow?
What's up, Shadow?
Chilling.
Homemade sandwiches #1. Sorry, I've got other stuff happening right now. I'm trying to fix this right here.
Hey, just go talk to him.
I already did it. I'm looting over
Oh,
here.
I did it. My fault. My fault.
Oh, wait. Where the fuck did my shovel go?
I have a second one if you want it. Picked it up earlier.
Yeah, can I have it?
Well, you can just dig
Please.
without. Oh, here.
No,
I'll send you it.
no, I can't because I need the shovel to dig. If I don't have...
Yeah, but
No,
you don't have to have it on you. You'll take it from.
No, I missed the thing, so I was gonna use the shovel on the ground.
Oh, understand. I'm understanding now what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
He's putting it down.
I don't quite think you're picking up what I'm putting down. I love that phrase so much. There you go, baby. You're welcome.
There was only a pearl in there.
Ooh, a gilded chest. Give me that.
Should
Gimme,
send it to
gimme,
my
gimme,
group
gimme,
on there.
gimme,
What
gimme.
the hell's happening?
Oh, that's the one I missed earlier. There
Wow,
was
a clamshell.
one... Oh, this one. This is the one.
Stupid.
And I used my potion of...
Oh, matey.
glorious vaulting.
Wolf, I'm sending you those boots.
Okay.
Oh, matey.
Okay. And then we go down to the
email I need to
beach.
get. This is pissing me off.
Pissing me off.
Pissing me off.
Pissing him off. Odessa?
Oh, I fucking failed the perception.
Don't give me trouble now.
It literally sounded like you were in the fucking room with me here.
Oh, okay.
Why can't I use my shovel?
Wait, what's going on?
Can't use this
Are you
right now.
getting messed
Fuck
up?
off.
I'm good.
Not receive.
Oh, okay.
Emails from this? Why am I not?
Okay.
This is pissing me off.
Can't say that.
Can't say that.
I can say whatever I damn well please. I can say whatever I dang well please.
It's wild.
Can't figure out this stupid.
I'm like trying to think of what to do next.
I seriously can't change that.
Change what?
Oh, I'm trying to change the email for this Nexus thing that I'm building, but for some reason it has my. I don't want that.
He was
number one.
Smitty Werben Jaegerman Jensen.
Whoa. Can't say that.
Babe, I failed a perception over here. Can you come over this way?
Have baby.
I failed a perception over here.
Okay. Coming.
I thought it was a dig spot, but it wasn't. Oh, message in a bottle.
I'm a genie in a bottle, baby.
What are you doing over here?
Oh, me?
That
I'm
song.
not doing anything. I'm doing stuff that's not game related.
Mm-hmm.
Can I seriously not? I'm confused.
There's all this gold on the ground over here. Taking it.
Oh, this gold on the ground. Where are you? Fish people?
Yeah, I'm in the slower area. Just getting all this stuff.
Yeah, both picked up all of the before. And he was excited about it. Interesting.
That was. I guess I'll just do that later. Anyway. I was trying to get this Google verification thing just switched up and taken care of, but it's being really stupid. Typical. Fuck, I hate Google sometimes. Y'all piss me off. Y'all make your shit so overly complicated to work with.
Okay,
It's insane.
I got everything.
Anyway.
Okay. Reporting back to the beach.
Are we ready to go back to beach?
Fuck you.
No,
Fuck
hold
you.
on.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
well, I'm
fuck
gonna
you.
go to the beach.
I'm going
Fuck you,
to.
fuck you,
I
fuck you,
actually
fuck you.
forgot to do this, so this is good that we had to go back. I'm at the Goblin camp, and I'm gonna take all their fucking barrels.
I'm
Nice.
saving real quick. There we go.
All the room powder barrels behind the Zentarums.
Oh, Andy, hello. Hi. Look at her, babe. Long cat. But she looks so long. Fluffy, fair, long body.
Hmm.
That'd be like my fucking
I
dream
am
to be
encumbered.
like a cat competition
I'm
judge.
gonna go jump on the ship.
Like a show cat judge. That'd be my dream.
What?
Bet.
Yeah.
The Diddy Drink 2.0.
Diddy Drink 2.0 is insane.
Just like judge cats for a living, but they're like all cute. That'd be the best.
Wow. You want to judge cats? That's insane. You can't judge cats. That's crazy.
No,
I'm judging Wolf right now.
like,
He's a bitch.
You know, like how like the show cat like competitions.
You mean like the show dog shit?
Yeah, but they have like cat ones.
Wow. How typical of humans to use animals for their entertainment. Disgusting.
I grew up showing dogs.
Okay.
This dude.
It's actually kind of funny. How does that hurt me that much? That's crazy.
Ambi, so cute. I want to pick her up. I don't think she'll let me. Can I hold you?
Ow.
Let's
Where
see.
did my purchase go? There we go. She said, ow.
Nope. She bit my finger. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't disturb you. I'm sorry.
Ow.
She bit me.
Hmm.
Charlie bit me.
Charlie.
I can't
Charlie.
believe you've done this.
Charlie. Charlie bit me.
Actually, I can provide an example here.
What are you typing
All
over
right.
there?
Are we down at the beach?
I'm
Yeah.
just talking to some people.
Yeah, I'm down at the.
I
the
just
beach.
like heard you typing so
Okay.
loud.
Sorry. I have a whole bunch of rune powder barrels now, though.
Ooh.
At the camp.
Rune powder or smoke powder?
Oh yeah, you're right. Smoke.
If you got a bunch of rune powder barrels, this game's about to be easy.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna kill everyone, including ourselves.
We just have like 3 people wait at camp. One person goes in, throws the bomb, kills everyone, and it's easy game.
Easy game.
Ready, babe?
Yeah.
We're waiting
Mommy
on
we.
you.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Mommy
think
we.
he has to be here, or we leave him.
I'm cool with that. Y'all can do the deception without me.
Alright, babe.
Arr, hold on, I'm gonna save really quick.
That's a
Yes.
good idea.
Super good idea.
Before I take off, hold on. I have a gift for me, friend. Pocket sand.
Alright.
Oh.
Trying to damage me.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters.
Hey, I was just on that ship.
Oh, my freaking helmet doesn't match. I wanted to look like Altair or Ezio.
I mean, you kind of do. I was literally thinking you look very Assassin's Creed.
That's what I was going for. But the dye that I had, the white and red, would have matched like Altair or young Ezio. But it looked more like Diddy now, so that's okay.
I didn't see white and red. I
Wild.
just saw the black and furnace.
No, I used it, babe, but on another helmet. I only had 2. And he told me about this helmet, and I'm like, what the fuck? Hey, what up, midgets?
Side eye.
They're a bit taller.
Bombastic.
What are you doing on
Side,
Geck's raft?
side.
Where's Geck? Who are you?
Just kick the asshole into the water. Who gives a shit?
I don't have... -1.
Should let Gab kick him in the water.
It's a little too late for that.
The Sergeant. Come on. Let's get you to shore. You're the one telling the Sergeant what happened. The rest of you.
No, you.
Keep patrolling.
Yeah, no, you.
I'll be
bitch.
heading back with this one.
Yeah, you go tell her.
Corsair.
I don't fucking answer to none of y'all.
Until the lights of a camp twinkle through the murk.
Twinkle through the mud.
Twinkle.
Who's the
Not bad.
Greyman? Another slave for the dig.
Can you see the cutscene now?
I got a black screen again.
Do you really?
So,
They don't.
No.
Slightest of stirring.
Yeah.
Twat's old chum
Rage
owes us
bait.
a load of coin. You want through? Make a donation.
I can't see this
Fuck
guy
you.
over my freaking body.
Wait, why did you give it to her?
Eh.
Don't worry,
You
I'll
don't
get it
have
back.
to.
No, I know. But I
She'll
just
be
wanted
like,
to click the first thing.
She'd be like, I'm just kidding.
There we go. I also wanted to save as soon as we finished.
Oh, nice.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Make
Good
you
luck on the history checks.
Talk to him. I didn't want to do that.
Good luck.
Oh wait, no, I don't want to do this. Y'all do that. I also
I
want to
can
buy
do
shit.
it. Give me guidance.
Guidance. Here to inspect the
My
get lost.
Importio.
And if you are, well, I doubt you've got anything useful to say.
Oh, wait.
play you
Oh,
an
it's not.
inspiring tune.
I thought it was the other guy. My bad.
Yeah, Kith. Also, when you're done talking to Kith,
Oh,
can you check
well,
to
I
see
can't
if he
talk
has
to him.
any...
Somebody's playing.
Oh, my fault. But you were already talking to you. That's why I started playing.
No, I clicked the wrong guy.
Cobbled edges.
Oh, there's giving you gold.
I got gold.
This dude, 1,000 hours of Baldur's Gate, everybody. This dude.
Sun dweller in these parts. Look
Can
here,
you check
my
to see if he has
topside friend.
bloodlust
Y'all know this George hasn't been
elixirs?
talking?
And I doubt I'll find fresher.
Yeah.
He muted me.
Take a look. Tell
Y'all
me
know
what
this
you
George.
see.
Oh, that's
Be
so
thorough.
much better. Oh,
Dude,
my God.
it's crazy. His character looks like a bird.
Crazy. Oh, I can still
God.
hear him through Christy. I gotta mute Christy now, too. Hold on. There we go. Much better. Kidding.
Wolf,
I
really am mean to you.
It's okay.
You're
I
mean
just
to
cry
everyone.
in my bed at night.
That's not true. I'm not mean to Gab. She's cool.
Yeah, but you're mean to me.
These rocks down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because, different reasons.
I'm literally your
That's because he
girlfriend.
likes you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the
So
problem.
it's like when you're like in elementary
think?
school and you have a crush on someone and
Yeah.
you,
Yeah,
like,
basically.
you're like an asshole.
Just
'cause
shove her
you-
face in the
That's
dirt and be
right.
like, ha, loser.
Yeah,
That's me.
literally. And then wonder why she doesn't like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Glassy stones stand out in the debris.
But like, you know how a skill tree works? How it branches out? Two different kind of hate. One for Christy, one for Wolf.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the kindness branch is just, for Gab. So there you go.
That's crazy.
But Christy and I come from the same origin of partner, so it
But
branches
that's not
out
true.
from there.
That's not true. Oh my god, I failed the history one. We have one inspiration left. Should I use it?
All he gives you is Infernal Iron.
Yeah, we don't
If
really
you get
need
all
it.
three.
Statues meandering curves and you consider
Anything standing out? Yeah, self. Alas, well, let's see what you've got.
Bet.
Any bloodlust?
Nope. I don't think so.
Damn it.
Yeah, no.
What's so
Anyone got
unlucky?
animal speak so we can go kill these fight these
Yeah, I
guys?
have a few. You can take some. Take.
That's all.
I'm not gonna do it. Open up.
What?
I really am a piece of shit. Holy fuck.
You're just figuring this
Oh
out.
no. Damn.
You shush it.
I just skipped it. I know what the fuck they are.
Wow. By the color of their skin, that is crazy.
No,
This
by their
mask
fucking clothes.
Looks ridiculous on me.
What the fuck
Let
are
me
you
see.
wearing?
Oh my god.
Wow, I wonder who that is.
That's actually funny as fuck. Oh my god.
Why does the mask deform into your face?
That's so funny. I'm clipping that.
Wolf is like, guys, look, I'm undercover. Oh, I wonder who
It's
that
almost-
is.
It almost would have been better if it was just a flat mask, just like hanging on my nose. Because like, in order for it to deform, that would imply that there was a dragonborn dark just this year, and I don't think there was.
There wasn't, but lore-wise, there wasn't.
Ooh, can I take that
insane.
dark
Oh shit, it was Wolf? This whole time?
Yeah, you can take whatever you need.
Wolf, I didn't know that was you under that mask. Damn,
Right.
that's a good disguise. You want to talk to
right,
these
that's right.
Wroths and have them help us?
No, I'm out of my die.
Yes.
Sure.
All right, let's go. Let me pop a potion of animal speak. Some
Wait.
Diddy juice.
No,
All
I
right,
only
ready to
used
go.
2. Babe, did you take the third one?
No, I didn't take anything.
My
I
die?
walked
I just
over there
used
and
2 of the
pissed them
white
off.
and red ones. That's all I used.
Oh.
You have one black and furnace red die.
I do? I didn't see it.
It's right next to the amethyst.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. I guess I am blind.
Mhm.
And deaf.
Blinded by light.
Oh, wow. It literally changed nothing. Cool.
Oh.
Here we go. I am so good at this game. 27.
I probably... Oh, okay. I probably should have saved it for the adamant armor, but oh well.
Arr. Drop your sword, midget. That's a good midget. Arr.
Crazy.
I mean,
Wow.
everything is true. Nothing is permitted. Okay, who the fuck marked me?
I can't
Wolf,
believe I
throw a
fucking
motherfucker
missed.
down the fucking chasm.
Watch
I'm gonna
this,
do.
watch
I
this.
tried, but it didn't. She fucking failed the check.
But it didn't.
Oh, wait. Path interrupted.
Typical
Damn it.
scalebacks.
Can I jump over this fucking thing?
I don't see you doing anything useful.
I disarmed the dude. What are you talking about? You Dirk's whipping cane. Oh, look at that. Good job, babe. Thank you for doing what Wolf should be doing.
Nice, nice, nice.
I tried to get that one too, but
Good
there we
job,
go. There
Dad.
we go.
Amazing.
Get the fuck down there.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Adamantine slag.
See if they'll open that shit up for
I'll
us.
talk to him.
Good old animal speaking.
There we go. They're helping. Just get out of the way, Wolf. There you go. Oh shit, rope? I just gotta find a chair now and I'm set.
And a
I
ceiling.
thought
low
you were
enough.
gonna say a ceiling fan.
Oh, that's actually a good point. A ceiling fan would also help. Thanks, true bro.
True, bro.
Of course, you
Curious
pick it up and
minds.
you don't even know who it is. Look at you.
I don't. That's all right. I'll do this. Where's the curious? Where,
That looks so cool.
Oh, I don't have it. Someone took it from me.
What?
Took what?
Curious mask. I was gonna just give it to everybody and see who passed the check, but
I didn't take it.
I didn't take it either.
I think Gab took it.
I didn't take it.
She literally has a devil foil mask in her inventory.
I didn't take it.
That's crazy. How did that get there?
It magically went into my inventory. Who put it in there?
There's like
Wolf,
3
you
of them.
scallywag. Look at
That's
this,
fine.
look
I
at
don't
this
care.
dude.
I was gonna put it in everyone's inventory until somebody like got it. Hey, Christy, walk to the edge of this for me.
Calm down, Diddy.
Oh,
Good job.
Why did you do it?
I thought it was like a dig spot.
And stone.
I don't know.
Those exist.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, I hate this game.
Actually.
You want to come with?
Side me. Yeah, sure, why not?
Wow. Without us.
Oh, okay, don't jump. Don't jump. Let me disarm this.
Jump.
Don't. Okay, I passed it. Give me a second. There we go. Oh my god,
Oh
Wolf.
my god.
I jumped over it.
Stop.
I jumped over it. What do you mean? Ain't no problem. No biggie.
All right, I got it. Not you, Wolf. Talking about Christy.
Oh.
She jumped right next to it.
That happened mid jump. I was like, oh no.
Ogano.
What part of me
Oh,
to say
no.
I'm disarming? Don't jump over here. Do you not understand?
I didn't know there was a second one.
Oh, okay. I guess it's fair.
Hey, I discovered a gnome found some trouble here.
A midget found some
Yeah,
trouble
sure.
here.
Stupid
Oh,
bitch.
gnomes,
What's her
buddy.
name?
Buddy pal guy.
Yo, Wolf, would you smash this statue?
I would.
It's a statue.
Yeah, but imagine if a woman was that big. Would you
I'm gonna
smash
jump
her?
on her titties. Damn it, I can't.
I don't think you can. Too small.
Wow.
Sucking on my titties like you want. Call it.
Maybe lock them doors and turn them lights down low.
As I'm over here now.
Now, where are you at?
baby lock.
Oh, Brody
Yeah, that song's
just
stuck in my head now.
What?
That song.
What song?
Baby lock 'em doors.
Oh, my fault. I'm blue. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die.
Guys, I'm stuck in here.
Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. Die.
We can't look.
I'm
Oh,
blue.
there
Dabba dee dabba. A 30. God damn, I'm so good. There you go.
Well, I would beat Ava. What? I'm gonna do all these skelly boys. Oh, hey, a key. Oh, hey, undelivered letter.
Hey, who asked?
Master Catherick, my whip has finally coaxed some particulars from the captive Harper, the which she revealed the location of her stockpile on a rocky overlook. I investigated and found the chest in question is trapped. Any attempt to open it might break its contents completely. I open the chest. That's rather than the crying looks Linda with every lash. Oh.
Here, I'm
Looks
gonna send you
Splenda.
some good armor. Well,
Oh, bet.
it's not armor, it's clothing.
Spell save DC. As long as they have lightning charges. I don't have anything that gives me lightning charges, but I mean, I'll take it for the spell save DC.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Whenever y'all are ready,
Wait, what are you doing?
you can open this door.
Oh.
Gab's the only one
Okay.
not over here. My fault.
No, it's okay. I'm coming.
I'm gonna sleep on this stone bed.
I'm sleeping
How
on this one.
comfortable. How absolutely comfortable this is. I should get a stone bed in real life.
Babe, go on the other one.
No.
Okay.
I do what I want. Oh, you guys are all sleeping? I'm blue. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die.
White tea.
Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die.
Do you see what he's doing, Wolf?
That's crazy. Insane.
Wolf's just mad it's not him.
That's
A little bit.
He's like, it should have been me.
It should have been me. That's crazy.
That's literally Wolf. It should have been me.
I can fix that. That would be sick. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to do that.
Brody's creeping me out. Open the door.
Shush your face. Oh, you want me to open the door? Okay, I'll open the door.
You shush me.
Okay.
Okay.
You said open
We
it.
did say open the door. To be fair.
You did say open the door.
I did say that. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Oh, shit. Otter.
One of these days.
They're going to be in the chat.
One of these days.
Oh, I didn't go invisible because I went on fire. Nice.
Yep.
Why'd you catch on fire?
Can you get closer to that Mary?
I would go more in, but
That's alright.
Oh wait.
Message Twitch.
Okay,
Oh, never
well,
mind.
Fuck.
Ow, that hurt.
I say get closer and she runs farther.
Makes sense.
It's okay. Look at her. She's a god. She don't even need our help.
On Diddy.
Oh,
On
nice.
Diddy, on Dancer, on.
I'm going to clip that. Thank you, Wolf, for the
Vixen?
soundbite.
Comment, cue it,
anything to help.
Donner, listen.
Whenever I'm going
First off,
to make
end
a
this guy.
soundbite called On Diddy,
Secondly-
and it's just Wolf saying it.
I'm gonna end this guy.
Nice.
Nice.
Next.
Look them in there. Punch, punch,
Want to kill
Told
this
you, I
Hellbore?
punched it.
punch, punch, kick, kick, punch. It's all in the mic. If you want to.
Arr.
Can't play music 'cause
This
I'm on fire.
pig pissing me off. Arr.
Good job.
Amazing. Just for good measure. I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
How am I
dissolving.
on
That's
fire
why.
again? What the
Oh,
fuck?
fair
I
enough.
just ate
Elixir
a.
of resistance.
I
Still a
just.
foil mask.
I just ate a dwarf rib and I.
If we get 3 of them, we can give it to Damon.
Got a
Well,
rusty
I just
key.
got another one. I just got
Hey,
three. We
anybody
have
want
3
this
masks.
fire stoker?
A what?
Oh,
It's a
No, I'm good.
hand crossbow.
I go with my bow.
I'm
Okay.
Gucci. I don't need it. Function.
Yeah, your bow awareness is actually
chat.
OP.
I know, I forgot about it, and then I went back to the goblin camp to get it. I was like, where was that bow? I was like, oh yeah, it's in the goblin camp.
Let's scroll top. So I just replace all of that with this.
Wonder if I'm able to like.
Save that.
I think I am. It might hurt me, but I think I can jump
And
over there.
now, let me make sure this didn't break anything.
Oh, it's only
index.
gonna hurt me 7.
I can pop the short rest
Okay.
Oh, wait,
after.
6. I saw a 6 in there.
Deploy.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
blue, da ba dee da ba die, da ba doo da ba dee da ba
Oh
dee
shit.
da ba die.
Do you want?
Oh,
Do you
here.
want to see if you want? Oh, okay, yeah. Beautiful.
Interrupted.
No, Christy, wrong way.
Wrong. Whoopsie.
Listen, it's alright.
What?
What? I thought it was sneaking. I'm surprised. Diddy.
That's okay. They suck.
Oh.
Okay, I lied.
Oh my god.
They're actually really tough.
I was
What do
about
you
to say they're
mean?
really hard to kill.
Listen, it's
They
alright. It's
have
alright. It's
very
alright.
high resistance, dude.
They're weak to. Let me see. What is it?
What?
Oh, never mind. They're not. Never mind. My fault. Thought they were. Good old long pig. You're gonna get inspired every time you eat dwarven parts.
I think so.
Free XP.
No, because I
my
ate the rib and I didn't get one, but I ate the pig
Okay,
and I
that's a
guess
bonus
I did.
action. Did this take an action? That takes
What
a
if
bonus action.
I
I want to take a bonus action.
Are they? Oh, lightning damage is halved.
Where?
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, fuck him up.
That psychic damage is crazy.
Kill him.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, these guys be
got it.
freaking me out.
Can I eat another one of
Ew.
these? Oh, I can.
What
Wait,
the fuck
can I
was
eat
that?
more? Oh, I can. I could just keep fucking eating
Christy,
these.
oh my
Yeah,
god,
Gab
said
Christy,
that.
please
Yeah.
don't do this to me, please.
I'm pretty sure Gab has like mentioned that like multiple times.
I didn't
wanna
know I
run
could
over
just
there,
like
but I'm
keep
gonna
eating
die.
them. I was like,
I
oh
keep
I'm gonna
god.
run.
telling you, it doesn't cost an action. It doesn't
I'm not gonna say anything.
cost an action.
No,
Don't run over
baby.
here.
I
You're supposed to front line. Get away from me. Just kidding. I'm just about
no,
to die.
no,
I don't
no.
have
She
to-
hates
I
me.
heard you,
She
but
hates
I just didn't know it. I could just keep eating them over and over.
I tell you,
Um,
it doesn't cost an action.
Hey, she said it doesn't cost an action.
Hey, Wolf.
What's up?
Can you possibly throw those jellies?
I can't do anything right now.
No, I'm saying, are you able to pick them up? Would you be able to or no? Have you tried it?
I could try.
I don't know.
I could try to throw
Yeah.
them.
Y'all could just throw them in the chasm right there, yeah. Instant death.
Chasm.
Chasm.
Where's the chat?
Chasm.
I'm gonna do what I can from up here.
And what about him?
Sneak attack him. Oh, nice. I don't think they can go prone. They're
Nope. But
they're glued.
Wow.
Wow, they have feeling.
yeah,
That's amazing.
Bit rude.
you miserable pile of secretion.
Oh my god, he went prone. Can you push him maybe?
You should be able to throw them.
He's too heavy. I'm trying to kind of like if I can do this.
Yeah, it's
Hold on,
too,
hold on.
There you
too
go.
heavy.
Hold on.
Damn,
Okay.
he saved.
I wish you had the Oh, nice. Okay. And y'all are just beating up a jelly. That's crazy.
Oh, I'm invis. We go.
Interesting.
I'll go over here.
Oi!
I can't shoot that.
Damn.
Pools
That
of
one does not
tepid
have feelings.
He's talking about I insulted it early.
That's true. You're right. My fault. I apologize.
That one doesn't have
because
feelings.
Dragon Man's
What?
in the way.
Y'all should kill that one. It should be fine.
What if I throw a pike at him?
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I can't move past Wolf.
Am I in the way? Oh.
Yes.
You can. It's just
moved,
ill-advised
I'm
to move.
Oh my god.
That's it.
Oh
You pile
my
of
god.
secretion.
You
George,
pile
he's
of
really
secretion.
fucking shooting up at you.
Well, he's dead now, so.
Hell
got
yeah,
it.
dude.
Incredible.
I fucking hate those guys. I tried so hard not
Let me do
to
some
fight
quick
them.
math here. Will this knock me down? Let me see. 38, 27. Carry the 4.
If you jump
Add
over here, it should be like
7.
6. Are you able to?
6.
Like if you stand right here, you might be able to jump to like over here. And it'll only do like
Carry
6
3.
Do
maybe.
you just want to wear this Misty Step necklace and then Misty Step, or
Give me that.
Yeah. Uh, I'm gonna.
I got you. Send it to
Gimme,
Steve
gimme.
the Pirate.
All right.
You guys want me to do what I did last time and move the rune powder barrel and then you pick it up?
Sure.
Good to me.
You pick it.
Thank you, Wolf.
You're welcome.
Here you go. Here is the thing back. Bet.
Actually, I think I might be able to jump behind her.
Oh, hey, babe, where you going?
Let's see.
Well, I was getting the stuff that was over here.
Oh, okay.
Let me get this chasm treeper.
I want to make rib.
You always want to make rib.
Oh wait,
Don't
I'll
worry,
show
I
you a
picked it up.
McRib.
are we
Got it?
getting the?
All right, let's keep that,
Yeah.
and then we'll throw it, and when we kill Nier.
We kill this bitch?
I'm down to kill her. I don't really
What'd
give a
she
shit.
say? Cult nutters. Wait, what do you want me to
Can't
do?
say that.
I'm about to just knock her. I'm about to just knock her on her ass and kill her.
Bro, that's racist if you kill her. You can't do that. She's a protected race.
Ain't nobody protected from these fists. You let me know, Gab.
Equal rights, equal lefts, I guess.
These hands
Hold on,
ready to eat for
hold on.
everyone.
Hold on. I'm gonna hit her too.
I missed.
What?
Because she moved.
What the?
she
That looked
jumped down.
crazy.
What
She jumped
just
down
happened?
and it like she like
I was out of-
disappeared for a split second.
Oh, okay.
I told her I heard enough. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I could have punched her. Okay.
She's just sitting there crying to me. I'm like, shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
We want a short rest?
No.
Okay.
Short rest is for pussies. Wow, I'm a
Yeah,
pussy, I
I
guess.
almost
Far and
I almost
dirt.
clicked one. Didn't do it. I almost clicked
I am what I
it, but
eat.
didn't click it.
Hey,
This guy gets it.
the band.
I don't know how Wolf gets it, but hey.
Hey.
He literally has
show you.
as a kid. I'm over here like he
Right.
doesn't know what that means.
You're right, I don't.
What the heck?
I want to jump down there, but it's gonna hurt me.
That's so funny.
Just go this way.
Did you just unlock the door?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why not? It was like a 10 difficulty. Why not?
I mean, fair enough. I want to go.
I'm gonna be sad when we do a long rest and I lose the bliss spores.
Yeah, I would be too.
Listen, it happens.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'd like
Oh wait,
to
I don't even
jump.
have them. You have them, George. That's it.
Yeah.
There.
I'm Sparky Boom Man.
Love it. Great name.
It's copyrighted though, so I can't use it.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, from Avatar.
Oh God, I haven't seen Avatar in a long time.
Last Airbender. Great show.
Sparky Moon Man.
Best
It is
anime
a
ever.
Fantastic show.
That stone there's been pried loose.
There he is. Hold on. The
Wow, we
stone
suck.
here has been pried loose.
Wow, I guess we're both stupid.
Hey, Wolf, can you move the stone over here?
I'm not the strongest. I don't have the highest strength.
How come?
Or Gab,
How come?
can you move
How
it?
come?
I don't think I have the
Okay,
highest
make 'em.
strength.
How
Right,
come? How
babe.
come?
Not enough strength.
Sorry, the water is deep.
Ugh, y'all ending soon? Probably a little bit, yeah. Potentially.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
That's for you.
Thank you.
Actually,
Hide
now that
armor.
you message.
Hide
that torch
armor.
there.
Is there anything else good?
Just potions of healing, that's it. Gold.
Gold, gold, gold.
Gold,
Go,
gold,
go.
gold, gold.
Go, go,
Go,
go,
go, go, go, go.
Gold,
go,
gold, gold.
go.
Look at all this silver.
I need to do the same thing with this bad boy over here.
Oh.
Over here.
Hey, George isn't stupid like us, Wolf.
Hey.
We came in here and we both failed the check. We were like, there's just scraps of food everywhere. Let us out. Wow,
Nice.
I got a 14 on the dot.
On it, did not. Oh, I thought someone. I thought one of you shoved one of them in there. I was like, oh my god, already? I mean, I can do it. Just say the word.
Ooh.
You let me know when.
You gotta be kidding. These trash don't have nothing.
This guy's going in the water.
Walk.
Nice.
Thanks.
Bro,
That's a steal.
You spot a shiny trinket on one of the corpses.
Yoink.
Quit sniffing around. You're starting to get on my nerves.
And so are you. I'm about to throw you in the water.
Oh, he moved. I can't throw him in the water anymore.
Okay, do you want me to throw them in there?
We gonna fuck him up? I wonder if I can push him in there. Hold on. Ah, I can't reach.
Yeah,
think I can throw
the
him in
water's
there
too
either.
far away.
Want us to kill him?
Stupid.
I might be able to get him closer. Hold on, let me try.
Okay.
Oh, heavy chest over here. Give me this.
Wait, what's that for?
Didn't work.
Ooh, cool.
No, it didn't work.
Let's see. It was a misunderstanding. All right. Or are we killing these guys?
We kill him.
Yeah,
Go
we
for
can
it.
kill him.
But, well, y'all, I'm in combat, or not in combat. I'm in conversation, so y'all just attack them whenever.
There you go.
Amazing.
Drop your weapon, midget. That's a good bitch. Critical miss. Bro.
Fuck these
Hell
guys.
Ooh, smoke powder
Fuck
bomb.
these guys.
Fucking
Oh
midgets.
yeah, we are missing some of those, man. I can't wait to
Gnomes
get the last
killed
light so
under
I
the yoke
can
of slavers.
abuse the fuck out of Tally.
What?
She
Oh, he's
always
Zora
has
Naraya?
3 bombs. Every time you long rest or level up, she gets some bombs. If you're alright by Chihira, you're alright by me.
A war
Damn, they
pig.
got all the
by
fucking
me.
gnomes in there already?
The
Fucking
fuck
damn.
is a war pig?
Interesting. When did y'all want to end it?
Whenever
I
you
don't know. You
want.
were the one bragging about going as long as you want to tonight.
Yeah, you
Yeah, as
were.
long as everyone else wants to. I'm asking.
I'm up for anything. I'm on vacation mode now for the next week, so I don't really give a fuck.
Oh,
I'm gonna
nice.
kill these other guys. I
Oh,
just wanna,
shit.
Let's just go kill things.
Executed wolf
Yeah.
right here. What the fuck?
I'm
fuck?
actually
It's
not
my
a drow.
brother.
So
Wait, put on your mask. You gotta hide your identity.
no.
It's my brother. You should go talk to those spiders over there, George.
Is it because I'm Filipino?
That's because
No,
you can
'cause you
speak with animals.
Racist.
And because you're no, I'm kidding.
I speak true, brothers.
Ah, yes.
You know it's in your
Squeak.
hearts.
Squeaker, squeak,
You
squeak,
know it in
squeaker,
your
squeak.
very souls.
Squeak, squeak.
No Lolf, no Spider Queen.
Ah, squeak, squeak,
Murmur
squeak, squeak.
is the head of Clan Lur. He hatched us, raised us, feeds us.
Get him.
Squeak, squeak.
Oh, nice.
Squeak, squeaker, squeak.
You've read that harming spiders is illegal among Lolth's faithful, and often punishable.
I
by
am
death.
Wolf faithful, by the
Father
way.
Mermuth is our
But I haven't been very
Lolth
wolf-like.
is our future.
These spiders are loyal to the local Dwekar. In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you with slavering enthusiasm.
What the fuck, George?
I have a lot of. Oh, they're both the same.
Oh my god, are they gonna attack him?
Nah.
Useless, hideous.
You see, Father Mermuth's
Her embrace. We're ready.
Yeah, see? Good.
They ran so fast. What the fuck?
Holy.
Where
What?
where they going?
They're just
They're leaving.
They're skittering away.
I wonder if I can talk to this guy up
Everyone
here and see if he can get on our
Oopsie.
side.
You pissed him off, Odessa.
That gif every time that's how I feel every time I wake up.
Why is this one still here?
That's insane.
Babe, did you see the
he
gif
doesn't want to talk to me.
in the
What?
chat? Discord.
Oh.
Me. Every day.
You know how I have. This is my response to that.
Oh. My bad.
Let me see.
Yep.
Yep.
Double down.
Double downing
No,
now.
they don't like me.
Alrighty. What is our next
Come
course
into
of
her
action?
shadow. Let all that is past be forgotten.
Your mum.
That's crazy.
I was trying to get the Dwager on our side, but that didn't work out.
That's crazy.
How? Who is it you have to talk to for that? Isn't it Elder
That guy
Brithar?
talking. Yeah.
Oh, it didn't work.
He doesn't like me. I'm a drow.
I'm gonna
It's
talk. to him.
racist. It's very racist.
Okay, off with you, private conversation. How about off with you on this cliff, buddy?
I think if whenever you
Oh, I can
come
shove
in
him off.
here, tell us that like
Oh,
you're a true
Can you
soul.
push him?
and
If it
don't
wasn't honor
trust you
mode.
ever.
don't do it. Christy, don't do it.
Oh, then.
Christy, don't do it.
Okay, I won't.
We'll start a fight with everyone.
What do we want to do? No, what are we doing?
I
We
found
could.
the scimitar mold.
I'm pretty sure I could probably maybe solo everybody from up on that platform. No
Hey,
joke.
you want to kill Nair?
Ooh. Yeah. That's,
No,
anyone got the
no,
gunpowder
no.
barrel?
No. I do.
No.
I got it.
No, no.
All right. Throwing
Nope.
it. 3, 2, 1.
I'm not in the
I'm in
room.
camp.
step.
I can't get up there.
Yeah.
I
don't
can't
need to
enter
be
this
there anyway.
midget fucking
Do you
tent.
want me to help you?
Pissing
No,
me
because
off.
I'm supposed to be melee. I'm supposed to be down
Oh.
here.
Okay.
I'm just used to, not
take that.
being melee.
Yeah,
I know. You're used to your lightning
Oh.
and water and
In
shit.
this area, it seems you're the likely culprit.
Hey, what did you do?
I didn't
You
do
do.
anything. You were sneaking and I was like right next to you and I got caught by
Okay.
association. What did you steal? Okay, I'll just pay
Loosening
50
your purse
gold.
strings, you should.
What?
What?
What? I handed over 50
That's okay.
gold.
Kill him. Kill him really quick. You haven't seen it yet. Nothing happened.
Good job.
We're good. Nothing happened.
I don't know.
Now mug
I saw
'em.
Guys,
nothing.
you guys hear that? I didn't hear anything.
I saw nothing.
It's just this old place settling.
Let's mug 'em.
Yeah, it was like really weird. Like I was looking at myself like at a weird perspective. I was like, okay.
Oh, hey, there's I think the mimics are down here. Wanna go fight the mimics?
Okay.
Can't say that. That's racist towards mimics.
That's crazy.
Reported.
Also, I have a letter, this undelivered letter. Everyone should read it because I think you can get a passcode to a chest or something, but I failed it.
Let me see what letter.
It's the undelivered letter.
Oh, I don't
there.
see it in your. Oh, I see it.
Read.
I didn't get anything.
Okay, well maybe it's just a one-time use thing.
Yeah, I
Stupid,
didn't
dumb.
Maybe I have to. Maybe I have to have it in my inventory. Let me say. I'm gonna take it. And?
I'm coming.
Nope.
Come
It was a
here, you
one-time
guys.
thing, Wolf. It don't work. Reported.
I was too smart for that.
I'm coming.
All right, so who's gonna punch the first chest?
I could shoot
What
him
are you
from up
talking
here,
about?
you know.
These chests aren't monsters. They're treasure.
Shoot him.
Perception failed.
And Christy's done.
I didn't even click it. I just jumped up there.
Shit.
It didn't work.
Open it, Christy.
I didn't even click it. I just jumped up there.
Balls. Hope it saw me.
What? This one went invisible? I think my game's bugged.
How am I? How did I get surprised?
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's weird shit happening.
Can
I swear
not
I
reach
was
this
sneaking.
destination?
I'm
Hold on.
literally behind George sneaking, and I was surprised.
Oh, it's because you're a dark elf. No, you're
Yeah.
a drow.
I'm a darkie.
You immediately.
Insane.
Fuck.
Damn it.
I'm a darkie.
I mean, if you think about it, dark elf.
Can y'all
dark
see the
E.
one over here?
Yeah, I can.
Yes.
I don't know why it's invisible for me.
So funny story. My buddy Jordan, he's black, right? I've been a long time friend of his, and he made
Oh my
the
God, I'm about
same
to
exact
die.
joke. And
Yes.
why did you say yikes when I said he was black?
Okay, I'm getting
No, I'm
hit
saying
by an
yikes
invisible
because Wolf
circle.
got fucked up.
Oh, okay.
It's alright.
But
I'm gonna do this again. It's gonna work.
Oh,
There
nice.
it goes.
No, but yeah,
Oh,
Gav.
someone heal me, please.
He made the same joke, and it was really funny. He's like, I'm
Oh
a
my
darkie.
God. Fucking hit him.
There. Oh, I got him.
There you go. Yours hit and mine's fucking missed.
Yeah, on my screen it looks like I'm biting a circle.
Lovely.
Oh. Haha.
Nice.
Your tongue wasn't long enough.
Oh wow, they can barely
Crazy.
walk.
How did I miss that? What the fuck?
Can't hit him now. Oh,
You kicked his
Cool.
tongue.
Yeah.
Emmy. Get down.
immune to acid, damn it.
Get down.
Ooh, Ember's getting yelled at.
Annoying cat. Can I vicious mockery a chest? I can.
Drunk of lies.
That was good. That
that
was good.
that is golden.
Hey, I wonder how this
gonna be
chest handles
golden.
fire.
Emmy,
Let's find out.
Don't go up there.
Burn, you cunt.
Emmy. Stop it.
Rude.
Don't touch me.
Arr.
Look at him just fucking punching the shit out of that thing.
I get 3 attacks.
I know. There you go.
Check it out.
Something good here, I hope.
We got a bad
There it
cat
is.
here, boys.
Wow, I got a 19.
Why are you putting Ember in front of my camera?
Get away from the
They tell
chest.
him to look at your stream.
Leaving away.
Does any... Oh, Bardic Inspiration. We don't have a Bardic.
Hey, Wolf Gab, look at Christy's stream for a minute.
Why would I
Okay,
do that?
hold on.
I'm just kidding.
Hold on, I'm coming.
I'll be there in just a second. It takes me 8 freaking years because for some reason Christy is
Can they
not
hear me? I
showing
feel
up
they
on.
can hear
Why
me.
is Christy not showing? Oh, there they are.
Oh,
I'm looking at the stream. I'm looking at the stream. Oh, look at the cutie. She's not happy.
So bad. You bad girl.
She's not happy. She's like, this man is
like-
touching me.
I'm ready for my close-up.
You behave. No, no.
That's so cute.
Scroll of Fear.
It'd be pretty cool if we could fly down there.
A toy
but-
chest.
Right? That would be sick if we could fly down there.
Mm-hmm. But for some reason, it's a chasm, even though there's steps.
Wolf will show you his chasm for about $5.
That's insane. That's only for you.
Is that another name for his gaping butthole?
Wolf's got an asshole like a clown's pocket.
That's insane. I'll have you know that I actually don't, okay? I have been
purpose of
told
the
that
toy
it is
chest?
wait.
I have been told.
Okay, I'm gonna try and lure this fucking thing. Come here. Come this
Come
way.
here, boy.
Come here, follow me, Mr. I.
Why is it following you so much?
I'm investing in
No.
long rope.
It thinks I'm hot or something. Come over here. Look, look. Is it not? Okay. Well then, if you're gonna make this hard,
You're running with it.
hold on one second, guys.
You good?
Oh, I'm still not close enough, motherfucker.
Wait, grab it.
Do I need
The
to
fuck?
improvise weapon it? Don't
That's
hit
what I'm
it,
trying to
'cause
do.
You won't do anything. I can improvise weapon it. You want it like right
There
on
we
the
go.
edge?
I
Oh,
need
no,
to
you got
get
it.
closer. Hello?
I can.
No,
Oh,
I
blast
want
it
to throw
off.
it. No, you fucking don't, bitch. You're not leaving.
We gotta try to blast it off the edge here.
I can do it.
Why is the target blocked?
Oh wait, now I can't because it moved. Maybe if I go.
Yeah.
Flying
here.
away.
I can't believe I can't throw it off. Maybe... It's saying target blocked. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Can you push it off?
I had a perfect angle. No, I can't do it.
I can throw it all the way down where the mimics are.
Christy, can you
But I
scooch your
can't-
booch? Scooch over.
But I can't
Oops.
throw it into the chasm.
Scooch. Can we shove it into the chasm? Like if you
Yeah.
put it close to it and then
Yeah. Push it.
okay, I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna push it this way.
It's gonna
Okay.
come back though, isn't it?
Oh,
Didn't work. I'm gonna improvise
didn't
melee
work.
weapon it as close as I can to the chasm.
okay, okay, okay. I might be able to do something now.
Can
Why
I
won't
get
it
blasted
let
off?
me throw it? I can only throw it down to where the
Why am I
mimics are.
talking to it?
Brody thinks he's smart. That's crazy.
Why am I talking to it?
Do you think it'll die if I throw it down here?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. How do you even kill this thing?
I usually just throw it into the chasm, but like it keeps saying path interrupted.
Shove it? Like
Nobody
instead of
throw
trying to throw it, just like push
Yeah,
it.
just shove it. Yeah, shove it.
I can't because I used my action for this this turn base.
This dude. This useless dude.
Can you guys
got
move
it over here.
out of the way?
I can't move anymore.
I can't move
Well.
anywhere.
Exit turn base and then I turn it back on.
It's gonna start running, I think. Okay, wait. I'm gonna. Okay. What the fuck?
What was that?
What was that? Did you see that shit?
And there you go.
It won't let me push it off. This is dumb.
Yeah. It won't let me throw it.
Really?
I'm about to toss it into.
There. No. I got it. I got it.
Okay.
Nope. What the fuck?
It shows red for me.
No.
No! No!
Wait.
Oh, wait.
No.
Okay.
It shows
okay,
red when I
wait.
try to push it off.
Yeah. It won't let me throw it into the chasm. But I
Yeah,
can
it's gotta
literally
be, like,
toss
over
it.
here.
Wow, even successful it didn't.
Yeah. I can throw it to the bottom here, though.
Yeah, let's do that. Do it.
And then maybe we can get down there and try throwing it again.
That worked.
Did 0 damage.
Okay.
No, it's gonna come back. I think.
Okay.
Quick. Block the. What the fuck?
Teleport.
Where'd it go?
It's right here.
Throw it, or get it here. I'll try to blast it off.
Look at him trying to run and tell somebody.
Look at him trying to run and tail somebody.
That dude's being a tattle.
Can you
Get
get
him.
it over here?
Ditch.
I'm gonna try.
I didn't do that.
Fuck you. Fuck.
Just grab him, run away, and then fast travel.
Okay.
Takes him to the fucking. Takes him to the fucking
The hideout. The hideout.
Not the hideout. He takes
Really
him to the
anywhere.
fucking grove. Imagine the Dwagar and the fucking gnomes come to
Oh,
the
I can't-
grove and fight.
I can't fucking teleport for some reason.
It won't let you fast travel?
No.
Interesting.
Here.
Oh, we're in turn-based mode. That's why.
Stop!
What is happening right now?
This is the whole let's play, I guess. Well, let's play over.
This is the
Check
true
out
end game of Baldur's
wolfofthis.com
Gate.
for more info.
It's not wolfofthis.com, you baboon.
My fault. wolfofthis.pornhub.com.
It's .tv. This guy.
xhamster.com/wolfofthis.
I'm curious how many names of NSFW sites this guy knows.
Let's see. There's RedTube. There's
That's a new one.
can't-
Scatlovers.com.
What is it doing?
What else is there? Xhamster already named.
Where is
Here,
it
hold on.
going?
Maybe let me try talking. Let me try
Ucorn.com
talking to it so that it stops moving.
Okay.
Okay, I'm talking to it. Okay. I'm
Oh,
no longer
it's still
talking to
moving.
it.
Hey, what are you doing?
It's still
It's running
moving.
away.
Stop
It's running away.
moving.
What is happening?
Why are
idiots
you
over there.
running?
Hey, babe,
Why
get
is
a
it
load of
saying
these guys.
invalid target?
Get a load of these
Oh, so I can't
guys.
talk to
Okay,
it.
okay.
Huh. She was there enter early attack. Interesting.
Did I take it?
Yeah, it's gone. I don't see it.
Ember, are you
Oh yeah,
behaving?
it's here.
Good girl.
It's at Joaquin's rest.
Oh shit. Wait, for real?
Oh my god, that was too hard.
That was
Kept running.
incredible.
Oh shit, it is.
I'm gonna take it over here.
It's awesome.
You're gonna throw it.
I'm gonna try
Gith
and
Yankee?
throw it. Are they Gith Yankee here?
Here,
Oh, yeah.
They're over
I
there.
can kill it.
I forgot. They were
No.
here. Shit. Okay.
Well,
Alright,
let's
y'all. Here, let me kill
Joaquin's
it.
rest.
I can kill it.
Wait.
Can you kill it?
Yeah.
Don't throw it down there because then they'll get mad.
Here, can you put it like over here?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Why do we need to kill it? If it's
Because
not
I don't
in the
want it
area
telling
anymore?
on it. I don't know. Should we just leave it here?
Imagine it just flies all the way back to the Underdark.
Here, I'm gonna try and take it.
Yo, what if there's a mod where you can become a scrying eye as a playable character?
That would be crazy.
You're invulnerable to most damage.
I'm on a mission now to fucking get rid of this thing.
Oh.
There's a
I think
dragon.
we should talk to the Gith Yankee so we can go do the freaking stuff so I can get my chest piece.
Oh, it's running.
Look at it running.
I got it.
Yeah, get it
Okay,
out
see
of
what's going
here.
on.
Yes.
Well,
Oh, thank God. That was too much for nothing.
It just flies back up and transforms into the lithid brain. Wait, what the fuck?
I am the Elder Brain.
insane.
In
Insane
the
in the
membrane.
membrane.
That was a lot.
Fuck you.
We could kill the Gith Yankee and then call it a night if you want. I feel like the Underdark, that just tilted me so much.
I want to go get my armor stuff.
Because of how hard that was. I
Your
just
armor
fucking
stuff?
Yeah, doesn't the lady in the mountain pass sell the cat's grace or whatever, or is that from Act 2?
That's Act 1.5.
Yeah, that's in the mountain pass.
Okay.
Do you want to kill the? Do you want to save the tieflings or no?
I totally forgot about that.
Like,
We don't have to do. I mean, we don't have to do
right.
that.
We already did all that.
We don't have to do that until. I guess. Yeah, 'cause
I
we
mean,
don't
they're
do anything
safe
with
where they are right now.
Minthara. Yeah, as long as we don't go to Act 2, but we can go to the mountain pass and do. And we'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Are you
want
gonna
me to
talk to this
Elika?
lady?
Yeah, I'll talk to her.
Yeah.
All right.
And she's gonna be like,
Hello, young lady.
Oh.
How did I get out
Rude.
of sneak? What
You
the fuck?
fuck, bitch. Because she turned around.
I'm in the bush.
We're in the Alaskan bush.
We're in the bush.
Alaskan bullworm.
Not enough space. Man, fuck you.
You're gonna yeet yourself down there?
No, I was trying to go jump behind her.
I can Misty Step.
Don't
I'm
do
a Misty
it.
Step right on
Don't do it.
top
Don't
of
do it.
them.
It might be a
All the
bad
way
idea.
down there on top of the Gith Yankee. I'm gonna Misty Step. It's just gonna appear. They're gonna be like,
I
what
don't
the
even-
fuck?
Should, yeah, right? Hataka!
Yeah, you're gonna fucking die, dumbass.
Yeah, you die anyway, bitch. Something good here. You get yourself caught. What's in the chest?
What's in
Are
the
we gonna talk to them, or are we
box?
just gonna kill them?
It does not matter to me, but I am hurting. I'm gonna do some. Oh.
Drop your weapons.
I'll
I've already
feed your
seen.
innards to the ants before I do that.
It's alright.
It showed. Yeah.
It's fine.
They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat.
Oh my god, I'm talking.
What the fuck?
What?
Hello?
What?
That was new.
What just happened?
What?
Gab just spoke.
I was speaking.
Oh yeah, I think
Okay.
you do have your character does have voice lines that like. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Okay, well, if you get the dragon,
Bet.
and
I'll talk to my brethren.
If when we start attacking them, doesn't it just fly away?
yeah, it does. We don't fight the dragon.
You can
Okay,
also
thank God.
you can also not fight them. Like we don't have to kill them.
Yeah, we don't
I mean,
have
do
to
you
fight
think
them.
we-
Yeah.
Do you think we
Oh.
could take them?
No, we're gonna get diddled.
Who has the highest?
We might
charisma?
get
I
get
do.
diddled, but we might also
Should I go
win.
talk to them?
Oh,
We want to. Okay, we're gonna risk it. Go for it, babe.
Go talk
go
to
talk
them
to
then.
What
I walked through a
easy
potion.
prey you make, walking right within my
I
blade's
short rested because I needed my key
embrace.
points in case shit goes south.
These
That's
creatures
right.
are so simple to ensnare, Beretha. You mule too much about your task.
Forgiveness, Kithrak.
And as for you,
Tell me,
I've never seen a ghost
why
white
shouldn't I run
fucking
you through this instant?
toad woman.
Toad
Whoa,
woman.
look at us. We look insane.
That intimidation or persuasion?
Yeah, they're like the same.
Can't even give you guidance. I can't see you
I
rolling.
can do friends, but he.
He might
I mean,
get
it's boss. He
aggro.
flies away.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
Just
true.
roll.
Oh, nice.
Good job.
Of course you are not a threat. You are nothing until I tell you otherwise.
It's always the skinny, scrawny fuckers who talk the most shit.
It is
I
necessary.
don't know.
for
How the hell are you gonna
tell
talk to us like
me
that when you got egg
something.
hair?
A vessel fell from the sky.
Brody
We
looks
seek a
malnutritioned as
precious
fuck.
weapon that was taken from it.
You suddenly feel a strange anxiety take hold. Not your own, but that of the artifact you carry. Somehow, it's afraid. You attune your mind to it. The artifact does not want
Whoa.
to part from you. It does not want
This
to
sounds like an
fall
added
into the
voice
Gith
line.
Raiders' hands.
Help us find it, and I will leave your blood beneath your skin unspilled.
Huh?
Do not speak. Your bleating offends my ears. Just stand still.
I'm gonna tell Wolf that from now on. Your bleating offends my ears.
Oh, I think he's gonna start. Yeah. Yeah. He's trying to think in your brain.
I feel like this is what Diddy does at parties.
Probably.
Less
Nothing
hand
even
signs,
approaching
more
a
drugs,
useful
but yeah.
thought in that skull. I ought to just kill you.
You're ugly.
What's that intimidation? Why are you
That
hesitating? then?
intimidation
Try
one.
it. I dare you.
Holy fuck.
Your highest one.
Wait.
Do you see
What's he
this
doing?
group?
What happened? I can't see. What
I
happened?
can't see.
Nothing happened.
I
Nothing
can't
happened. Nothing
see.
happened.
So bold in the face of death.
She probably fucking got a 1.
I did. I did.
Better to let
You about to
strong
die?
blood thrive.
What do you
To
mean? It
give
never
rise to
happened.
worthier foes and hardier slaves.
Bro, I fucking
Hey, we
it feels
good.
Don't
so bad.
disappoint me.
Getting a 1
Gucci.
feels so bad.
Strike him.
Why was I
Bet.
looking at him like that?
I don't
Now
know.
we can just leave.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was kind of
It's
crazy.
You're into Gith Yankees, I guess.
Luke
You're
Goblin.
Loot
like,
goblins,
"Hey."
assemble.
What's hiding?
Oh,
Yay.
Wait. There's
here's
loot
the
here.
goblin.
I got it.
Nice. Easy.
Open up.
Easiest loot of my life.
Yo.
Yo.
Hello?
Yo.
Where did my body go?
Is it-
Oh, there I
Is
am.
there a check here? Oh, there
What the fuck?
Hello?
Gab, you just
What's
fell from the
happening to
sky.
me?
What just happened?
What happened to
Hello?
me?
Where's Gab?
Gab, are you okay?
Ah!
Are you actually here? I only do that 'cause
I
I thought you
am.
were broken. Okay.
I am.
Okay.
No.
You just fell.
What just
you
happened?
Dude, I
fell
don't.
from the
I
sky.
have no idea what just fucking happened to me. I think I'm okay.
Metal shield right
Hey
here. baby.
guys, do you think I should make this drum?
Still warm to the touch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do it.
You can believe it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Can you fly over there? I never tried that.
I don't know.
But if I distance spell, I could Misty Step over there.
This
Where
guy.
does that way even go?
I
Not
have no
enough
idea. Oh, it's not supposed to
space.
tell us.
Detour.
There's like
Yeah, we fucking saw it.
Detour.
there's a tree in the middle of the road anyway over there.
This
Road
guy goes,
closed.
looks like a dragon
Detour
destroyed
ahead.
the.
How is it already? How does that sign already know it was closed, even though they just fucked it up?
If I know.
Reported.
Reported.
Just like every time Wolf speaks, reported.
Are we
Reported.
going?
Yeah, we're going. We'll come right back.
Oh,
Everyone wants to talk. Oh, it's just Karlak.
oh, Raphael's here.
Oh,
Okay.
and that douchebag.
No.
Met, I am
Okay.
Raphael. Very much at your
I was
service.
gonna
know what?
say that we should silence him and
It's
then knock
not
him
every
out.
day one meets such a cavalier sinner
But
as yourself.
it's okay. It's
A
too late.
True
What does that do?
pleasure.
We get his armor that he drops in Act 3 and Act 1.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, Christy, this is all your fault. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if you silence him,
Charmed, I'm sure.
he can't do
In
anything.
more ways than one.
He just stands there and
We should have a
camp, and
chat, you and
everyone
I,
can just
but
beat him
not
up.
Here. This. Come.
Stop telling me to come.
Come.
Oh, well, since we're here, just take
Yeah,
the
take
food.
all the food.
There. Middle of somewhere.
I don't like this at all.
When did Carla come
Yeah,
in?
why is Carla here?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm gonna say nice decor.
The house of hope, where the tired come to rest and the famished come to feed lavishly. Go on, partake, enjoy your supper. After all, it might just be your last.
Wolf, would you tap Raphael?
No.
Are you not
You
entertained?
literally said you were gonna
Far be it
eat
from
the
me
food,
to
and you didn't.
Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for
I was
certain.
gonna see if I could switch to Shadowheart.
That's for certain. Shut up.
Because my compassion is boundless. I could
Okay,
fix
we
it
cannot
What's he
fight
even
him.
do anyway?
like that. Try to
I don't want to do it anymore. Wolf's clicking on it. I'm done.
That's what separates us from
That's
the
all right.
devil, soldier. They think our greatest.
I'll be here all the. What?
Carlac wants to talk. What's up, Will's dead body?
Insane.
Now there's a bloody dev shop around. And
Oh, we won't see Mazora anymore. Oh, that
We've had no
sucks.
luck so far.
We haven't seen her once. He's
Yeah,
been
'cause
dead
her-
since
her,
beginning.
her warlock's dead, so
Maybe. Reminds me of Cazador. You're a warlock.
her favorite
You understand
warlock
how
is
dangerous
dead.
long deal can be.
Well, he's right
The
here.
boy who
She'll come
lived
see him.
has come to die.
Oh, can we?
Oh no, he
Figured out, I'm
disapproved.
sure. You know who tampered with
Will
the
you stop trying
parasite and
to trying to
why.
sleep
And,
with
what they, and of course,
the
you know,
story?
we may escape whatever web.
Hey, who's trying to sleep with Shadowheart? Because I have the
suppose
idol
you
of
want to
Shar
hear
on me,
about
and you can give it to her.
Oh, let's
Ooh,
see.
I'll take
My
it.
old.
Okay.
He
Good.
turned me nearly 200 years ago.
Gimme, 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 gimme.
I became not.
Wait,
They
I'm gonna
beat
talk
me.
to. I'm gonna talk to Will.
It was only after.
Where's it at?
I realized just how
Let
long
me send it to you.
eternity
Oh, I see it.
could be.
Fuck you, Will.
Vampires spawn.
Wanna talk to
Sometimes
me,
he'd order us to
jackass.
submit to the mind flare. All
Again.
I'm asking is that you keep your eyes
Again.
open.
I want to get a soundbite
And
of
watch
that.
out for anything lurking in the shadows.
Again.
What more could I ask? Now, is that all? I won't lie. If I it's grim either way. So why not sell what's left of my soul to a dead figure? Yes, that's an option.
Okay.
But
Okay. I'm good.
I don't care that you want to fuck a dragon, Liza. This fucking outfit looks so crazy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, whatever. You're a bitch.
I thought Carlac was dead because she's laying down. I was like, what the fuck happened to Carlac?
Will laying next to her. It's so funny.
Oh, she's not laying for me. Damn.
Just laying down, chilling. All right, are we all ready?
Yep. Would you
Would
like to go to bed?
Would you like to go to bed?
I'm going to bed.
It was. It's literally like.
That's you.
That was some cartoony ass snore.
That's you.
What the?
What the fuck?
We're going to Act 1.5.
Okay.
Gar,
Oh, it just made us do like the Raphael shit first.
Gar,
Never
we're
mind.
going to Act 1.5.
I'm not being a pirate anymore. Wolf ruined it for me.
Gar.
Thank God.
Gar.
Arr, but a pirate will rise again.
Ugh, please.
Ah, good rope. Now I need a roof and a chair.
Oh, I walked away from you. You're doing buffy buffs.
Brody does not know how to play Baldur's Gate. It's crazy.
You can buffy buff me.
Oh, you should save, babe. If it didn't autosave.
No.
Yeah, we don't need to save.
We should do an honor mode, no save run.
Oh God, we'd be fucked.
Be over.
I want to talk to this business, but I will talk to this business.
Okay,
But
you
we just
talk to
wanna,
lead dinner.
actually, no, I don't want.
You said
I don't want to
you
kill a
wanna talk to
business
her.
because I want her.
You
Yeah,
want her?
She drops the graceful cloth if you kill her.
Yeah, just kill her.
But I also want to see what else she has.
I also want to give her the owlbear egg and tell her to get the Yankee egg.
Yeah, do it.
We have to let her live though, so we can see what happens at Baldur's Gate.
Holy crap, this shit's expensive. Okay, well. Okay, so she has the periaptive wound closure. When down, to automatically stabilize at the start of the turn. Whenever you are healed, you restore the maximum number of possible hit points.
It's really good to have.
Yeah, that costs 1,200.
Mm-hmm.
She also has the gloves of cinder and sizzle, which actually look kind of cool. Your unarmed attacks deal an additional 1 to 4 fire damage.
Do you have any bloodlusts?
Bloodlusts.
There's some
Yeah,
gloves
the elixir.
I'm on the lookout for. I don't remember where you get
Poison
them,
resistance,
though.
featherfall, healing, mind reading.
It's
Wizard's
dark red
Bane.
in like a square bottle.
Yeah. No, she does not.
Where do I get
God
these?
fucking
Oh,
damn it.
it's the freaking. Oh, we get the after
Where do I
Joraxin.
Raglan,
Joraxin. Yeah, those are the gloves I need.
So, if we want to kill her, I'm down for that because, I mean, I don't know what all she drops.
I guess Raj and Roa
We could try to
in
give her
Act
the
2 will have
owlbear
it.
egg.
Yeah.
Wait, what other stuff she got? Can I look at it
I'm gonna
before
try
we do
to.
it?
I have to get 21. Not happening.
I'll do it.
I'm not inspiring that. I don't really care.
Is it?
Okay.
What is it?
There you
Persuasion.
go. Someone else can talk to her.
I could
think
probably
so, or
do it.
deception or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, my persuasion is good.
About to knock her out.
Or not?
No, I would like to look
I'm
at
not
her
going to.
shit before
Yeah,
we
I'm not.
do
I'm not
anything
gonna. I'm not gonna do anything with her.
Give George some guidance. See if he can do anything with it.
Oh, it's gonna be hard. I rolled a nat. Oh, not a nat 20. I got a 20. God damn it.
Saying that 20 always succeeds.
No, I know. I thought it was a nat 20, but it was a added 20.
Yeah.
Again.
Run it back.
I
didn't get it. I give up.
baby should have let me do it. This happened last time.
You can do it. I don't know why you say you can't.
No, I don't think you can anymore.
Look over there. Do you see that wretched little hive?
Yeah, it looks like a temple.
They have the audacity. honestly.
Yeah, looks like a
I was
temple.
doing
With that.
them a
You,
favor
this
offering
one?
to... This is... Hogwash, of course. A Gith Yankee can no more rise above its nature than gnomes can fly. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Also, I want to get that
No, you
ring
just-
that lets you see
Oh,
in
okay.
darkness. Like,
Yes.
you can't be blinded. I want to get that ring.
That sounds useful.
Yeah.
Hey.
And then I need to really start
Good job, babe.
stocking up on arrows. Like arrows of darkness.
do
And
Wait, are you rolling for the
Demon
payment?
I'm sorry, I haven't been
You're
paying
not
attention.
rolling for the egg. You're rolling for payment up front.
I thought you do that and then you.
No, you don't. No, you don't have. I was telling you what to pick. Okay, just roll that one anyway. If it fails, it fails. It's fine.
Fine.
Oh wow, she got it.
That's crazy.
I suppose there is a reason I'm asking you to do it. Very
This
well.
lady is such a bitch.
Oh, nice.
Here's the money. Now, I expect a speedy delivery.
Now you tell
You
her
ain't
you have the
getting shit.
owlbear egg. Oh wow, it's
She
46.
only, that's like nothing.
I trust that an early payment
Okay.
has ensured
Bitch,
swift
give us more
action.
money.
What news of the Gith Yankee?
You
here.
literally seen the Gith Yankee and what they do.
You
You're
might
only
have
giving
broken it,
us-
babe, because now I don't think you can do it.
No,
but
I
hold
think
on.
it's because you rolled for it. This is what happened last time. And then I didn't have the thing to roll for it again.
Hold
Shut up. Let me look at your shit.
on. Here, babe, hold on. Let me give it to you really quick. There. There.
She has those winter's clutches. Does she drop the parry up too whenever you kill her?
Which is that the staff?
No, that's the
it's
necklace.
The
Oh,
necklace.
no, I don't think she does. She drops the staff, I know, and then the whatever the other thing that Wolf wants.
Yeah, I definitely know she drops the graceful cloth.
Let Christy talk to her again.
The cacophony would be pretty good for you. Alright.
No, yeah, babe. When I did it the first time, I didn't have the option to give her the owlbear egg.
No, babe, you had the option there. I was telling you to pick that. I don't know why you rolled for the other one.
Ow. Ow.
Because you had the same exact vocal choices that I had. Here, Gab, let Christy talk to her really quick.
I know.
You can
I'm
look at it
trying to
after.
get out of it because I can't leave her. There.
Okay, try it.
I trust that an
And I didn't
early
say yes or no
payment
to the
has
owlbear.
ensured swift action. What
Take that
news
one
of the
quick.
gift? No, no need to get out of humor. Manners.
Okay, hit
for
next.
So, where's the egg?
Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's not there.
We have enough to buy the parry apt. If you wanted to get that, and then we can kill her.
Hey.
Okay. I can pick it up, but it's 12:30.
I sent you all the gold that I had.
I literally have 631.
I have. How much is it?
12:30.
How much do you need?
I have 631.
You have 1,000.
Wait, I can
Yeah.
take her
Oh,
money
never mind.
off.
That's Odessa. My fault.
I can take
Odessa
her.
has over 1,000.
Oh,
I
I
could take
can
her money
actually
from
sell
her.
some stuff.
Oh yeah, I have stuff I could sell too.
Yeah. I just realized I have all this junk. I'm trying to hurry. Sorry.
Traps, please.
Sharon crossbow. Interesting. I didn't even know I picked that shit up. Yeah, I still need some money to buy it. So I'll let you do your thing, Christy.
Okay.
Where the hell did Christy go?
Camp. I was grabbing my stuff to sell.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, babe.
What?
That owl bear thing is not a deception check, it's a nature check. That's intelligence based.
Hmm.
So your charisma wouldn't work like, at all.
Stupid and dumb and dumb and stupid.
None of us have good
Yeah.
I just realized. I was
Yeah,
like
we're all
thinking like
dumb.
I was looking at it. I'm like, we all are stupid.
We're all dumb.
We're all fucking retarded.
We gotta
But
kill
we still
that
have
lump.
like the horn and shit. We could kill Lump and get that
Yeah.
crown.
Yeah, and then one of us will
Do they
be-
come to this area?
I don't know.
I think so.
I forgot if they're limited to
look it
the
up.
Act 1 area, 1.5. I'm not sure. I'm mad that they don't come to the Shadow Curse lands, though. I mean, I know that's Act 2, but I paid for it. Damn it.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't work in Act 2.
Yeah.
You have to go back to Act 1 and then call them in and then kill them.
Chick, the bitch.
She's really a
Let's
bitch.
slay her.
I really hate her, to be honest. I just want to kill her. Odessa is heavily incucumbered.
Heavily incucumbered.
Okay.
Very well, but I'll make no.
Okay, I'm ready to trade her.
There
we go.
This thing. It's right here.
That view
well,
over
if we're
there
not-
is so crazy.
If we're not gonna use her for Baldur's Gate or whatever, we can just kill her, trade her stuff.
I trust that an
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, I
kill
want
her.
to sell. I didn't get to sell. I just looked at how much I had to sell and I was just like, I'll just let Christy do it.
Yeah.
Because if you take all our money, then there's no point in me selling.
This is a crazy view, though. You're right.
I know, like, this is nuts. Look at those mountains over there. It looks so crazy.
Huh. I feel inner peace when I look over here. Then I look to my left and see a scale back, and I get irrationally angry for no reason.
Oh my god.
It's a bit rude, but I suppose I get it. I need
Waterfalls and shit over here.
What do I what?
What am I buying?
The periap.
Periap of wound closure?
Yes.
Okay, bet.
Show
good to
wolf
have.
food closure.
And
That's
then
rude.
when we kill her, she drops the cat's grace. Or whatever the fuck it is.
Hey, Wolf, do they sell hot and spices yearly at McDonald's where you live?
Yeah.
What
Because
is it?
some and Otter, I think they said that that's only like it's not throughout the year. It's like seasonal or whatever.
What is it?
The hot and spicy McChicken. Yeah. Apparently up north, like it's like
Yeah,
not always
that's
on the
not-
menu.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
it ain't up here. No.
Yeah. That shocked me. I was like, what?
Huh.
That would be so
It's like-
good if it was.
I mean, it is down here in Texas and wherever Wolf lives in, I don't know, fucking gay land.
Yeah, I have no idea where wolves are.
Insane. That's so mean.
Oh, my fault. Scaleback land. My fault.
Oh, elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
Wild.
With the fucking lions and the fucking Argonian.
Yeah, yeah. Black Marsh, elsewhere.
Argonian. Oh my god, Wolf's an Argonian.
Tell me when to start shooting this fucking lady.
I'm getting all their money now.
Okay. I'm gonna try and double tap her before she gets into turn base.
I'm gonna take something for a backpack. Oh, look at all this food. Thank you, lady.
Damn. Anything in that wicker basket?
Just some clothes.
I tried to really enunciate that word.
Happy, are we?
Okay. We're good now.
Okay. You want me to shoot her?
Go for it.
Amazing.
Ooh, look at this graceful
Beautiful.
cloth.
Crazy.
That
Abyss
was pretty fucking
beckoners.
crazy. We literally laid her ass out.
Hey, Wolf, you
Wild.
need this graceful cloth, right?
Yeah, I would like it. It'd be nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You know, I'm just letting you know that I have it. All right, let's
Oh,
go.
okay. That's cool. That's cool.
We going back to Ag 1?
Here you go, Wolf. Bro's done with my shit.
Guy's pissing me off.
Did you get the staff or whatever? You should equip that. It's actually really good on you. For monks.
No.
Oh,
Then I don't get my stuff.
Here you go.
Yeah, the cacophon.
Yeah, that thing is really good.
Yeah, it really is
You should
good for
probably
fucking monks, dude.
use that.
It's really good with monks. I'm not even joking.
He's out here just fucking bare fisting them, doing 8 damage.
Which isn't, you know, it's not a bad idea, but the cacophony, yeah, it's really good with monks.
Funny.
It does a lot
cacophony.
of damage.
The cacophony.
You know what's really
You know what's
Are
really
we
crazy,
gonna-
Wolf, is there was boots over earlier that if you did like electrical damage, you actually can do more.
Yeah.
But, you know, he told me to fuck off, and I was like, okay.
We had those,
No,
and
he
then
couldn't-
they weren't really.
No, they couldn't wear those. They're medium armor.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My fault.
Oh wait, who was I
Are we
supposed
under
to
the
send
ancient
the
forge?
womb closure thing to?
Why are we posing?
We go back to the ancient
Oh,
forge.
why are we posing?
Also, just hold on to it, Christy.
Oh, okay.
And the
Yeah, we go back to
adventurers
the ancient forge.
sell it.
wander on. And they ventured forth into the great unknown.
It's really good to have.
And the scaleback is still gay.
Do you understand what it does?
No.
So if you drink a potion with that on, it'll give you the maximum amount of healing,
Oh shit.
like all the time.
Uh.
Yes, very good item. But I got the waypoint here. Oh. So if you want,
This heat is killing me. It's bad enough having to share with this fire breather over here.
Verifying. Crazy.
I wonder if they would be able to like, I don't know, because I remember I like kind of soloed these assholes with a Starian up here one time. Because they couldn't see me.
What path lies before me?
But it's up to you guys if you guys want to stop or
Guess
we
they
want to fight
Mace
them or.
mold.
Fight the Skelly boys.
Mm-hmm.
Over here?
Oh, my skill
I
mold.
was talking
Maybe I'll
about,
look at 'em.
I was talking
got you,
about
babe.
these assholes. But
The
yeah,
near
sure.
dudes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
I
don't know
got
if
you,
I want to
babe.
do near fight. I
Thank
don't
you,
know. We'll
baby.
see. It is like 12:30.
Oh,
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
What
I'm
were
gonna
you
pick up
seeing?
the mold for Christy. Oh wait,
I
no, that's
forgot
the
that-
heavy mold.
My invisible takes away when I do an action, which is picking up an item. This game is pissing me off.
Okay, just don't move.
It's okay though. Yeah, I'm
You'll
good.
be okay. I'm a sneaky little snake.
Okay, so now I can just do this, and then I can just go.
Hi,
Jug.
Jug.
Christy.
I just realized these are clankers.
Browser docs.
No, they're
Knocked on
not.
their ass. What's up, Jug?
Are they?
Yes.
I think they have just souls inside of them, don't they?
They're fucking clankers. Oil munching clankers.
That's insane.
Drop your weapon.
Why are
well.
you sending me the donkey diddle emote?
Wild. Okay, I'm coming. Whose turn is it?
Gabs. Now your turn.
Man, that's real unfortunate.
Nice shot, Gab. Good hit, Brody. You do 18 damage. It's crazy. Well,
Now I can't take my second turn though, because I
what?
have to use an unhanded attack for it. Stupid. It's okay.
they do a lot of
Dude,
damage though.
I missed twice.
Gab is befuddled.
I'm fucking annoyed. I couldn't finish this asshole off in front of you.
Hafaunen.
That animated armor down there just vogued.
Get him, babe.
Oh, she's
Get
sticking
him,
him.
Diddy. Nice.
Incredible.
Yeah.
She stuck him.
That's how
She
you do it.
diddled him. See?
Good job, babe.
She said it. She diddled him.
I diddled them.
Yep, she's a diddler. Certified diddler.
A bear.
Certified diddler is crazy.
Yeah, I found out today that you can like make your own animated emotes with your like still emotes and use like Twitch's animated things. I was like, what? And so I made that one.
Hello, motherfucker.
I called it hello,
That one's cute.
motherfucker. The knife one's pretty good too.
All right, you stop it here.
Sure.
Survival check.
Survival
Gab,
check.
careful, you're in lava.
I'm okay. I got the mithril.
I want the laughing monk necklace.
Again. What?
Christy, I don't even think we picked up the medium armor mold. Isn't it on the bridge or something?
No, it's
over
the
here?
one I have.
No, I picked it
Right
up.
here.
Or
I picked it
you
up.
got
Oh,
it?
did you?
Oh,
That's,
oh,
I already
don't
picked
have
it up. It was right.
Babe
That's
has
the-
it.
that's the
Yeah,
split
it's the
mold
scale
heavy.
mail
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the scale mail. I got it.
Yeah. Because there's another one that's
I think the other one's heavy armor.
heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I want the shield.
Okay.
Well, why do you look like you have your rib cage outside your your body?
What I do? It's called an exoskeleton.
I also have some sand. Would you like to take a look? This dude.
Ha! Don't pocket it.
All right.
I will stun you.
All right, we chill.
You know what?
Invenium.
I'm gonna go cry.
Pussy ran away. All right, ending here.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Bet.
Down in
Why
here.
is Gab naked? What the fuck?
This is a
Why
great
not?
She has
outfit,
underwear on.
okay?
Why not?
This is a great outfit. I just
That is
need
a
it
cool
to be
outfit.
dyed.
That is a cool outfit.
It is really cool.
Okay. Wolf
I
does not
can't
look
believe
really cool
this
at
is
all.
what the Dragonborn wear.
That's so mean. After
Wolf, am I really that mean to you?
all the time?
I see.
I had a lot of fun, guys.
Me too.
That was a lot of fun.
Now I have to
We
wait.
played a
for
long time
week.
today.
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
to
we
wait a
did.
week.
It was
Yeah.
awesome.
Actually, probably longer because
No, yeah,
isn't
'cause-
Thursday.
Yeah, we're both gonna be out of town. We're gonna be in Washington
You
next
can blame
week.
Christy for that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it's Thanksgiving next week. Okay.
It is.
Okay, and
Okay, and
What do you mean, okay, and oh my god. Okay, you know, I would like to see my family
I'm already
sometimes.
kind of dreading.
Okay, Wolf, I'll fly back Wednesday night, and then we can play Thursday and Friday.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Hey, babe.
Sounds like
You
a
can
plan.
drop me off at the airport, right?
No.
Thanks, babe. Love you.
No.
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 Wow,
You said no.
I said no.
crazy. I feel
No.
abused.
As you should.
Okay.
Reported. All right. You guys have a good night. It was fun
Good night,
playing.
everyone.
Good night.
Sleep
Good night,
time.
Yeah, that was
I'll
fun.
Have a
miss
good
you.
Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.